Naruto Uzumaki was not a normal boy by any means. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't your run-of-the-mill orphan. He was, as every orphan was, without a parent. He was, as every orphan was, lonely. He was, as every orphan was, sad. He wasn't, as almost every orphan was, looked at with pity and kindness, however. No, Naruto Uzumaki was looked at with disdain and hatred. Simply walking down the streets incurred several cruel beatings. He had no idea why, but the entire population of Konohagakure no Sato seemed to hate him. He had very few precious people. In fact, the only ones he could name of the top of his head were Hiruzen Sarutobi, or as he had dubbed the Hokage Gigi Ayam, a girl who helped her father run a nearby ramen shop, and Tuchi, the father of said girl. It was sad actually, a boy his age, 5, being hated by everyone. Naruto had learnt this early on in life. He was hated in the orphanage he lived in as well. Ever since he learnt to walk on his own, the matron of the orphanage started treating him like trash. He was not allowed to play with the children of his age, and even when he managed to talk to them, they would sneer at him and told him, in no uncertain words, that a monster like him was not welcome in their group. He would get sad and then leave. Walking the streets of the village was like trial by fire for him. He had to take careful measures to remain as unnoticeable as possible. If he got noticed, a civilian would point at him, shouting to others, "The demon is here! Get him!" He would then run for his life, entering lanes and alleys, taking a shortcut through a shop, entering from the front door and exiting from the back, anything to get escape the beatings. But it was suspicious that a 4-year-old boy was able to escape from the mobs. What no one, including Naruto, knew that Naruto had some special quirks. Naruto had an eidetic memory, the ability to remember and recall anything he sees or hears once, in great detail. Naruto loved to read books, but didn't know why he could recall every page of the book, down to the exact words. He found it very useful and abused it shamelessly, reading all the books he was allowed to and then some, without telling anyone of course. He didn't tell this to anybody, not even Gigi, fearing if this got out, he would get beaten for having freakish traits. But he also discovered the downside of having such an ability. One day, when running from a mob, he accidentally entered an alley which had a dead end. There was no escape for him that day. He was punched, kicked on every part of his body, until he fell unconscious. When he woke up, very mysteriously, in his room at the orphanage, healed up, he was very happy he did not die. However, when he tried to sleep that night, the beatings came back in full force in the form of nightmares. Because of his ability, he experienced the beatings down to the last detail. He couldn't sleep peacefully for several nights. Another one of his quirks was a sort of sensory ability. He could sense danger if it was coming to him. However, it was a subconscious ability of sorts, activating only when he was in danger. But it was very useful in avoiding punches and stones that came when his back was turned. The village's behavior in general towards Naruto caused him to develop a need for positive attention, but also a need to avoid people, preferring to keep to himself. He would not actively seek attention, but he would latch on like a leech to anyone who gave some form of caring to him. Sadly, the number of people who did could be counted on one hand. That was the reason he turned to books. At least they didn't attack him outright and allowed him to read them. Almost no one wanted to associate with him, leading him to take refuge in books. They became his best friends, always making him smile when he learned something new. Naruto had to force himself to learn reading and writing as the teachers at the orphanage did as less as they could to help him. They would simply thrust the books in hands and go away to help other children. He learned early not to ask questions, receiving physical punishment whenever he did. He had read about various topics, but the one thing that stood out to him was the topic of Hokage. How the Hokage was the most powerful shinobi in the village and was responsible for the village's safety. He read how powerful was the Shodai Hokage, with his unique Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, of Mokuton, the wood release. He was said to be the most powerful shinobi of his time, known as Shinobi no Kami, the god of shinobi. Hashirama Senju, along with Madara Uchiha, were the two main founders of Konoha. Ironically, both were also bitter enemies, with Hashirama having to kill Madara to protect the village. The Nidaime Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was the younger brother of Hashirama. He was and is still hailed as the most powerful Suiton water release user of all time. He was also hailed the fastest shinobi of his time, having created the famous Hiraishin no Jutsu. He was the one who started the Ninja Academy. Naruto took a liking to him as he loved anything that was even remotely associated with speed. The Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, that was his Gigi, was known as the Professor because he could use all the nature transformations and had the unsurpassed knowledge of ninjutsu, knowing all the techniques in Konoha, save for clan techniques. He also shared the title of Shinobi no Kami with Hashirama, because in his prime he was the strongest of all Kages. Naruto was astounded how powerful was the man he called his Gigi. Sarutobi was also the sensei of the Densetsu no Sannin, the 3 legendary ninjas, who were among the most powerful shinobi in the world. The Yondaime Hokage was the one who became his favorite to the point that Naruto considered him as his idol, aspiring to be like him. Minato Namikaze, when he was alive, was considered the strongest of the Hokages and arguably the most dangerous man to have graced the world of shinobi. Known as Konoha no Kiroi Senko, he was also considered the fastest shinobi to have ever lived. He was famous because he took the Hiraishin no Jutsu, the jutsu used by the Nidaime, to levels unheard of. He was the one who single-handedly ended the Third Great Shinobi War, finishing of 1,000 IWA shinobi by himself in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. Naruto also took note that the Yondaime suspiciously looked very much like him if he grew up. Naruto compared their physical traits, more specifically those that stood out the most. They were both blonde, the hair color being near identical, with Naruto's a shade brighter. But the eyes were what took him by surprise. Those azure blue shades were what he had as well. Looking back at him in the mirror every day, he became even more suspicious. During one of his outings, when his Gigi came to take him to the Ichiraka ramen that he loved so much, he asked him what it meant to be Hokage. Flashback. The old man stopped eating and looked at him, his eyes piercing him as if searching for something. He then smiled and said, "Perhaps you should ask me first, Naruto-kun, that what does it mean to be a shinobi?" Naruto looked surprised for a moment but recovered and asked, "What does it mean to be a shinobi?" This time Gigi answered, "To be a shinobi means to endure. A shinobi is one who can follow or lead others into any darkness and work together to overcome that darkness and make it out the other side. A shinobi walks towards danger when everyone else is running away. That is because it is the duty of a shinobi to look at any foe and simply say, 'Bring it.' That is because shinobi exists to protect those who can't protect themselves." Naruto had a look of wonder on his face. He had no idea Gigi was that wise. An answer like that changed Naruto's entire view of shinobi. At first he thought that being a shinobi only meant performing cool jutsus and fighting in the name of your village. He had no idea the answer would be this deep in meaning. Sarutobi looked at Naruto and mentally smiled. He knew about Naruto's treatment by the villagers and his drive to be Hokage. He mused, "Perhaps I can give him a little insight on what being a Hokage means." Naruto recovered from his wonder and stared at his empty bowl, deep in thought. If this is what being a shinobi meant, then he had a pretty good idea on what being a Hokage meant. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Gigi said, "Now that that answer is out of the way, I can tell you what being a Hokage dash. I know Gigi." Those words stopped Hiruzen in his tracks, his head tilting in curiosity. "You know what, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked up, understanding and respect in his eyes. Hiruzen was touched at the respect he was receiving from Naruto, but his curiosity was increasing. What being a Hokage means? Hiruzen stared at him, silently asking him to continue. Naruto spoke up. "The Hokage is responsible for everything in this village. It's his responsibility to protect everyone here, and to make sure they are safe and happy with their village. He tends to the finances of this village, the rules, the daily events, everything. He controls every single ninja who bears a leaf headband, and basically directs when they live and die. This job is not for the faint of heart, and only for someone who loves this village deeply." At the end of his answer, he was staring back at his bowl. Hiruzen was shocked at the understanding Naruto showed of the position of Hokage. He had no idea that Naruto was this perceptive and knowledgeable. Tucci and Ayam had stopped working as well, staring at the blonde with wide eyes along with the Hokage. It was simply unheard of, a 5-year-old showing such a deep understanding of something most people don't understand until much later in life. Hiruzen was shocked so much that he didn't notice his jaw was hanging a bit. Such a deep perception and insight at such a young age, he thought with wonder. Only one person had showed such understanding like this, and he too was 3 years older. Itachi Uchiha was a prodigy among the likes of Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze. Such a shame he was now a missing nin. Naruto looked up when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Gigi was looking at him with a strange expression. That is exactly what being Hokage means, Naruto-kun. A challenging smile broke out on Naruto's face and he declared, "Then I will become Hokage someday, Gigi. And not just any Hokage. I will be the strongest there will be." Hiruzen chuckled, which soon turned to laughter. The father and daughter on the other side of the counter were also smiling fondly. Naruto frowned. "What? I am serious." He was a little hurt that Gigi saw his declaration as a joke. Hiruzen soon calmed down, smiling fondly at the boy. He remembered another Uzumaki who used to say the same thing. But he had a strong feeling that Naruto would be right. He ruffled Naruto's head. "I know, Naruto-kun. I have no doubt you will." Flashback end. Ever since that day, Naruto studied even more rigorously and beginning physical training as well. Granted, a 4-year-old such as him could not do much, but he did his best. He ran 4 rounds around the village, did every exercise he could think of and practiced his kunai and shuriken jutsu. He took those weapons by sneaking into the practice grounds and collecting them. To his surprise, the art of throwing shuriken and kunai came very naturally to him. He started throwing after taking a book about weapons left behind on a training ground. He had shaken his head at the disrespect shown to the book, but took it with him anyway. Just 2 weeks of practice and he was throwing all bullseyes. That was not the only surprising thing. He had found that he could recover very quickly from physical exhaustion and wear and tear on his muscles. He recalled that he recovered surprisingly quickly after the beating from the villagers. A bloodline, perhaps? He didn't dwell on it further, but filed it away for later. But today was special. So special that he would have to take extra measures in staying safe. Because today was his birthday, and he was just kicked out of the orphanage. Roaming in the streets, he suspected what would happen in the evening. Today was the day the villagers celebrated as the Kyuubi festival, the day the Yondaime defeated the Kyuubi, and the day he would be beaten within an inch of his life or hunted and possibly killed. An epiphany struck him like lightning, causing him to suddenly stop in middle of the street. Yondaime, Kyuubi's defeat, treatment of the villagers. Demon boy, Gigi's avoidance of the topic. No, he wouldn't. Naruto ran from the street, meandering between people with the grace of a seasoned dancer or flowing water. He ran like it was no one's business, reaching his favorite spot, the head of the Yondaime, in record time. Anyone who saw him had flashbacks of another blonde running like a man possessed. I need to confirm whether it's true or not, he thought grimly, afraid of what he would find. He sat down on the head of the famed Hokage in a meditative posture and reached within, or rather spoke within. Kyuubi, if you are inside me, I want to meet you, please. For a full 5 minutes there was no reply and Naruto was beginning to relax when something pulled on his mind. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a dark corridor. He narrowed his eyes. Is this my mindscape? He thought in disgust as he walked forward. He kept walking for a few minutes and stopped, seeing some light at the end of the corridor. It seemed to pull him towards it. Time to find out what is at the end. With that thought, he walked again, stopping only until the end. It was a huge room, so large and vast it was that the ceiling was impossible to find. He looked around, his eyes seeing black stone and nothing more. But the elephant in the room was a large iron-barred door, with a paper on it that said seal. He gazed at the piece of paper, resignation written in his eyes. His azure eyes looked past the cage, looking for what he knew was in the cage. He was just waiting for the Kyuubi to open his eyes. Based on what he had read, Kyuubi was a being of pure hatred and evil. A mindless beast capable of destruction on a scale hitherto undreamt of. But Naruto was skeptical when he read that. He might get to see it for himself now. A growl sounded from the cage, sending a breath of hot air in Naruto's face. Naruto steeled himself, in spite of the cage separating him from the beast within. An enormous red eye opened, causing Naruto to tense up. The eye looked at him as if evaluating him. The eye then started to rise, causing Naruto to look up at the massive form. The Kyuubi had orange, silky-looking fur, with black markings around his eyes connected to his, funnily enough, rabbit-like ears. The upper body was humanoid, including the hands. The lower body was just like a fox, barring the 9 long swaying tails in the back. Fire was the closest thing they looked like. The red, slitted eyes looked him closely with a hint of malice. Naruto spoke first. "Thank you for answering my call, Kyuubi," he said with a nod. The Kyuubi was surprised. He didn't show it. Inside, however, he was mighty shocked. This was not the first thing he expected his jailer to say. He expected him to look at him with fear, asking whether he really was the Kyuubi, following with the denial of the possibility. He did expect him to thank him at all. He replied, "Think nothing of it. I'm surprised, though, that you were able to figure it out so quickly." "Why aren't you surprised?" he asked with curiosity. Naruto sat down in front of the cage, which surprised the great Bijou further. Naruto was showing that he was willing to relax in front of him. "Well, I was for a few moments at least, but it wasn't that difficult to figure out. It is easy to create a plausible theory once you have all the relevant facts," he said, never breaking eye contact with the Kyuubi. Kyuubi raised a massive eyebrow, silently impressed with his host. His thought processes were very intelligent for someone who was only 5 years old. He was bold as well, bold enough to maintain eye contact with him. He also could not sense any fear from the boy. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" he asked him. Without a moment of hesitance, Naruto answered, "Because you are misunderstood." This time surprise was visible on Kyuubi's face, which was quickly followed by anger. "What did you just say?" "Choose your next words very carefully," he growled out. Naruto wasted no time in answering. "In all the books I have read, they described you as a being of pure hatred. But that is only a one-sided understanding, isn't it?" he asked with a sad smile. Before Kyuubi could answer, Naruto continued, "Humans fear what they can't understand. The foremost aspect of your personality that they have seen is hatred, which, while a big part of you, conceals the being underneath that can feel emotions just like us. Isn't that right, Kyuubi?" Kyuubi was astounded at the amount of understanding his host showed towards him. Perhaps he could. "What do you want?" Naruto looked at him with his azure blues, reminding Kyuubi of another set of blues that looked at him fearlessly before sealing him. "If you wouldn't mind," a hesitant smile appeared on Naruto's face, "would you be my friend?" Kyuubi was truly stupefied at the request. For the first time in centuries of his existence, someone had asked if they could be his friend. Naruto saw that the Kyuubi was surprised, and for the Kyuubi, if Naruto's request was not surprising enough, he was totally blown away by what Naruto did next. Naruto got up from his spot and walked into the cage. He walked up close and offered a hand for him to take. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and it is nice to meet you." Kyuubi had abandoned all signs of remaining composed and was openly gaping at Naruto. But he composed himself quickly and gave a sincere smile to Naruto. Seeing Naruto was too small to even shake his finger, he extended his index nail to him. Naruto smiled. "You have a very nice name, Kurama." The newly dubbed Kurama smiled. "Thank you. It means a lot coming from someone whose name means fish cake." Kurama smirked at the end, intentionally making the jab at Naruto's name to see if he could rile the boy up. His success was only minuscule, though. Naruto only had a tiny frown on his face, instead of the full-blown childish rage Kurama was expecting. "Actually, I prefer the other meaning of my name. Maelstrom is much better than being compared to a fish cake, Kurama." Kurama chuckled, a smooth, deep baritone that lit up a warm feeling inside Naruto. Naruto decided he liked Kurama's voice. "No one would think of a maelstrom when they look at you, Naruto. Perhaps when you are older, but certainly not now," Kurama teased him. Naruto shrugged, and then his eyes turned serious, making Kurama do the same. Naruto asked the Bijou, "Kurama, you know I have questions, right?" Kurama nodded. "I assumed as such. However, I had expected us to meet when you were significantly older. I have to say, I was not expecting your call to me." Naruto shook his head. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was not expecting you to pull me inside my mind, he said, absently noting that he was not wet at all, in spite of standing and sitting in the water. Kurama returned to his earlier position, lying down, face on his paws/hands. I will do my best to answer whatever question you have, Naruto, he assured him. Naruto gave him a nod of gratitude and sat down as well. Okay, first question. Why does my mindscape represent a gutter or a sewer? Whatever you want to call it. Kurama looked silent for a moment, after which a mischievous grin broke out on his face, exposing his sharp canines. You know what they say about people whose minds are in the gutter, right? Naruto gave him a blank look, reminding Kurama that Naruto, however intelligent for his age, was still only 5 years old. Kurama's embarrassed blush would have been visible on his face if his fur were not orange. He cleared his throat loudly to avoid embarrassment. Sorry, Naruto, but I have no idea why your mindscape is a sewer. There is a theory that says that your mindscape is a reflection of your mental state. It could have been the psychological trauma that was given to you by the villagers, but why it is particularly a sewer, I don't know, he replied. Naruto absorbed the information like a sponge, and after a few seconds he asked Kurama, So, I have psychological trauma. I knew about that, which means that even if I change the appearance of my mindscape to something else, there will always be something that represents the trauma, right? Kurama inclined his head in agreement, smiling a little. That's right. I have to say, though, it's nice to talk to someone who is intelligent. Naruto's eyes visibly brightened up at the praise, giving a full-blown smile to his newest friend. Kurama noted with some amusement the grin looked very similar to his own and a redhead. Naruto jumped to his feet. Your answer just confirmed something for me, Kurama. His eyes had a mix of excitement and determination to them, as if he was about to do something new. Naruto closed his eyes and clapped his hands together, face scrunched up in concentration. Kurama observed him quietly, wondering what his host was about to do. Naruto snapped his eyes open after a few minutes, having envisioned what he was about to do. With a cry of "Ha!" he slammed his right hand on the ground. What happened next completely blew away his mind. A wave of energy exploded from Naruto in all the directions, completely lighting up the mindscape and almost blinding Kurama. Was it chakra that exploded from him? How is that even possible when he hasn't even unlocked it yet? That pulse of chakra completely shredded everything it came in contact with. Naruto may have possibly destroyed his own mind, were the thought running through Kurama's head. When he opened his eyes, however, he was stupefied to a degree he didn't think was possible. His eyes were wide, his jaw was hanging, making him look quite comical. A beautiful valley greeted his eyes, grounds that were lush and a shade of green that looked heavenly, streams with water clearer than he had ever seen. The grass felt soft under his limbs, and there was a massive oak tree with a shade that made it great for naps. The cage around him had disappeared, instead replaced with a collar which had the same piece of paper from before with the kanji for seal written on it. He looked at Naruto in wonder. This kid was a package of one surprise after another. Naruto got up from his position, looking no worse for wear. He smiled satisfactorily. This is so much better than before. Wouldn't you agree, Kurama? He asked, turning to him. Kurama was smiling like he was the happiest being on earth. No one had ever done anything for him, and Naruto, who had just met him, had already done so much for him. Kurama looked at Naruto with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Naruto. You have no idea how much this means to me. Naruto just shook his head at him. Don't worry about it. We are friends, right? Kurama nodded, feeling excitement in a long time, wanting to explore what Naruto had created for him. He was about to leave when Naruto's voice stopped him, mid-step. However, it seems strange that there is no presence of a celestial body in the sky. I had envisioned it just like outside, he mused, a frown on his 5-year-old face that would have earned him so many squeals of kawaii from girls. Kurama too wondered what the reason could be, and quickly figured it out. He looked up and thought, perhaps it is because of the seal, he muttered. Naruto looked up at him, confusion written clear on his face. What do you mean? Kurama looked down at Naruto. The seal that keeps me inside you, Naruto. If it was only you, you would have had absolute control over your mindscape. But since I am here as well, the control gets divided equally. However, control on my side is restricted because of this seal. The absence of the sun or the moon that you envisioned could signify that this place is cut off from my senses. In easier terms, the outside world, he explained. Naruto processed Kurama's answer. If the seal was restricting Kurama's activity. What do you propose I should do, Kurama? Kurama put his hand under his chin. He could see only one way around this, and if Naruto messed up, it could spell trouble for both of them. But he would try his best to not let that happen. You would have to tear off a very small piece of paper on my collar. Leave the rest to me, Kurama assured him. When Naruto looked a bit hesitant, Kurama told him, "Don't worry, Naruto. You can do it. If something goes wrong, I will take care of it." The reassurance erased any doubt from Naruto's face, and he promptly marched up to Kurama's collar, making sure to tear only the smallest piece of paper. Kurama nodded in satisfaction and approval. He could feel a tiny bit of control get back to him. Just a snap of his fingers and a sun appeared in the sky, lighting up the valley, making it even more beautiful. Naruto smiled at the sight, but it faded at the sight of a cave that he instinctively knew not to go near. He turned back to Kurama, who had an expression of curiosity on his face. Naruto, what was that wave of energy that exploded from you earlier, and how did you know how to change your mindscape? Naruto gave him an innocent look. It is my mind, Kurama. I can make anything happen in here. As for the energy wave, his expression turned sheepish and he rubbed the back of his head, reminding him of the boy's mother who had the same habit. It just seemed cooler than simply changing the surroundings in the blink of an eye. This time it was Kurama who gave him a blank look. A sweat drop appeared on the side of his head at the sheepish laugh of his host. He shook his head. It seemed Naruto liked to be a dramatic smartass. He concentrated and nodded in satisfaction. He could now sense chakra signatures of almost the whole village. Once Naruto opened his eyes, Kurama would be able to see as well. Nevertheless, you have my thanks. Allow me to repay with something that will come in very handy once you become a shinobi, Kurama smiled, raising a fingernail and very gently touching Naruto's forehead. The nail shined for a moment and then faded back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What was that? Kurama smiled mysteriously. Why don't you discover it yourself? I can feel several chakra signatures closing in on you. Time for you to open your eyes, Naruto. Naruto nodded and turned to leave, but froze. He slowly turned around and smiled embarrassedly. How do I leave? Kurama had to squash the urge to facepalm. It seemed that Naruto had his moments of stupidity every now and then. Just jump into the water. Fish cake, he said exasperatedly. Naruto frowned at fish cake, but nodded and with a leap that was impossible for any child his age, jumped into the water. Kurama shook his head, amused. It was only because Naruto was in his own mind that he was able to do so. Perhaps I should have told him that he could get out with just a thought, he mused. Then he removed that thought immediately. Nah, it's too much fun messing with him. XXXXXXX. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, without a hurry. He was thinking about what gift did Kurama give him when he felt it. Like someone was coming his way. He slowly turned his head around, face paling at the sight. Dozens of people, knives, clubs, crowbars in hand, excited expressions on their faces, shouting, "Today is the day you die, demon. We will finish what the Yondaime started, and we will avenge him." Naruto's expression had turned utterly horrified. There was only one way to get off the monument without falling splat on the pavement. Outrun and outmaneuver the mob. He wasted no time. He kipped up to his feet and immediately started running in a perpendicular direction to the mob. Since he had been running regularly for 1 year, he had built up some pretty good speed and endurance. His plan was to take a wide arc around the mob and as soon as it was behind him, hightail it into the streets where he could lose them. He took off into the forest, the mob following him closely behind. As he began to cut an arc around the mob, hairs on the back of his neck stood up, a clear sign of danger. However, unlike before when he could only detect danger, this time he could feel the direction the weapon was coming from. Naruto was an imaginative child. From where he had developed his imagination, no one knew. But there was one thing about his imagination that even he knew was not normal. His body had the most unnatural and peculiar ability of following the commands of his mind down to a T. As soon as he had sensed the knife speeding at him, he thought of only one escape scenario, and his body followed it as it did before several times, just not in a life-and-death scenario. He jumped, body in the air, rotating like a screwdriver, the knives going under him, missing him by just a few inches. He rolled on the ground to soften his landing, and continued running away, successfully getting the mob behind him and the road in front of him. He managed to get to the streets where he purposefully chose the market street where he could lose them. He knew the civilians could not do the tricks that he could. He vaulted neatly over several carts without losing momentum, each time increasing the gap between him and the mob. He turned left at an intersection and jumped up a wall, hanging on the other side until he was sure the sounds of the mob faded away. He jumped back on the road. He took a moment to catch a breath. If he was not mistaken, he had run at full speed for close to 3 miles. Impressive for a 5-year-old. The familiar voice of Kurama sounded in his head. Naruto looked surprised for a moment, but then shook his head. It was probably because of the change that he had done to the seal. He also chalked it up to adrenaline that he had run so far and fast. That was a lot difficult than he had imagined, but he blamed it on his clothes. An orange jumpsuit stuck out like a sore thumb among the masses. It was as if he had stuck a piece of paper behind his back saying, "Kill me!" The blonde hair wasn't helping either. But then again, he had nothing else to wear. The keepers at the orphanage looked very satisfied when they had given him the jumpsuit. They probably wanted him to be spotted in case he attempted to hide from a mob. Too bad they underestimated him. So deep he was in his musings that he didn't notice he had entered an area of Konoha. No one had taken a stroll in for at least 5 years. He looked when he saw he was standing before the gates of a beautiful mansion. Naruto opened the gates of the mansion. "Let's explore." Kurama's excited voice sounded in his head. Naruto shook his head. "I would be an idiot to even touch the gate. Can't you see all the seals engraved on it?" Kurama insisted. "Do it. Who knows, you might get a surprise." Naruto frowned at the behavior of the fox, but followed his advice anyway. He placed his hand on the seal of the gate and closed his eyes, as if waiting to be blown up. He didn't notice the seals glow slightly. He opened his eyes when nothing happened. Tentatively, he pushed the gate and to his surprise, it opened easily. The seals must be malfunctioning if a strange like me could enter in here, he thought. The mansion was beautiful. It was a traditional 2-story mansion, surrounded by lush, green grounds. There was even a small pond with clear water in front of the house. Whoever this house belongs to must be insanely wealthy, he thought with wonder. Money was something that was rarely available to him. He decided not to dwell on it further. As he approached the front door, he began to think it was a bad idea coming here. What if someone spotted him? What if he accidentally activated a trap? He cautiously turned the doorknob, hearing it click open. He opened the door fully, seeing the dark living room with a sofa and comfortable chairs. He turned on the light, surprised that electricity still flowed in the circuits of the house. But it was all covered in a thick layer of dust. The owner has been gone for a long time, but why? He wondered. As he turned in the direction of the fireplace, he stopped short at what he saw. The first thing that caught his eye was the uniquely shaped kunai embedded in a stone slab placed on top of the fireplace. Every shinobi or to-be shinobi worth his or her salt would recognize the tri-pronged kunai. It was the Yandame's kunai. He now knew that this house belonged to the deceased Hokage. Crap. He had just broken into the Yandame's house. Double crap. He was just about to turn tail when Kurama's voice sounded in his head. "What's that?" He turned around again, seeing the portrait above the fireplace for the first time. It was Minato Namikaze, decked out in full Hokage uniform, along with a beautiful redhead wearing a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. A medium-sized bulge on her stomach made him realize that she was pregnant. But that was not what caught his eye. The redhead was waving a peace sign with a very familiar grin. The same one he wore whenever his mischievous tendencies surfaced or when he was really happy. Her face was also very similar looking to his own. Her exquisite violet eyes were shaped just like his eyes. With a jolt, the pieces of a puzzle that he could never solve arranged themselves, forming a long sought-after answer. Blonde hair, azure blue eyes, the familiar grin, same shape face, identically shaped eyes. He had just found out the identities of his parents. Congratulations, kid. You finally found them. Kurama's smooth voice was softer this time. Naruto stood in front of the fireplace, eyes glued to the portrait, a storm of emotions raging inside of him. He didn't know what to feel. Whether to be happy that he finally has found out who his parents are, or were, he thought bitterly. Or whether to feel hurt that his Gigi hid his parents' identity from him, or whether to feel furious at the treatment from the village. His hands were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Kurama consoled him. It's okay to feel this way, Naruto. Anyone who would have been in your shoes would have felt the same. Naruto finally sat down in Indian position, the energy leaving his legs. He tried to think something, but the thoughts evaded him, only the image of his parents situated in his minds. He was finally with his parents, yet at the same time he was not. Tears finally fell from his eyes from holding them back for so long. He cried for a long time, finally letting his emotions have an outlet. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was alone in the whole world. Sniffling, he asked inside his head, Kurama, did you know about this? Kurama remained silent for a few moments, which were enough for Naruto to deduce that he knew. Kurama knew, and he still didn't tell him. I did know, Naruto. After all, you shared the same space with me for 9 months inside your mother, the fox replied softly. Naruto cried even harder after hearing this. It was like a whole new storm colliding with storm that was already raging inside him. On one hand, he was happy that he and Kurama were together even before he came into this world. On the other hand, he felt betrayed that Kurama would hide something like this from him. He was too emotional to make sense of Kurama's statement right now. He felt really alone. After he finally stopped crying, he stood up too tired to explore the house right now. Hell, he was too tired to even form a coherent thought. Somehow, he climbed the stairs, opened the first door that was in front of him, and fell onto the bed, asleep before even hitting the soft mattress. XXXXXXX. Hiraishin was panicking. He knew what the day was, and he had been wanting to get out of this office to spend time with his surrogate grandson. But fate seemed to have other plans for him, as instead of having the normal amount, 3 stacks of paperwork in front of him, he was literally buried in the paperwork. He assigned 2 of his ANBU, Parrot and Ox, to keep an eye on Naruto. Sadly, he didn't know and was unaware that the 2 ANBU were firmly against the demon boy. He didn't know that they were the ones who gave the mob directions to where Naruto was in the evening. It was only when they came to report that he found out the truth. The 2 ANBU appeared in his office and knelt down in front of him. Report, he ordered. Parrot was the first one to speak. We lost the boy, Hokage-sama. Because today is the Kyubi festival. Crowds were thick, and that is where we lost him. Unfortunately for the 2, Hiraishin didn't believe them for a second. If not for the seriousness that the situation demanded, he would have laughed out loud that a 5-year-old was able to lose them in a crowd. ANBU were specifically trained for such scenarios. Secondly, he caught both of the slips of tongue. Demon and it were not so hard to deduce. Hiraishin rarely felt anger. In fact, he rarely found the reason to get angry. Even Danzo could only get a small amount of irritation out of him. But right now, he was past irritated. No, he was downright furious. All the ANBU in the room felt it. The ridiculous amount of killing intent that was coming from the Hokage. Shit, both the ANBU thought. Cat, bear, he shouted. In an instant, the 2 ANBU were kneeling in front of the Hokage, just behind Parrot and Ox. Orders, Hokage-sama? Hiraishin barked out. Take these 2 to Ibiki. Tell him to hold nothing back and find out what they were doing this evening. Also, tell Inoichi that I want to know every face that was there in the mob.
Hi, Hokage-sama.
The 2 ANBU instantly caught the traitorous ANBUs and promptly flickered out. Now that he was somewhat calm, the previous panic returned. Where was Naruto? Was he injured? Worse, was he dead? Was he even in the village? He took out his ball that he used to keep tabs on the village occasionally. Mostly, he used it to ensure whether Naruto was alright or not. He channeled his chakra through the ball, searching for Naruto. However, he was floored when nothing came up. He repeated his search 2 more times, just to be sure. The result remained the same. He did not like where this was going. It was a strong possibility that Naruto was outside village walls. "Dog, tiger," he called out. In an instant, the mentioned 2 were before him. Track him down no matter what. Even search outside the village if you have to.
Hai, Hokage-sama.
They flickered out. Hiruzen sat down with a heavy sigh. He was mentally exhausted from the paperwork he had been doing all damn day, and then this. "Where are you, Naruto-kun?" He decided to sleep in his office and wait for them to come back and report, trusting his ANBU. XXXXXXX. The sun's rays peeked from in between the curtains, falling straight onto Naruto's face. Blearily, he opened his eyes. Although he slept peacefully last night, he was mentally and emotionally exhausted. This type of exhaustion was new to him, having never experienced it before. At first, he had no idea where he was, but then last night's memories came back to him. He viciously fought back the tears that threatened to fall out again. "No, I will not cry again. I did enough of that last night," he reminded himself. It was time he decided to think through this logically. First things first, morning rituals. He got up from the bed and headed to the bathroom. Surprisingly, it was very clean and dust-free, compared to the rest of the house. Weird, he thought before closing the door. Second, he needed to get out of here and meet his Gigi. He had no desire to meet that man now, but the man had looked after him like his own. He was there for him when no one was. He was probably worried sick. Although he was dying to explore the house, it was best not to worry the old man even more. Besides, the faster he could get this over with, the quicker he could return here to explore. Besides, who knows, maybe his parents left something for him. As soon as he closed the gate behind him, he was surprised to see the seals on the gate glow a bit before the gate locked itself. They were not malfunctioning. The seals recognized my chakra, which is why I was able to get in, he thought in awe. He had read that the Yondaime was regarded as a seal master of the highest caliber. But seeing it with his own eyes was entirely different. Sensing his chakra signature when he hadn't even unlocked his chakra, his father was awesome. That decided for him. If his father could do Fuinjutsu like this, he will too, and he would be better than him. He then turned to leave when a thought struck him. He was about to dwell on it, but he roughly shook himself out of it. "I don't have time. I have to meet Gigi." With that, he ran out of the area, picking up speed when he realized he was quite far from the Hokage Tower. En route, he mentally nudged his friend. "Hey, Kurama, you awake right now?" For a few seconds he heard nothing. Then he heard a yawn in his head, almost making him do the same before he viciously squashed the urge. "What's up, Naruto?" Naruto faltered in his running, almost falling flat on his face. He couldn't help the grin that came on his face. Hearing Kurama, an ancient demon, using the slang that kids his age do was hilarious. A stray thought from last night's conversation with Kurama. "About last night, what did you mean when you said that we shared the same space for 9 months inside my mother?" he asked curiously, turning serious once more. Kurama replied, "I meant what I said, Naruto. You are smart enough to figure out the answer to your question." Naruto's expression turned grim at that. It meant he and his mother were exactly the same, host of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. But why was his mother? "Jinchuriki," Kurama interrupted his thoughts. Naruto blinked at that. "What?" Kurama elaborated. "Jinchuriki is the term that you are looking for. It means power of the human sacrifice. They are humans who have a tailed beast sealed inside them." Naruto did not falter even for a second after this revelation. He was almost halfway to the tower, which means he could learn a little more. "I get what you mean. What I don't understand is why my mother was a Jinchuriki before me. Also, what is my mother's name? Why was I made into one?" Questions were coming one after the other like water from a running tap. Kurama raised his eyebrows at the onslaught of questions. Whoa, whoa! Slow down, Naruto. You have to understand that I cannot answer all of your questions. Naruto was a little peeved at that. Why not? Kurama simply shrugged at that, acting as if he didn't even notice Naruto's anger. Because there is an old man who can answer these questions better than I can. Naruto calmed down at that. Kurama was right. He had no hand in who he was sealed. Gigi was the Hokage, he was the one who probably knew more about these matters. Another thought struck him, but the tower was within his sight now. Better make this fast, he mused. Hey Kurama, what was that you gave me last night as a gift? He asked. He could see Kurama grin in his mindscape. I'm surprised you could pick up on that. The fact that you unintentionally used it is even more impressive. Naruto scowled a little. Stop beating around the bush, Kurama. Just tell me. Kurama, however, did not budge. Don't tell me you can't figure it out, Naruto. You may not know, but I can feel how close you are to figuring it out. Naruto was slowly getting irritated with the game of riddles that Kurama was deliberately dragging on. He was about to give him a mental scar to remember when he suddenly figured it out. He had actually felt the mob approaching. Did you actually give me a sensory ability? Kurama shrugged. Naruto mentally hooped. Thank you so much, Kurama. Secondly, his tone turned menacing, causing Kurama to lift an eyebrow. This is for annoying me with riddles. With that, he turned his entire mindscape orange. He would cherish Kurama's yell of horror forever. He reached the Hokage tower, panting only lightly. Standing in front of the tower, he felt a little anxiety creeping up inside him. He faced the sky. What is the time, Kurama? Observing the position of the sun, it should be around 6 in the morning, he deduced. Naruto idly questioned himself. Would Gigi be even awake at this hour? He shook his head. He would not back down now. He steeled himself and entered the tower. Seeing almost no one in the corridors, he almost turned back, but resolutely thought to himself that he would wait for him. He arrived in front of the Hokage's office. Seeing the absence of the secretary he knew was supposed to be here, he sat on the bench outside the office. This was his first time in the Hokage tower, so he decided to look around. But there was not much to look around. All the important stuff must be someplace where only authorized people could access it, he assumed. Sighing, he closed his eyes, figuring he could talk to Kurama about his newly acquired sensory abilities. Kurama, how could I sense the mob before when I haven't even unlocked my chakra? Kurama thought about it a bit and then answered. He had nothing else to do anyway. Good observation, Naruto. It is simple. It was a newly awakened ability. Naturally, it would require time before it stabilizes. But before that happens, it is unstable for a little while. It was in that time period that you could sense the mob. If you were to try it now, you won't be able to use it, he explained, keeping it simple so Naruto could understand it. After hearing Kurama's explanation, Naruto concluded that the ability Kurama had given was a chakra-dependent ability. He could only use it as long as he infused chakra, that too in a specific way so that he could sense. Damn, that means I have to first unlock my chakra, he pouted. Kurama again spoke up. Before I forget, I did something else as well. Sensor ability was not the only thing I gave you. Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. Now that he thought about it, not many kids his age could do that. What do you mean? Kurama expanded on his statement. I tweaked your ability to sense danger as well. Naruto nodded. I noticed that. Kurama's grin became sly. Then did you also notice that when your danger sense activated, your surroundings seemed to slow down? Naruto froze. Did that really happen? He thought back to the events of last night, specifically when he avoided the knives that were about to skewer him. He did remember seeing the knives coming in a sort of slow motion. Damn. He mentally whistled. Holy shit. You are right. I remember that. How is that possible anyway? This ability would be so useful in the future. Kurama shrugged. It was my way of saying thanks for what you did for me last night, Naruto. Naruto deliberated on whether to try and unlock his chakra right now, or to wait to enter the academy and then unlock it. So deep he was in his thoughts, he did not notice the Hokage coming his way. XXXXXXX. Hiruzen had a restless night. The aged Hokage's worry increased when Dog and Tiger came back after a search that lasted 4 hours. They reported that they searched every corner of the village, every possible place where Naruto might be, but found nothing. Hiruzen had dismissed them and headed back to his home, turning in for a sleepless and worrisome night. When he got up in the morning, his first thought was about whether Naruto was alive or not. He immediately got up, shaking off the morning drowsiness like a seasoned veteran. He quickly got dressed and used the body flicker to get to the Hokage Tower. He quickly climbed the stairs that led to his office, intent on resuming the search for Naruto as soon as possible. He froze in his tracks, however, when he saw a familiar orange jumpsuit wearing kid, deep in his thoughts, which was not unusual for him. Naruto! His exclamation was filled with relief and happiness. Naruto looked up, and Hiruzen knew something was wrong when instead of seeing the usual face-splitting grin, he was greeted with a small smile filled with sadness. Nevertheless, he grabbed the boy into a bear hug, which Naruto did not hesitate to reciprocate. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Where were you last night?" The questions rushed out like water breaking from a dam. He felt tons lighter than he did last night. Naruto gave him a small smile and said, "Somewhat Gigi, and as for the second question, I need to talk to you in private." Relieved but his confusion growing, he ushered the boy in his office. Naruto's keen eyes scanned the office, looking for places where shinobi might be hidden. The Hokage cannot be without bodyguards, after all. "The upper 4 corners of the room, that's where they are hidden," Kurama supplied helpfully. Naruto gave him a nod of thanks and then turned his attention to the aging Hokage. "So, Naruto-kun, what did you want to talk about?" Naruto debated whether to tell the old man to make his ANBU leave, but decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "I know who my parents are." That simple statement changed the entire atmosphere of the office. Hiruzen tensed up and so did the ANBU in the office. To those who were intelligent, it was quite easy to deduce just whose son Naruto Uzumaki was. Fortunately or unfortunately, those were very few. However, Naruto's file itself was classified, with no one but only the Hokage had access to. To find out that Naruto knew about something that only the Hokage had the right to know was very unexpected. Hiruzen wasted no time waving hand seals. The ANBU recognized the order to leave them alone. They vanished and Hiruzen activated the privacy seals in the office. He gave his complete attention to Naruto. And who were they? Naruto was unnerved by the caution in the old man's eyes, but steeled himself and answered, "The Yondaime Hokage and his wife." Hiruzen closed his eyes in acceptance and resignation. He always knew Naruto would find out, he just never expected it would be so soon. He opened them to find himself on the receiving end of Naruto's accusing stare. "Why did you pretend you didn't know, Gigi?" Hiruzen barely caught himself from flinching. He gave a sigh. "Who told you?" Naruto promptly answered back, "I figured it out myself." "How?" The curiosity was killing him. He had to know if someone was out there wielding such dangerous information. Naruto recounted the events of last night, and at the end of his explanation, Hiruzen was both relieved and curious. Relieved because he was glad that no one besides Naruto and him knew his parents' identity. Curious because he never knew that Minato had found a way to hide from his peeping ball. Both him and Naruto sat in silence for a while. Naruto was the one to break it first, hurt in his voice. "Gigi, why did you not tell me?" Hiruzen responded, weariness coloring his tone. "Naruto, you have to understand that your father had many enemies. I could not afford to take the chance that you wouldn't blurt it out accidentally." Anger finally filled Naruto. "Do you have any idea how desperate I was for answers?" He whispered, but the anger in his voice was as clear as the sky. Guilt hit the Hokage with the force of Guy's fist. He could honestly not relate to Naruto's situation. "Do you know?" Naruto's voice was a bit louder this time. "How it broke me to not know the identity of my own parents?" He was shouting at the end. "I have the right to that information more than any other person in the world." Tears were freely flowing down Naruto's face by now. Hiruzen himself was shedding tears of his own. Naruto was right in that account. He had a right to know who the people were who brought him into this world. More so than anyone. But as the Hokage, his decision had to be logical. Sentiment could not be afforded by someone of his position. Naruto had calmed down after a few minutes. I have a question, Gigi, and I want an honest answer. He was glaring at the Hokage by now. Hiruzen wiped his own tears and answered, I will do my best. Naruto was looking at his feet. Did they love me? Hiruzen smiled this time, nostalgically. Naruto, you were their world even before you were born. Naruto felt as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. He had always wanted to know if his parents loved him. What child didn't? Did they leave something for me? That question caught Hiruzen off guard. However, he was able to recover quickly. Yes, they did, but I don't know where. Naruto leant back in his seat, eyes on the ceiling, thinking. If it was in this office, Gigi would know, which means it is probably in his house. Kurama, would you know by any chance? He decided to ask the fox. Damn, I was hoping to watch you scuttle around for answers. It is always entertaining, Kurama grumbled. Naruto mentally raised an eyebrow. So you do know? Yes, in fact, it is the place where everyone would least suspect, answered the demon. Naruto waited for more, but it never came. He mentally huffed. Fine, I'll do it myself. And just for leaving me in the suspense. He changed his mindscape to orange again. Kurama's howls were somehow louder than before. In a place where everyone would least suspect. Where could that be? From what is written in the books, Dad was a very humble man. But the size of the house implies he liked to live in comfort. Since he was a seal master, a study where he did his work would also be there. But he would place seals all over it to be safe. Everyone would expect him to keep the important stuff in his study locked tight, he thought. Like lightning, the answer came to him, causing his eyes to widen slightly. Seals can be broken if someone is skilled enough. But no one expects to find treasure buried right under their noses. Which means what isn't in the study is right in front of me. The image of his parents' portrait came into his mind. He stood up from the chair with such force that it was knocked backwards. I know where it is. Hiruzen jumped up at the shout, eyes wide. Kano what, Naruto-kun? But Naruto was already running towards the window. Hiruzen hurriedly deactivated the privacy seals. Just in time. Naruto opened the window and jumped onto the slope of the Hokage Tower. His speed easily carried him towards the edge of the slope. He executed a perfect cartwheel on the edge, his hands holding on and legs going over in an arc onto the wall. He then released his hold, falling towards the ground. He rolled perfectly to soften his landing and then ran full throttle, back to the house of his parents. Hiruzen had gone pale as soon as he saw Naruto cartwheeling over the edge and letting go. However, panic gave way to relief when he saw Naruto had landed perfectly and was running away. That boy will send me to an early grave, he thought as he prepared to follow. He gave the order to stand by to his ANBU as he darted after Naruto. He had to admit, for his age Naruto was unusually fast. He easily caught up to Naruto, who was easily ignoring the stares around him. Hiruzen asked the excited boy, Naruto-kun, do you mind if I take us there quicker? I know where you are going. Naruto glanced at him and said, Then pick me up and do it. Hiruzen nodded as he did just that and vanished in a body flicker. The villagers thought the Hokage was chasing the demon boy to kill him, and when they saw him pick it up and vanish, they smiled. Everyone continued about their business, not suspecting a thing. Villagers of Konoha are idiots anyway. XXXXXXX. Both the Hokage and Naruto stood in front of his parents' portrait. Naruto spoke without removing his eyes. I forgot to ask in the excitement, Gigi. What was my mother's name? Though he asked just that, Hiruzen thought it was better to tell him her story now rather than later. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was a woman who was fearless, blunt, brash, and one of the most amazing people I've ever met. She was a deadly kunoichi as well. It is her name that you carry, Naruto, his nostalgic. Naruto was amazed that his mother was so lovely, beautiful as well as deadly. Naruto mentally applauded his father for landing such a catch and promised to do the same. She was from Uzushiogakure, the land hidden in whirlpools. The Uzumakis were distant relatives of the Senju clan, the clan of the Shodai and Naidame Hokage. They were feared for their fuinjutsu skills. They were the undisputed masters of the art. It was your mother who taught your father fuinjutsu. They had immensely dense and large chakra reserves, which gave them a longer life than any other ninja. Some of them had special chakra, which they could physically manifest in the form of chains. Your mother was one of them, he recalled, with Naruto soaking it all up like a little child hearing stories from his parents. Hearing how powerful his mother's clan and by extension, his mother was in fuinjutsu, his resolve to master it only strengthened. He wanted to ask him why she was made the Jinchuriki of Kurama, but let it go. He could always ask another day. He turned his attention back to the portrait. He could not find any seals, but given his parents' skills in fuinjutsu, they could have made a seal that hid all other seals. How do we go about this, Gigi? Hiruzen pinched his chin in thought. There was a high possibility that the portrait only required Naruto's blood to open. Letters from parents were only meant to be read by family, after all. You have to apply a bit of blood on the portrait, Naruto-kun. If something such as letters from your parents is there, Minato would trust no one but his blood to read them. He took out a kunai and silently asked Naruto if he could slice his hand. Naruto gave him his hand without protest. Quickly and efficiently, Hiruzen sliced Naruto's thumb, opening up a small cut. Naruto, knowing his fast healing would seal it within seconds, instantly wiped his thumb on the painting before it closed. For a second, nothing happened. Naruto and Hiruzen thought that they might have been wrong. But then the whole frame of the painting lit up, showing intricate seals that only an Uzumaki or Minato would have hopes of understanding. There was a small click and the portrait pushed out a little. Naruto, more eager than he had ever been in his life, opened the portrait. Inside there was something very unexpected. Naruto and Hiruzen stared in bewilderment at what met their eyes. There were only 2 envelopes that were there. Naruto was a bit disappointed that there were only 2 envelopes remaining of his parents' legacy, but changed the direction of his thoughts immediately. He was taking something at face value which he would never do. Perhaps it's the feelings I experienced last night. Emotions are clouding my judgment, he thought. Don't worry about it, Naruto. Feelings and thoughts such as those never truly fade away. You just learn to live with them. Besides, it happens to the best of them, Kurama reassured. Naruto noticed how Kurama excluded himself from the best of them and rose an eyebrow mentally. It does not happen to you? Kurama arrogantly puffed up his chest and declared, Of course not. I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Boy, a being such as I am above such petty things. Naruto ignored the pompous rambling of the fox and turned his attention back to the envelopes. He quickly took them from their place and checked carefully if there was anything left. Seeing he had taken all there was, he closed the portrait. The seals glowed again, signifying the portrait had been locked back. A sudden thought struck Hiruzen and he had to resist the urge to smack his forehead for what he was about to do. Why didn't I ask this earlier? Damn the forgetfulness that comes with this age. Hiruzen felt really bad, but he had to do this right now. Tentatively, he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, knocking the boy out of his trance. He was gazing at the envelopes as if they were the most precious things in the world to him, which they were. Naruto-kun, why weren't you at your room in the orphanage yesterday in the evening? He asked slowly, as if afraid to find out the answer to that question. Naruto could not help the flinch that the question brought. When he had told Gigi about how he found out his parents' identity last night, he had conveniently forgot to mention that he had been kicked out by the orphanage. He had hoped that Gigi would not ask him about that. In a mumble that Hiruzen barely understood, the blonde said, The matron kicked me out yesterday evening. Hiruzen suspected that the matron would have deliberately kept Naruto out of the orphanage last night because of the festival, but did not expect him to be thrown out of the orphanage. White-hot anger flooded his veins that he barely restrained from letting it out as killer intent. How dare they? How dare that woman do such a vile thing, throwing a 5-year-old out, knowing he would be killed? Why is the civilian population of this village so stupid? It's like they don't trust Minato's skills at all, he raged inside his mind. However, he knew he was equally at fault. He should have never announced Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi at all. Naruto would have lived comfortably, without experiencing the hatred of the villagers. Naruto watched his Gigi's face carefully, for any signs of anger. Fortunately, years of being a shinobi and Hokage allowed Hiruzen to keep a neutral face, but Naruto could tell from the subconscious tightening of Gigi's hand on his shoulder that he was angry. "I see," was all he said before visibly collecting himself. Now to address the main issue. He looked at Naruto with a grave look on his face. "Naruto-kun, now that that is out of the way, we have to find a new place for you to live." The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. "Not another orphanage, Gigi." Hiruzen stared at the desperate look Naruto was giving him. To be honest, he was scared that one day it would come to this. And surprisingly, he agreed with Naruto. He did not want Naruto to live anywhere he would be hated. Unfortunately, that left only one option. "Naruto-kun, that means you have to live alone," he said, silently wishing he could take the boy in himself. Unfortunately, he could not. The Drat Civilian Council was in his way. Naruto crossed his hands over his chest defensively, not hesitating for a moment to answer. "Better than living in some place where I am treated with bias." He was looking at Hiruzen, chin tilted upwards in a way only children could to show their stubbornness. "Oh Kushina, his stubbornness reminds me so much of you," he recalled with a sad smile. He knew Naruto would not budge from his point. Sighing, he said, "But are you sure you will be able to take care of yourself? You will have to cook for yourself, bring food for yourself, clean your clothes, keep your home clean, which is very hard considering the size of this house," he explained wisely. However, all that wisdom was thrown out of the window when he noticed the look Naruto was giving him. His face was set in a deadpan stare, an eyebrow raised. He found himself feeling quite stupid when Naruto kept looking at him like that, the deadpan never leaving. He was reminded of another blonde who used to make many people feel stupid with the same look on his face. Naruto spoke seriously, as if he had not noticed how uncomfortable the man was at all. "Gigi, when you consider the size of this house, it is clear that no single person could take care of a place such as this by himself. I never said I want to live here. A small apartment would do. Besides," his expression turned a bit sad, "this house is so big that the loneliness will start to bother me, considering whose house was this in the first place." Hiruzen was surprised at the maturity that Naruto was showing. People thrice his age aren't this mature, he thought with amazement. No matter how many times he saw Naruto, he was always stunned at how mature Naruto was for his age. Considering his options, he said, "Give me 1 hour, Naruto-kun. I'm positive I can find an apartment big enough just for you. Until then, I assume you would want to read the contents of those letters?" he said, giving him a significant glance, complete with chin down and eyebrow raised. Naruto suddenly seemed to remember about the envelopes. His hands shot to his lower's pocket where he had put them somewhere between his talk with Gigi. He looked up and replied, "Yes, that will do, Gigi." He left after that, muttering things about a matron and execution. After Gigi left, Naruto reached for the first letter that came into his hand. He read the kanji on the envelope with wide eyes. "Mother," it said. Hands shaking because of nerves, he opened the letter. Naruto was a pretty fast reader. Not because he was eager to finish the books early. More like he was forced to become a fast reader. The matron at the orphanage would give him books, but would take them away very quickly, which is why he forced himself to become a fast reader. But this letter was read very slowly, wanting to taste each word of his mother. "Dear Naruto, oh my sweet little child, how I wish that I were alive to see you grow into a fine young man like your father. I'm writing this letter in case something happens to us and you are left alone. If you are reading this, it means that we are dead. We are so sorry for leaving you, baby. First things first, I love you with all my heart, Naruto. A mother never stops loving her child, even in death. Know that I am still watching over you, and another thing, don't you dare visit me unless you are 110 years old. I want you live a full and happy life and only die of old age. Second, if you decide to become a shinobi, remember the 3 vices of shinobi life. First is alcohol. Be responsible about it and don't become a drunk. Second is money. Use it responsibly and try not to waste it. If you do want to waste it, better do it on your wife. The third is women, and as your mother, I absolutely forbid you to become a pervert and a womanizer. Respect women and also find a woman you love and want to spend your life with. Don't settle for anything less. At the bottom of this letter, you will see two kanji. The first one contains my sword, if you ever decide to take up kenjutsu. The second contains the ring with which your father proposed me with. Give it to the girl you believe will love you for the rest of your life. Once again, your father and I love you no matter what. Remember that, Naruto. With love, Kushina Uzumaki. P.S. Learn Fuinjutsu. The Uzumakis were known for it and your father mastered it as well. I have left 10 volumes of Fuinjutsu that I got from the Uzumaki archives. Everything you need to become a master. Best of luck, baby. Naruto was numb after reading the letter from his mother. He could not find the words to express how fulfilling and satisfying and amazing it was to hear words from his mother, even if it was on a letter. He saw the kanji that his mother mentioned and smiled his face-splitting grin at that. His mother was awesome. He was so hyped up from reading his mother's letter that he almost forgot about his father's. He put the letter down gently as if it were made of glass and picked his father's letter up. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this letter, then it means that I'm no longer among the living. I desperately hope that your mother is with you, but if that is not the case, allow me to explain a few things to you. My name is Minato Namikaze, and as you probably have guessed, the Yandame Hokage. If you already know this, then you are probably in the academy. If not, it is good to read. Keep it up. If you did not know about my identity as your father before this letter, please don't be upset at Sandame-sama. I left him specific instructions that you were to be told about my identity only if you were a chunin or married. I made many enemies during the Third Great Shinobi War, especially from IWA. If people were to know about it, you would be a prime target for all my enemies. I just want you to know that even if you are yet to be born, I love you with all my heart. It was the happiest day of my life when your mother announced that she was pregnant with you. Since I was an orphan, I really don't have any special jutsu to give you. But what I have left, I hope you master them. The improved notes I made from scratch in my quest to learn and master Naidame-sama's Hiraishin no Jutsu are in the first kanji at the bottom of this letter. Also, I leave the Rasengan to you, in hopes that you can complete it, something that I never could. It is in the second kanji. Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was the loveliest and one of the most compassionate women I've ever met in my life. She is perhaps the only one who loves you more than I do. I have left you another surprise in the basement of this house. Something of my own design and perhaps my greatest Fuinjutsu achievement yet, other than mastering the 8 trigram ceiling style. Details are in the basement. Enjoy! With all the love in the world. Dad. Naruto did not know when he had started crying, but he did not care. He could feel his parents' love from the letter. He could almost see them smiling down on him from above. He wiped his tears off, a determined glint in his eyes. He would do his parents proud. He looked up and noticed that only a little over 5 minutes had passed. Good. A lot of time to explore. He nudged his partner mentally. Hey, Kurama. You awake? We can finally explore the house. All he heard was a deep snore reverberating in his mindscape that caused Naruto to sweat drop. How the hell was Kurama asleep? He was awake just 10 minutes ago. It's impossible to fall asleep that quickly when all you do is laze around and not even get tired. He decided to leave the snoring fox alone and explore by himself. He found out that the room he slept the previous night in was his parents' room. Surprisingly, he found out that it was a little easier to not cry now. He found out that there were 4 bedrooms in total. His parents and his on the first floor, the guest bedrooms on second floor. One good thing about his and his parents' bedrooms was that they had balconies attached to them. He got out of the house and was stupefied at the space at the back of the house. It was almost 1/4 the size of a training ground, and Konoha's training grounds are very large. He then finally decided to explore the basement, curious about the gift his father had left for him. Climbing down the stairs, he saw the basement and whistled lowly, impressed with his father even more. He connected the dots and had to chuckle at how clever his father was. The basement was almost the size of their backyard, if only a bit smaller. But what was interesting that there was a glass screen separating a large part of the basement from him. Just below the screen, There was a panel with 7 kanjis, each representing the number 1 to 7. He was a bit confused at that and further when he saw a large seal array on the ceiling of the basement on the other side of the glass. He turned around, hoping to find something that would explain what the hell he was looking at. He spotted a notebook labeled Training Manual and picked it up. He opened it and found another note from his father. Dear Naruto, this is a training manual for what you are currently looking at. My greatest achievement till date. This is a training room I have designed to improve my taijutsu. While not weak at it, I was not exactly strong either. I designed it and incorporated several taijutsu styles into this room, courtesy of Guy and Kakashi. If you ever meet Guy, just be a little cautious. He's always a bit too much. You must have noticed the 7 kanjis on the panel. They are the 7 levels of training, each more difficult than the rest. I must advise you not to immediately go in there, even if you have learnt a taijutsu style already. I have designed this training room in synchronization to resistance seals. You must only start if you have mastered the 6th level of resistance seals. If you are able to move comfortably at that level, you may begin from the 1st level. As you move onto a higher resistance, you can move onto the next level. For example, if you have mastered the 7th level of resistance, you can safely try the 2nd level of the training room. I have left a scroll of the taijutsu style I created for myself. If you want, you can learn it. It's up to you. Or you can create a style for yourself. Remember, whatever fighting style you learn, it should have the symbolization of the 5 main elements of nature. It should be as aggressive as fire, as sharp as the wind, as fast as lightning, as strong as the earth and as fluid as water. Good luck, Dad. Naruto was amazed at the end of the letter. His dad created a whole training room with simulations with Fuinjutsu. From what he read until now, Fuinjutsu was perhaps the most versatile art among all ninja arts. Anything is possible with Fuinjutsu. He started making plans on how he was going to proceed when his keen ears picked up a voice calling his name. Gigi must be back, he thought as he raced back upwards, closing the door of the basement behind him. He took the letters with him, stuffing them in his pocket and walked to the gate, opening it to talk to Gigi. "Ah, Naruto-kun," he greeted. "I trust that you have explored the house?" Naruto nodded, smiling. "It is great." Hiruzen chuckled. "Good. Now, as you said, I have found an apartment for you." Naruto gave the smallest of nods. "So, can I go there and see it?" Hiruzen nodded. "I'll take you there myself." Gripping Naruto's shoulder firmly, he vanished in a shunshin. Appearing in front of a building, Hiruzen guided Naruto in. "I've already stocked it with what you might need," he explained as they arrived on the top floor. Stopping in front of a door, Hiruzen pushed the door open and let himself and Naruto in. The first thought that Naruto had upon seeing his apartment was that it was small, just big enough for him. The second was that it was perfect. The third was awe, seeing that it was stocked with a bed, a dining table, a kitchen with a stove and a refrigerator, and a bedroom with a bathroom and an attached balcony. The bedroom even had 2 racks for clothes and other belongings. Hiruzen gave a small smile seeing how Naruto was awed like any other child whenever something new was given to them. "You can stay here until you get married. After that, you can move into your parents' home," he said. He waited on the sofa for Naruto to finish exploring the apartment, which was not long enough. He stood up when Naruto walked into the living room. "So, how is it?" He was totally unprepared for Naruto to come bowling over to him, wrapping his arms around him in a hug that sent all the air out of his lungs. Only bracing himself at the last second caused him to prevent falling over backwards. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the boy in a bear hug. Naruto separated first, unshed tears in his eyes. "It's perfect, Gigi. Thank you so much." Hiruzen smiled, relieved that Naruto liked it. "Now, before I leave, here is your monthly stipend," he said, handing over a wad of notes. "This is 12,000 yen. Spend it wisely. Is there anything else you need before I go?" Naruto thought for a minute and said, his face the epitome of seriousness, "A cooking book would be nice. XXXXXXX." Roaming the streets in the evening, Naruto thought back to the afternoon's conversation. The old man had almost face-faulted at Naruto's request. When asked why he would want a cooking book, Naruto responded with his signature making you feel stupid with just a look. He made the Hokage sweat for a minute before answering that he wanted to learn cooking because he did not want to waste his money eating outside, where he would be outrageously overpriced. That brought him to his main problem. Although Gigi had stocked his fridge with all the healthy food, it would eventually be finished and he would have to buy more, which meant he would be overpriced for every item he bought. He sighed, shaking his head at the villagers' stupidity. Really, just because Kurama lived inside him did not mean that he was Kurama, just like when you put sweets in a box and close it, the box does not become the sweet itself. And quite frankly, Kurama felt insulted because Naruto was called a demon instead of him. "I am the only demon here, damn it," he always said. That, in turn, reminded him of another matter. He spoke inside, "Hey Kurama, I need your help." It was almost a minute before the Bijou responded, "With what, brat?" Naruto honestly did not mind Kurama calling him a brat. He would prefer it over Demon Boy any day. Also, it warmed his heart every time he heard it because the fondness in the voice was as clear as daylight. "I need your help in unlocking my chakra," he replied. Kurama, now fully awake from his nap, raised an eyebrow. "Why now? You could unlock it when you enter the academy like everyone else." Resolutely shaking his head, Naruto replied, "No, when I enter the academy, I want to be ahead of everyone else, not with everyone. And if I have to start my training to become a shinobi, with all the materials from dad and mom, I will start now." Kurama released a sigh. He hated it sometimes when Naruto acted like his mother. Kushina was infuriating, the tomato brat that she was. "Okay, head to one of the training fields," he instructed. Naruto nodded before changing directions towards the training fields. He entered the first one he saw and after ensuring that no one was around, he sat down in Indian position, entering a meditative trance and waiting for a pull into his mindscape from Kurama. He did not have to wait for long, but I did not see a certain purple-haired kunoichi looking at him curiously from the entrance of the training ground. XXXXXXX. Anko Mitarashi was a Tokubetsu jonin of Konoha, specializing in interrogation and working directly under Ibiki Marino, the famed interrogator of Konoha. She was powerful, after all, being a former apprentice of one of the Densetsu no Sannin, Orochimaru. Just because she was Orochimaru's apprentice meant she was given the kind of treatment that should honestly be reserved for the likes of Orochimaru. She was called the snake bitch by the populace of Konoha, but she took it head-on and made a fearful reputation for herself, ensuring the villagers kept their distance. She also knew that one another suffered the same treatment at the hands of the villagers. But she was not that stupid to believe that the blonde would be Kyuubi in human form. He intrigued her, the way he endured the hatred of the villagers and never backed down. For a 5-year-old, that was seriously impressive. So when she saw the blonde going towards the training fields, her interest in him was piqued. She decided to follow him to see what he was going to do. She saw how he observed his surroundings and decided to humor him by simply being hidden at the entrance, out of sight for him, but visible to anyone else. "What the hell is this boy doing?" she thought with a raised eyebrow. XXXXXXX. Naruto arrived in his mindscape and saw Kurama resting at the shore of a very large water body, one he knew was not there before. "Where the hell did that come from?" he thought as he approached Kurama. Kurama sensed his approach and opened his eyes, looking at Naruto with an intense look. "Naruto, do you know what this is?" he asked, gesturing to the water body. Naruto shook his head. Seeing that, Kurama explained, "This water body is the representation of your chakra. But before we begin to unlock your chakra, I discovered a very interesting thing about your body," smiling at the end. Naruto tilted his head to the side. "What?" Kurama was as blunt as a hammer. "You don't have chakra coils in your body, kid." Naruto's reaction was priceless. WHAAT. Kurama chuckled. Naruto's reaction to surprises was turning out to be very amusing. Naruto's reaction was priceless. WHAAT. Kurama chuckled. Naruto's reaction to surprises was turning out to be very amusing. He watched as Naruto seemed to have a panic attack within his own mind. The mind responded to his mental state, shaking violently. Kurama understood just how much that had rattled Naruto. "Calm down, Naruto. I wasn't finished," he shouted. Seeing how Naruto was showing no signs of calming down, Kurama let loose a small bit of his killing intent, enough to make a jonin sweat. Naruto, however, was totally inexperienced in experiencing killing intents, therefore his reaction was entirely predictable to Kurama. Naruto instantly froze in his place, all thoughts of Kurama's news fleeing his mind as he registered the new feeling. The mindscape stopped shaking as Naruto slowly turned towards Kurama. Voice shaking, he asked Kurama, What was that?" Kurama stared Naruto in the eye, indicating he was serious. That was killing intent, usually used by shinobis to intimidate each other. Whoever has the higher killing intent is able to make the other suffer illusions of death, if the killing intent is potent enough. "I'm surprised, though, that you managed to stay conscious," he said with a raised eyebrow. Naruto was taking deep breaths during Kurama's explanation, trying to calm down. By the end of the explanation, he was almost back to his normal self. Scowling a bit, he asked, "And you thought that was the best way to calm someone who is having a panic attack?" Shrugging a bit, Kurama defended himself. "You have to start someday. Also, that was only a little of my killing intent. You have yet to experience my full killing intent," he finished, grinning maliciously in the end. Naruto, for his credit, showed no reaction and kept his face neutral. He would deal with this some other day. For now, he had to focus on his chakra problem. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What were you saying about my chakra coils before?" Kurama sat up, towering over Naruto, who had to look up towards him. "As I said, there are no chakra coils in your body. But that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. At least not yet. You have to first unlock your chakra, so I can see if this is a problem or not." Naruto nodded, now fully in control of his emotions. He then gestured towards the lake. "What is that? I don't remember seeing it yesterday when I changed my mindscape." Kurama nodded at him. "You would be right. However, do you remember your question to me concerning trauma and your mindscape?" Naruto tilted his head, his eyes agreeing to Kurama's question. Kurama said, "Well, that theory applies to this lake as well. You may change your mindscape to anything, but there will always be a representation of what is already there, within your mind and body." Gesturing to the lake, he explained, "There are two things of importance that you need to know about this lake. Obviously, this represents your chakra, but there are some other things as well. The size of this lake represents the size of your reserves. I have minor difficulty in seeing the end of this lake, which means your reserves are impressively large for your age. The depth of this lake represents the density of your chakra. The deeper it is, the denser and more powerful your chakra is." Naruto was listening intently to Kurama. He had to admit, he couldn't see the other side of the lake, which meant that his reserves would have to be very large. The question that now remained was how deep the lake was. As if reading his mind, "See what I did there?" Kurama nodded knowingly. "You have to dive inside the lake to find out how deep it is. Before you do that, touch the water and tell me what you feel." Naruto frowned in confusion at the odd request, but nodded. He touched the water and instantly his frown deepened, as if he didn't like the feeling. Kurama turned his head towards him, asking, "What do you feel, Naruto?" Naruto removed his hand from the lake, saying, "Like it's incomplete. Something else should be there, but it's not." Kurama nodded his head in agreement. "Okay, that missing thing is your chakra. Once you unlock your chakra, that feeling will be gone. Now, get into the lake and unlock it," he almost ordered Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment about how to proceed with this. Deciding it, he jumped inside, taking a deep breath. He swam his hands forward in a sharp motion, pulling them back to go deeper. He kept swimming for what felt like eternity. How deep is this lake? How dense is my chakra? Thoughts like these kept running through his head as he continued to go deeper. Strangely, he felt no need to breathe in this lake. Must be because I'm swimming in my own mind, he deduced. Finally, he saw what appeared to be the bottom. His efforts to reach there hastened. As soon as his hands touched the floor of the lake, he instinctively knew that his chakra was just beneath him. The floor of the lake was acting as a barrier between him and his chakra. He just needed a way to break the barrier so he could access his chakra. He decided to dump logic for this situation and force his way like a brute. An idea that would probably not work, but worth trying. Considering that this was his body and mind, the barrier would be only strong enough so he could break it with enough effort. He pulled his hand back and punched it ground as hard as he could. He repeated this for 19 times. On the 20th time, a small crack appeared on the floor. Naruto noticed the crack and grinned in satisfaction. About time you cracked, he thought. Redoubling his efforts, he saw that with every punch, the crack widened. At last, the crack was big enough that he knew it would break in one last punch. Pulling back his fist, he brought it back down with all the force he could muster. As soon as his fist connected, the ground shattered from beneath him and he was assaulted by absolute euphoria. He felt complete now, the earlier feeling of something missing now completely gone. But the force with which the chakra was released was so great that he was forced out of the lake in just a few moments, contrary to the time he took to reaching the bottom. The last thing he heard from Kurama before being forced out of his awake was, "Damn, I haven't felt chakra this dense and powerful since the tree hugger himself. But the midnight blue is unusual." XXXXXXX. Anko was watching the blonde for almost 20 minutes now. Just what is he hoping to accomplish? She thought. She was getting impatient now. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she felt it. It was impossible to ignore, given how powerful the presence was. She wheeled around, eyes wide, staring at Naruto. He couldn't possibly be. Naruto's eyes opened a second before midnight blue chakra exploded from him. It was so dense and powerful that the ground around him cracked violently. Wind was blowing all around very fast by the sheer force of his chakra. Naruto lifted his hands in front of him, seeing the beautiful midnight blue color of his chakra flowing from his body. It almost seemed to be sparkling. The feeling was so exhilarating that he almost missed Kurama's voice. "Naruto, you are letting out too much chakra. Stop right now." Naruto, fortunately, noticed the urgency in Kurama's voice and immediately thought about reining it in. To his surprise, the chakra stopped exploding from him almost instantly. Unfortunately, he had already expelled too much of it. The sudden coming down from a high like that caused him to fall unconscious on his back. Anko, who had watched the whole spectacle, was looking at Naruto with eyes wide as dinner plates. Was that Kyuubi's chakra that exploded from him? No, the Kyuubi's chakra is orange. The chakra that exploded from him was blue. An unusual, darker shade, but blue nonetheless, which means that the chakra was his, she thought incredulously. Her one hand was now on her mouth. The amount that he was letting out can easily rival the Sandame's. But how did he unlock it, and that too so early? All kinds of questions were flashing through her mind, but seeing the kid fall unconscious on his back, she rushed to him, checking to see if he was all right. A sigh of relief escaped her when she saw that he had just collapsed from mild chakra exhaustion. He must be only 5 to 6 years old. Unlocking chakra at such a young age is unheard of. Most children unlock it after spending a year at the academy, and this kid does it before even entering the academy? She thought incredulously. It suddenly occurred to her that a blast of chakra like that would have attracted attention of almost all the shinobi in the village. Shinobi training kicking in, she picked the kid up and vanished in a shunshin to the Hokage's office. XXXXXXX. The Hokage sat in his chair, eyes glaring at the giant pile of paperwork that seems to materialize out of nowhere and just as he finishes the previous file. He was ridiculously irritated at how it so innocently sat in front of him. This is ridiculous. This blasted paperwork has to be a force of nature. There is no end to it at all. It is always mocking me. To anyone else watching it, including the ANBU guards in the room, it seemed hilarious how the Hokage was locked in a glaring contest with paperwork of all things. But the captain of the ANBU group could relate to his boss, having to deal with something similar after every mission they do. Hiruzen finally lost his patience after staring at it for almost 15 minutes. So infuriated was the old Kage that he positioned his hands into a tiger seal and took a deep breath, intent on burning the paperwork away. He was 1 second from setting the paperwork on fire when he sensed it. The powerful burst of chakra. So powerful that he was sure almost every shinobi in the village felt it, sensor or not. What was that? I didn't know any shinobi of mine was capable of releasing chakra at his scale. From what I sensed, it was powerful, overwhelmingly so, but there was no intention in that burst of chakra. No evil or good, it simply was neutral. Just what is going on? He thought. He decided that any shinobi who might be near the burst of chakra would respond and report to him shortly. With that, he turned his attention back onto the table and put his hands on it, closing his eyes. 5 minutes later, his door was knocked. He answered, "Come in." The door opened to show his secretary, Akumi, a middle-aged woman, gesturing towards a purple-haired kunoichi carrying a familiar child with blonde hair in her arms. "Naruto, what happened to you now?" He thought in worry as he quickly gestured her inside. Anko gently laid Naruto on the couch in the office and then turned to face the Hokage. His eyes were hardened, having the look of a true, legendary shinobi instead of the man who was reduced to doing paperwork. His voice had an edge of steel. "What happened, Anko?" Anko was not nervous at all, as she had done no wrong. "Hokage-sama, I was just passing by the training fields when I saw Naruto Uzumaki sitting in the middle of a training field in a meditating position. I was curious, so I hid from his sight and observed for anything that would happen. 20 minutes passed and I was about to leave when I saw the most extraordinary thing, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. A burst of powerful chakra and Anko comes to him with an unconscious Naruto? There seemed to be a link here. "What did you witness, Anko?" "A burst of chakra so powerful that I haven't felt anything like it before, Hokage-sama." The ground around him seemed to crack just by the force of his chakra. Hiruzen's eyebrows went upwards in a disbelieving motion. "You mean to say that Naruto here," he gestured to the boy on the couch, "unlocked his chakra and the burst of chakra from before was his chakra?"
Hai, Hokage-sama.
Anko nodded in agreement. Hiruzen sat back in his chair, finding it quite hard to believe what Anko had told him. However, Anko had no reason to lie to him. Still, how was this possible? "Anko," he said to the kunoichi, "stay here right now until he wakes up. I believe we should hear this right from the source," he said, looking at Naruto. XXXXXXX. Naruto was lying on his back in his mindscape, staring at the sky. Kurama was right beside him, head rested on his hands, looking content. Naruto sat up, eyes blinking around in confusion. "What happened?" Kurama replied in a bored tone. "You fell unconscious. It's as simple as that." Naruto's eyes widened in realization. "I unlocked my chakra. So what does that mean for my body, Kurama?" he asked, eager to address the problem of his absence of chakra coils. Kurama glanced at him. "I observed the release of your chakra, and I have good news. You can still control your chakra." Naruto seemed to practically melt in relief at that. "That is good." "I wasn't finished." Kurama's voice brought him back again. "Your absence of chakra coils actually makes it easier for you to control your chakra. You can directly control it without having to rely on chakra coils, which means you will actually have excellent chakra control." Hearing this, Naruto started jumping around in joy. He would be able to become a shinobi after all. Moreover, his chakra control would be excellent. Kurama was quick to burst his bubble, however. Continuing in the same lazy tone as before, Kurama said, "You were lucky, however. Most people would not be so fortunate as to controlling chakra without chakra coils." Naruto stopped dancing around and turned to Kurama with wide eyes. "Then why am I different?" At this, Kurama shrugged and didn't bother to answer, saying only one thing before falling back asleep. "Start training to use it." With Kurama now asleep, Naruto had nothing to do in his mindscape. Might as well wake up, he thought. He walked up to a stream and promptly fell face first into it. XXXXXXX. It had been over 10 minutes since they were waiting for Naruto to wake up. Anko honestly did not know why the Hokage had asked her to wait in his office. But she had to follow whatever the Hokage said, so she waited, albeit impatiently. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was contemplating on what to do. He was in his classic thinking pose, elbows on his desk, chin rested on his hands and eyes closed. If what Anko had said was really true and Naruto had really unlocked his chakra, Then perhaps it was time to begin Naruto's training. He had thought that Naruto would grow up normally in the academy, but it seemed nothing was normal if it was connected to Naruto. Maybe he could get Anko to train him. Suddenly, he heard a groan from where Naruto was laid. His and Anko's eyes snapped to there as Naruto sat up, looking no worse for wear. His eyes seemed confused as he did not seem to recognize where he was. However, as soon as he saw him and Anko, the weariness clouding his eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by cautiousness. "How the hell did I get here?" he mumbled as he studied the purple-haired kunoichi. He had never seen her before. The kunoichi spoke in a rude tone. "I brought you here after you successfully alerted the entire shinobi force of this village. What the hell were you even doing in the training field, brat?" Naruto suddenly remembered that he had unlocked his chakra successfully and did not stop the full-blown grin on his face. "Unlocking my chakra," he replied in a cool tone. "But how did you know to unlock your chakra, Naruto-kun?" Hiraishin asked curiously. A 5-year-old child unlocking their chakra without any outside help was simply unheard of. Not to mention how powerful the chakra was. Naruto did not think that he would be dragged into the Hokage's office to explain how he unlocked his chakra. He needed time to build up a lie about this. Unfortunately, he didn't have it as both of them were looking at him expectantly. So he just gave them his patented making you feel stupid with a simple look. Both of them sweat dropped, thinking along the lines of, how does he do that so well? Fortunately for Naruto, it allowed him time to come up with a convincing lie. "Well, chakra is inside everyone, right? I thought if I looked deep inside myself, I would find it too. For the you-know-what, right, Gigi?" Hiraishin looked confused for a moment, but realized it. Naruto wanted to unlock his chakra to get access to his parents' things left behind for him. But now, time to address the elephant in the room. "Now that you have unlocked your chakra, Naruto-kun, what will you do?" Naruto frowned for a moment and crossed his hands, causing Anko to hold back her urge to hug him and yell, "Kawaii." The kid looked mighty adorable. Naruto said, "I will train. Or so I would like to say. Unfortunately, I have no idea as to how I should proceed now. Books have always been the answer to all my problems, but I feel that books can't teach me what I need to know practically," he revealed honestly. Perfect, Hiraishin thought with a hidden smile. Normally he would have Naruto wait for another year, letting him join the academy and then letting him learn all he needed. But he knew that Naruto was a naturally curious child. Who knows what experiments he would do to find out what he could do. It would be dangerous to leave Naruto to his own devices or chakra. His eyes shifted to Anko, who was watching Naruto and barely restraining herself from glomping him. But if he were to get an instructor to teach him early, many consequences could be avoided. Also, since Naruto is a genius, he may not really fit in with his age group, not only because he would be far ahead of them, but also because even his generation keeps their distance from him. I also have this feeling that Naruto and Anko will bond spectacularly. He barely kept himself from grinning. Naruto can still enter the academy at the proper age and graduate with his age group class. Many of the teachers may not give him proper education because of their grudges against Kyuubi, but that treatment would be null and void if he is already so far ahead. The council will surely protest against this, calling this favoritism, but I can justify myself by saying that the village's Jinchuriki must be trained early, so he could be ready for anything. The foolish council members will blindly agree to this, and if they don't, who are they to go against the Hokage? Oh, the pieces of Naruto's puzzle are falling together wonderfully, he thought to himself gleefully. Outward, he said. Then it is probably safer to get you an instructor rather than you experimenting on your own. Anko finally caught on to the Hokage's plan as she wheeled around to face him with wide eyes. "Hokage-sama, you can't possibly dash. I appoint Anko Mitarashi as instructor of Naruto Uzumaki, effective immediately," he declared. Naruto's eyes, along with Kurama's, were wide as dinner plates. This was totally unexpected. Naruto never expected to get a personal instructor. He, the village pariah, jailer of Kyuubi. But he was happy, and that was all that mattered to him. For Kurama, he found it hard to believe that the old monkey had balls big enough to pull this kind of stunt in his age. Anko protested, "Be but Hokage-sama dash." "Do you have a problem with my decision, Anko?" he asked with his voice hard. Anko immediately stood in attention. No Hokage-sama. Hiruzen immediately smiled, reverting back to his grandfather persona. Good. I knew you would have no problem. Anko's sweat dropped at how fast the old man changed personalities. She actually thought that he was showing favoritism, because everyone knew how close he was to Naruto. But she also saw how special Naruto was. But she was not cut out to be an instructor. Rather, she didn't want to. She was more suited out in the field. Turning to Naruto, he said, Naruto, you can go back to your apartment. Anko and I have something to discuss. Also, report to the training field behind this tower, tomorrow morning, at 6 a.m. sharp. Naruto nodded and immediately left through the window. Turning his attention back to the special Jonin, he said, Anko, you have to understand that this is necessary. Naruto will face many difficulties in the future, and I fear that by the time everyone acknowledges him and comes to support him, it will be too late. Also, give him a chance. He will surprise you, he said with utmost seriousness. Anko was hesitant but nodded. Truthfully, she did not want to do this but had to anyway. The fact Hokage told the brat and her to report to the Hokage training fields was a surprise since they were exclusively reserved for the Hokage. She headed back to her apartment, thinking about how she should go about this. XXXXXXX. Naruto sat eating his dinner on his dining table. The cooking book the Hokage had provided was invaluable, allowing him to cook food for himself. He made sure to follow the instructions in the book word for word, and the results were broth eating. I might have some natural aptitude for cooking, otherwise I would have already blown the kitchen up, he mused. He was eternally grateful for what the old man had done for him. Now that he thought about it, he figured that when he entered the academy 2 years later, some instructors would be prone to discriminate with him. Perhaps this was the way of old man looking out for him in his shinobi life, he thought. He finished the dinner and washed the plates. After that, he proceeded to his bedroom and laid down on his bed, closing his eyes. Tomorrow will be interesting indeed. Naruto's eyes opened as soon as the alarm he had set rang. His hand reached out and shut the alarm clock. Waking up at 5:30 in the morning left him plenty of time to get ready. He finished his morning rituals in 10 minutes and dressed in his normal orange jumpsuit. He went to the fridge and pulled out 2 bananas, peeling one and eating it at comfortable pace, followed by the second. He finished and looked up at the clock. 5:50. Best get going, he thought. He went up and out of the door, making sure to lock it up properly. He hid the key inside the potted plant near the staircase. He exited the building and ran towards the grounds. The sun was just beginning to rise, so the air was still cool as it hit his face. He smiled as he increased the pace and reached the ground with 1 minute to spare. He was surprised to see that just as he had reached the ground, his new teacher also reached at the same time. Her eyes showed surprise at his appearance, but she gestured him to follow her. They arrived in the training ground after Anko said to the guards that they were authorized to use it. Arriving at the middle of the ground, she said, "Sit down, brat. Introduce yourself." Naruto frowned at the way she said it but did it anyway. Naruto Uzumaki, age 5 years. Likes are reading and training. Dislikes are the people who can't differentiate between a kunai and a sealing scroll. Hobbies are none of your business. Dream is to become the strongest Hokage ever. He began in a monotone, became slightly rude in the middle and finished it with a grin and a thumbs up. Anko grinned in a savage way after his introduction. Not many people had the guts to be rude to her, but this brat had no problem doing it. Time to instill the fear, she thought maliciously. Grabbing his collar, she jerked him forward until they were nose to nose. In a deadly whisper, she said, "I don't like brats like you who think that just because they are getting special treatment, they are above others." Naruto replied, unfazed. "And just because you are older and more powerful than me doesn't mean you have to be rude." Anko smirked and let go off Naruto, who sat back down. "I like you, kid, which means that I won't go easy on you. Get up and give me 10 rounds of this ground, fast." And so began his training. For a whole 4 weeks, she just concentrated on his physical conditioning. She wanted him to be physically fit for what she was about to mold him into. She was surprised at how obediently Naruto followed her commands. Whatever she told him to do, he did it without question. She ran him into the ground every day. So exhausted he was that as soon as she announced that the training for the day was over, he would collapse onto the ground, unable to move. She always carried him back to his home and laid him in his bed. She also left him a bento every time, knowing he didn't have the energy to cook. Kurama always woke him up to eat. Naruto thanked her profusely every time, but she always waved him away, saying it was the duty of a sensei to care for the student. She didn't want him to know that she was growing fond of him. That would be embarrassing. Another good thing that both Naruto and Anko didn't know was that every time Naruto came back exhausted, Kurama always healed him up with his chakra. The good thing about this was that after every session, Naruto's muscles would be stronger than before, requiring much more to get exhausted. Today is the day he would learn to control chakra, and he was excited as hell. After his usual 15 rounds of the ground, Anko increased them. Anko decided he was satisfactorily warmed up and began explaining chakra control. Alright kid, the first step to controlling chakra is to take a leaf and use your chakra to stick it to your forehead like this, she said, demonstrating the exercise. Naruto nodded before picking up a leaf from the ground and keeping it on his forehead and imagining his chakra creating suction at the point where the leaf touched his forehead. Surprisingly, it took him only 3 tries to get the amount of chakra right. On the 4th try, the leaf was easily sticking to his forehead and he stood there smiling proudly. He knew he would have good chakra control due to his lack of chakra coils. Using chakra for the first time felt really good. He simply had to imagine how his chakra flowed and sort of command it to do so, and voila, task accomplished. Anko stood there, gaping at Naruto. Most kids took 4 to 5 days to get this exercise right, and this kid had done it 5 minutes. Absolutely unbelievable and outright ridiculous, she decided. Does the term normal even apply to this kid? She thought with a twitching eyebrow. Hey, Anko-sensei, now that I've got it, what's next? Naruto asked with a grin. At this point, he was keeping the leaf stick with only minimal concentration. Anko grinned, a grin that Naruto never liked. It always meant his doom. Now, she said, taking out shuriken, keep that leaf stuck and dodge these. With that, she threw the shuriken at him. It was only his danger sense that saved him from skewered. This continued for almost 15 minutes, and at the end of those, Naruto was heavily panting. She looked like she almost wanted to kill me, he thought, drawing deep breaths. Anko looked proud. Well done, Naruto. You successfully dodged the shuriken and kept the leaf stuck to your forehead. Take a 5-minute break. Not many, no scratch that, no one managed that on their first try. It was starting to look like that this kid was born to be a shinobi. She contemplated if she should teach Naruto the tree walking exercise next. A relatively difficult exercise, a genin level in fact. But Naruto wasn't even in the academy. Still, doesn't hurt to try, right? After the 5-minute break was over, she called Naruto and they both walked towards a tree. Your next exercise would be to climb this tree with only your feet, she said. Naruto gave her a quizzical look. Isn't that kind of impossible, sensei? Anko rolled her eyes and lightly bonked him at the back of his head. With the aid of chakra, honestly, where does your intelligence go sometimes? Out of your head. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Anko then demonstrated the exercise. This is kind of similar to the leaf sticking exercise, except you are sticking yourself to a tree instead of sticking a leaf to you. If you use too little chakra, your foot won't stick. You use too much chakra, you get blasted off the tree. Begin. You can use a running start if you want. That would be absolutely pointless unless you have the amount of chakra in your leg right, thought Naruto as he walked to the tree and put his right foot on the bark, regulating the amount of chakra required to stick. After he got it right, he kept in mind the amount of chakra and carefully pushed the same amount in his left leg. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his left leg and put it on the bark, not losing concentration in his right leg. A huge smile appeared on his face as he successfully stuck to the bark. Tentatively, he took the next step and managed not to fall off. He continued this until he reached the top of the tree. Anko watched all of this with her jaw on the ground, dango long forgotten. There was no possible explanation as to how Naruto managed to walk up the entire tree in 5 minutes of learning the exercise. Then she released a resigned sigh. I don't even want to know anymore. This became the norm for everything. Naruto mastered tree walking in 2 hours, water walking in 4 hours, and spinning a kunai above his hand with his chakra in 1 day, all the while dodging Anko's shuriken and kunai. It was now time to give the monthly report to the Hokage. XXXXXXX. What? He asked blankly. It's true, Hokage-sama, Anko insisted. The smoking pipe had long since fallen off his mouth. This had to some kind of genjutsu. There was no way Naruto mastered all the chakra control exercises in just 2 days. Anko was a very deadly kunoichi, so any students she took, in this case Naruto, had high standards to meet. But for Anko to say that Naruto did all of that in just 2 days, it was too much. He had no doubt that Naruto was very physically capable, but he had an Uzumaki heritage and as such, had monstrous reserves of chakra that could not be matched by anyone of his age. He expected Naruto to have problems in controlling his chakra, but from Anko's report it looked like he had an excellent control of his chakra. Anko then slowly asked him, knowing the Hokage was rattled to his bones by the news, Hokage-sama, can I have your permission to start teaching him ninjutsu and taijutsu? Granted. XXXXXXX. Naruto stood in his father's library, looking at the volumes of Fuinjutsu his mother had left for him. He picked the first volume and left the house. Anko had very generously given the next day off to him, which he planned to make full use of. For some reason, he thought that Anko was very surprised at the speed at which he mastered those exercises. He had been asking her when he could start learning ninjutsu and taijutsu, but she always said that first he needed to build up endurance and stamina. After closing the door to his apartment, he set the thick book on the dining table and entered his bedroom, falling asleep. It was a late night after all, and sneaking around made him tired, especially after his sadistic sensei's training. His alarm rang at 7 next morning. Waking up, he did his morning rituals and made himself some breakfast. That reminds me, the stock that Gigi gave me will be finished soon. I need to go shopping, he thought. After breakfast, he picked up the Fuinjutsu volume and started reading. He finished it in 4 hours, including the test that his mother wrote for him at the end of the book. I didn't know Fuinjutsu was this easy, he thought in confusion as he checked the answers of his test. It's not, you insane child, Kurama grumbled. He had been seeing and hearing Fuinjutsu since the Tree Huggers era and frankly, it annoyed the hell out of him. He was much more suited to perform acts of destruction than delicate writing. Naruto easily ignored him and finished checking the answers. All of them correct. No surprise there, he thought smugly. Photographic memory was so useful. He finished another volume the same day, with the same results in the test at the end of the book. 8 hours of Fuinjutsu was mentally exhausting, he thought. He just slept the rest of the day, waking up only to make and eat dinner, and fell asleep again. The next day, Anko started his taijutsu training. I'm going to teach you my style of fighting, Naruto. The snake style requires you to be light and flexible, capable of quick strikes and counterattacks and weaving in between them. She then grabbed Naruto's collar. You will learn and master this style in 1 year. Brat or even Kami won't be able to save you from my wrath, she threatened, enforcing her threat with a bit of killing intent. It had absolutely no effect whatsoever on him, since he already had a taste of Kurama's killing intent. However, he nodded vigorously. Anko was pretty terrifying, even without killing intent. The next month, he spent learning Tai and ninjutsu simultaneously. Due to his photographic memory and the peculiar ability of his body, he progressed quickly in taijutsu. He found that even though it was a formidable style, the snake style did not have the symbolizations of all 5 elements. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, he felt like he was born to do it. It took him only 5 tries to master the Henge no Jutsu, and 9 tries to master the Kawarimi. 2 days later, he had mastered the seal-less Kawarimi. But no matter how hard he tried, even with his excellent chakra control, could he perform the Bunshin no Jutsu. Eventually, Anko got so fed up that they took the matter to the Hokage, who suggested that the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu would be more suited for Naruto. Considering how large his chakra reserves were, it would be impossible for him to squeeze a drop of it that was required to perform the Bunshin. It took 2 hours for Naruto to learn the Kage Bunshin, and when he did learn it, Anko and Hiruzen, who had come to supervise the teaching of the Kenjutsu, were dumbstruck at the amount of clones Naruto could make. 100 clones at Naruto's age stupefied the Hokage so much that it took him almost 15 minutes to snap out of his shock. Naruto soon discovered a very interesting aspect of the Kage Bunshin. He could remember everything what his clones saw or heard, and he had no qualms abusing the shadow clones after that. He would make a shadow clone study Fuinjutsu while he trained with Anko. In 8 days, all the volumes of Fuinjutsu were finished. He had even learnt how to print seals onto surfaces with his chakra. Now technically, that would make him a seal master, but his mother had written him a note that even after finishing all the volumes, he would have to be tested by a certified seal master to be considered a seal master. He knew no one who was one, so he asked his Gigi if he could test him. But the old man had questions of his own. "You're telling me that you finished all the volumes of Fuinjutsu your mother left you in just 10 days? His voice sounded unbelieving. Naruto nodded, his expression serious. Hiruzen let out a small nervous chuckle. "Forgive me if I find that hard to believe, Naruto-kun." Naruto shrugged. He figured he could tell him of his gifts. When you have a photographic memory coupled with shadow clones, you tend to abuse it, Gigi. Hiruzen looked shocked at the fact. "You have a photographic memory?" Naruto nodded. "Yes." Hiruzen then sighed. "Aside that, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I'm not a certified seal master, and as such, I am not qualified to test you," he told Naruto regretfully. "But my student Jiraiya is. Tell you what, when he visits the village next time, I will tell him to test you. Is that okay for you?" Naruto figured that he had no choice. "All right." It had been 2 months since Anko started training Naruto, and he had progressed spectacularly. With the most common ninjutsu out of the way, she focused solely on his taijutsu, which grew by leaps and bounds, but he was still far from giving her a challenge. After those 2 months, Anko figured that it wouldn't hurt teaching the boy chakra nature transformations. Naruto sat in front of Anko, who was standing and explaining the chakra nature transformations. There are 5 basic nature transformations: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. Each element is connected to each other in a way. Fire is weak against water but strong against the wind. Wind is strong against lightning but weak against fire. Lightning is strong against earth but weak against wind. Earth is weak against lightning but strong against water. Water is strong against fire but weak against earth, she explained. She handed him a slip of paper. "That is chakra paper. It will tell you your chakra affinity. If you have fire, it will burn, tear in half with wind, shrink if lightning, crumble to dust if earth, and soak wet if water." Naruto nodded and focused a tiny bit of his chakra into the paper. What happened next blew his own mind away, alongside Anko's. Inside his mind, Kyubi grinned. Even he did not expect that, but it was a nice surprise. The paper split into 3 parts. One soaked up very heavily, the second crumpled up into a ball, and the last one burned to ashes. Anko threw up her hands and walked away, muttering things about having early gray hairs and surprises. Naruto blinked for a second and then grinned. "Awesome." When the Hokage came to know, he promptly fainted like a schoolgirl. When he woke up, he was convinced that Naruto would grow up to become the most unpredictable ninja ever. What happened the next 3 months was chakra nature manipulation. He would make 4 groups of 25, each group practicing a different nature. For the first time, he had a challenge. Changing the nature of chakra was a lot more difficult than he thought. It took him 1 whole month to master only the first step for elemental manipulation for all 4 of his affinities. Cutting a leaf in half for wind, collecting water from the leaf for water, shrinking up the leaf for lightning, and burning the leaf to ashes for fire. The second and final step took him a whole 2 months. For wind, it was cutting a rock clean in half. For water, it was separating water from other liquids. For lightning, it was cracking a stone into pieces with lightning chakra. For fire, it was boiling water. Anko had left him to his own devices after he started his elemental training, but she checked on him every now and then. He always teased her on how she was acting like his mother, which always resulted in him having a bruised head. After those 3 months, however, he met his godfather. Flashback. He was practicing his taijutsu katas on the training field when he sensed a presence. He was slowly developing his sensory abilities with the help of Kurama. He turned around to see no one, but someone was standing just a few feet in front of him. "Who's there?" he asked. The air in front of him shimmered and a man appeared. He wore red sleeveless coat and pants, a green kimono underneath and Geta sandals. He had long white hair and was very well built, standing well over 6 feet. So you could sense me. Very impressive. Do you know who I am? Naruto answered as if he wasn't even fazed. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Jiraiya grinned. Sensei told me that you mastered all 10 volumes of Fuinjutsu your mother left you in 10 days. I don't believe you, he said in a challenging tone. Inside, however, he was thinking, oh Minato Kushina, if only you could see your son right now, he thought wistfully. Naruto was also having some thoughts. His tone of speaking would suggest that he was familiar with my mother, but how? I know that he was Dad's sensei, which means he also is a Fuinjutsu master. But how close was he? Outward, he shrugged. Doesn't matter if you do or not. Your job is to test me, nothing else. Jiraiya was a little deflated at how Naruto was acting so detached. He knew that Naruto did not know that he was his godfather, but it still hurt. Reining in his emotions, he spoke. Let's get this over with then. 3 hours later, he stood in the field, staring at Naruto with a gaping jaw. Naruto was standing there, panting. Jiraiya had tested him on every aspect of Fuinjutsu, both written test and how he would apply it in battle. Obviously he lost, but Jiraiya was seriously impressed at how the kid was able to apply Fuinjutsu in battle. The versatility was clearly there, along with a touch of unpredictability. What is the result? Both of them turned to the voice that had spoken. The Sandaime Hokage was standing there with a small smile on his face, as if he knew what the answer was. He passes, Jiraiya replied, still in a daze. Naruto nodded at that and sat down with as much grace he could muster. He promptly fell back after that, asleep before hitting the ground, his last thought being, I finally became a steel master. Flashback end. Jiraiya had revealed to him after the test that he was his godfather. Initially, he was downright furious that Jiraiya had just abandoned him to the wolves. But after calming down and thinking it through, he realized that Jiraiya had duties outside the village walls, which is why he could not raise him. He did not forgive him, saying he will have to earn his forgiveness. Jiraiya looked relieved at that and promised to make it up to him. Before he knew it, 1 year had passed and it was time for him to enter the academy. Walking along with his Gigi in the school corridors, he wondered if he would be able to make any friends. Stopping in front of a door, his Gigi opened the door, showing a Chunin instructor with a scar on his face and his hair shaped into a pineapple ponytail. Hokage-sama, is anything wrong? Hiruzen waved him away. Nothing at all, Irika. I just came here to bring Naruto-kun. He will be starting from today. Irika looked at Naruto and Naruto was instantly able to recognize the look. After all, he had received it many times. Looking into the class, he saw the same look on many of the students' faces. He sighed, it will be a long 6 years. Time skip, 6 years. A lone figure was standing on top of the gates of Konoha. He was tall for his age, standing at 5 feet. He was wearing a white and black, half-sleeves jacket with 2 orange stripes on the sleeves, connected to the ones going along his zip which stopped at his chest, his high collar standing up. There was a blue lightning symbol on his back, in the black stripe. He wore a full-sleeves black shirt underneath the jacket with 2 bands, one on his wrists and the other just beneath his elbows. He wore dark blue ANBU pants with orange stripes on the side, going all the way to the ankle. He wore simple blue shoes with white soles. Think of the pants like Sasuke's in Road to Ninja, but instead of sandals, it's shoes. On his right thigh, he wore a holster held with white tape, and a standard shinobi pouch tucked in at the back of his pants, on the left side. His bright, spiky blonde hair was tied in a messy ponytail. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and today was the day of his graduation exam. As he stood on top of the gate, he reflected on what he had gone through in the 6 years of academy. Just a few days into the academy told him that he was going to receive the short end of every stick. Even though he had no need to learn the academy taijutsu style, he could tell that the stances taught to him were all wrong. But he gave no indication that he knew this. Theory lessons were roughly the same. The teachers taught the different concepts in the class, but never answered any of his doubts. Instead, they tried to sabotage his answers as much as they could. Not that they could do that. Being a genius had its perks. On the bright side, he made a lot of new friends. Friends that he could actually count on. Hinata Hyuga of the Hyuga clan was the first friend she made. He could tell she was an incredibly shy girl who had confidence issues, but a very warm person to befriend. She spoke in the language of stutters, which for some reason seemed to intensify around him. Her face also turned very red whenever he spoke to her, and she fainted most of the times, which is why he let her do most of the talking. She became his friend after he saved her from bullies. Chuji Akimichi of the Akimichi clan was a chubby boy who always seemed to have some snack in his hand. Chuji had a very big heart once he got to know him through a shared lunch. He was a very caring person, very kind and strong, but he also suffered from lack of self-confidence. He was also very sensitive about his weight, angered very quickly if someone called him fat. Nonetheless, Naruto considered him a dear friend. Shikamaru Nara of the Nara clan was Chuji's best friend, because he was the first one to look past his weight and find who Chuji truly was. He was also incredibly lazy, his catchphrase being troublesome. Along with that, he was probably the most intelligent person Naruto had met. He didn't know Shikamaru's exact IQ, but he knew his lazy friend was high up in that department, even more so than Naruto. Shikamaru was a true genius at shogi, which is where his weakness also lied. He spent most of his time cloud gazing, or playing shogi to sharpen something which was already sharp. He was the epitome of lazy. But Shikamaru and Chuji were Naruto's closest friends. They even took part in the occasional prank that Naruto played. They even enjoyed the punishments they got together after testing their teachers, Irika Yumino's patience. Every moment he spent with them, a strong desire to protect them pulsed in his heart. Kiba Inuzuka of the Inuzuka clan was more of an annoyance that grated on his nerves. He was short-tempered and impulsive, which did not help him at all. He was also headstrong, which was probably the reason he got very easily angered in his spars and made mistakes. He always carried his Ninken, Akamaru, with him at all times. Akamaru was a small puppy who fit in Kiba's jacket. He always responded to Kiba's nonsense and was always on his side. He held a one-sided rivalry with Naruto and Sasuke. Shino Aburame of the Aburame clan was a calm, collected and a mysterious person, a stark contrast to Kiba's personality. He rarely smiled and gave almost no emotion away while speaking. He was always on the side of logic, always having some sort of explanation to his answers. It always drove Kiba nuts when Shino started to preach logic to him. Naruto made friends with him because Shino was also treated like an outcast because of his ability to control insects. Naruto could empathize with him. He sometimes sat with Shino just so he could enjoy the silence. Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan was a very loud, outspoken girl, and a very devoted fangirl of Sasuke Uchiha. She was also very proud of her appearance, eating less so she could appear more attractive for her, Sasuke-kun. She was a very kind-hearted person at heart, but that side of her was rarely seen by Naruto. She also loved gossip and had made her goal to ensure that nothing stayed secret from her. Not someone he trusted right now, but was sure he would later. Sakura Haruno was a civilian girl who was a rival of Ino's for Sasuke's attention. She was highly self-conscious about her large forehead, which she hid behind her pink bangs. She only had eyes for Sasuke, and often tried to ask him out on dates. Of course, she was always denied. But she tried to immediately hit Naruto after every denial, believing it was his fault. Of course, Naruto never allowed her to hit him, but simply avoided her. There were times, though, when he suspected she had split personality disorder. He didn't trust her at all. These people were the only ones who were worth acknowledging. The rest of them simply treated him as the rest of the village did. But there was one person who was closest to Naruto's heart out of all of them. Irika Yumino was his class instructor. He at first thought that Irika was just like the others. But somewhere down the line, when Irika scolded him for one of his pranks, he was surprised that he cared for him enough to scold him. He then started treating Naruto for who he was, instead of what he contained. He occasionally took Naruto to Ichiraka Ramen to eat his favorite dish and was very kind to him. Naruto always felt that Irika was perhaps the only person who he felt a familial relationship with aside from the Sandame. Sasuke Uchiha was, in the simplest terms, a Class A douchebag. He always acted like he was the god's greatest gift to mankind. In short, Naruto was stupefied how arrogant Sasuke was. He always brooded in class, which somehow his fangirls perceived as cool. He had perhaps the strangest personalities Naruto had ever seen. A mixture of superiority and inferiority complex. Naruto hated how Sasuke was labeled a genius when he really wasn't. Genius was what Naruto would call the Yondaime Hokage, the Nidaime Hokage, Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha, not Sasuke. Sasuke always evaluated new people that he met. If they were weaker than him, he would arrogantly disregard them, feeling they would hold him back. If they were stronger, he would relentlessly try to surpass them, believing he should be their equal, if not stronger. This infuriated Naruto the most. He hated how Sasuke believed that he should have no equals. He knew how Sasuke's clan was massacred in a single night by the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Itachi. No one knew why he had done it, but it had left Sasuke deeply scarred. Naruto tried to befriend him at first, thinking the lone boy could use a friend. Instead, he was rudely rejected and outright insulted. Sasuke had said that he had no wish to befriend the class clown, who was also the dead last. Since then, Naruto simply stopped interacting with him outside spars, where he forced himself to lose every time. He did not want to reveal all his cards just yet. But on the inside, he had a desire to be acknowledged by him. His training had gone very well in the last 6 years. He had finished his taijutsu training in 1.5 years, with 6 additional months of self-training. After that, Anko had proudly declared him to be a master of the snake-style taijutsu after getting stalemated in a spar with him. It was after this he had started creating his own style, using the snake style as foundation. His own imagination was very useful in creating moves, blocks, strikes that were completely unique to his style. After he had mastered the snake style, he had started to work on his speed and with the help of shadow clones, had drawn resistance seals on his body. It was a bit weird at first, but he quickly got accustomed to it. Currently, he was on the 12th level of the resistance seal. He could have already started using the training simulation, but felt that the time was not right, so he held off until he became a genin, preferring to spar with Anko. Her help was invaluable in creating his new style, which was very unpredictable. Exactly how he wanted it to be. His style had an attack stance, but he preferred to let his opponents attack him first. He had incorporated his danger sense into his style, making it even more efficient. His style was a combination of linear and unpredictability. He would attack whenever he saw the openings and attack however he could. He had based his style so he did not have any restrictions or limitations. In short, he had successfully created and mastered his own fighting style in 5 years, and just like his father said, it was as aggressive as fire, as sharp as wind, as fast as lightning, as strong as the earth, as fluid as water, and as unpredictable as the nature. The perfect fighting style. He decided to name it the Elemental Fist. Pretty badass. His sensory abilities had been perfected over the course of 6 years. He had help from his Jiji, whose sensei, the Nidaime, was said to be the greatest censor of his time. He had graciously allowed him to study his sensei's scrolls on sensing. The more Naruto read, the more he was convinced that the Nidaime was a genius of his father's caliber. He had developed his own sensing techniques, which Naruto had eagerly learnt. Naruto could now accurately sense chakra to the point that he could identify nature affinities if he concentrated hard enough. His ninjutsu had progressed as far as well. His chakra control and reserves only increased over time, and he made sure he had enough jutsu in his arsenal of all 4 of his affinities. He had also created a way of copying jutsu from others. Whenever he would watch someone perform a jutsu, he would immediately hone in on the chakra in that person's body, sensing how it was being molded. His photographic memory combined with his now controlled danger sense ensured he could copy hand seals in slower perception. This skill had greatly impressed his Jiji. He was also pretty smug about the fact that he had successfully copied the great fireball jutsu from Sasuke from when he had once watched him train. Also, he had literally begged the Sandaime to let him study from the Nidaime's library, considering that he had 4 affinities that could rival Tobirama's water affinity, and the former Hokage literally had a huge library that was full of jutsus of all nature transformations. Sarutobi was outraged at his request, but Naruto had reasoned that he had the ability to make use of them. Besides, the Nidaime had no use for them now since he was dead. Sarutobi had very reluctantly allowed him to study from the library, but had made him swear that he won't tell anyone. The fact that he was a seal master had helped him study and understand the Hiraishin scroll his father had left him. He had to admit that it was incredibly complex. From what he understood, it was a part of the rarely studied field of spacetime. It was a perfect combination of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. His father had left him an astounding amount of chakra theory for him to recreate the jutsu. In summary, it was using fuinjutsu to create a temporary tear in spacetime, traveling through it and appearing on the other end near instantly. It relied on the principle of teleportation. Once you enter the tear of spacetime, your body is dispersed into millions of particles of chakra that reassembled just before you exited the spacetime. Naruto's challenge was in recreating the Jutsu Shiki seal formula. His father's famous kunai had only 5 kanji on it that he used very successfully. The scroll was enormous, even with his father's improved notes. He had to shorten it just like his father did into 5 or 6 kanji. At first he had made the mistake of using his father's formula, imprinted on a kunai, the difference being that instead of his father's chakra, it was his. It even sort of worked, but he slowly discovered the problem in that method. It was taking him too long to sense the kunai. He was wasting chakra as well. He had then reread that every Hiraishin formula was unique to its user. He had to painstakingly start from scratch to build his own formula, which would require a lot of time. 2 months of curses and ink marks later, he had proudly created his own Hiraishin formula, with a few interesting modifications of his own. He had modified his formula so that instead of sensing the kunai and forcing yourself into the spacetime, which had become easier with his own formula, he maintained a very weak link with whatever he had put his formula in. Whenever he molded chakra and honed on a particular kunai, the link would instantly teleport him, without him having to force himself through. He now required significantly less chakra to use Hiraishin, and sensing the kunai became easier. His formula was 4 kanji symbols forming the phrase, "Fall down 7 times, stand up 8. It was his proudest creation yet. There was one last modification he had made, but gave credit of it to Kurama. Kurama had very strategically pointed out that he would not be able to use Hiraishin in places where there is water. For 4 days straight, he worked on another formula which would allow his kunai to stick on water surface. When he had finally tried the Flying Thunder God, he was ecstatic. But he also discovered the jutsu's disadvantages. It took time getting used to. It took him 37 successful teleport attempts to end up on the other side without nauseating. He still sucked at genjutsu. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't perform a single one. But thanks to his sensory abilities, he could easily break out of one. But this hadn't been tested as of yet. Kurama had very patiently told him that due to the abundance of yang chakra in him, he could never perform genjutsu, which required in chakra. He had pondered on whether to learn kenjutsu or not, but something inside him, not Kurama, told him that he was not cut out for it. To compensate for it, he had perfected his fighting with dual kunai held in reverse grip. He also knew that he could coat the kunai with wind chakra to sharpen it and lengthen its reach, but had yet to try it out in a real fight. An important thing he had discovered in the last 6 years was that he was alone. He knew that before as well, but had no idea how bad it was. Whenever the parents would come pick their children up, they would turn scornful gazes on him, cut him every time, but he never allowed it to show on his face. He simply covered with a bored, indifferent look. He had developed a technique of his own after learning the Shunshin no Jutsu, just for battle purposes. The Shunshin simply took too much time for his taste, and he did not want to become too reliant on the Hiraishin. Therefore, he created Shuinpa, the flash step. He would focus his chakra into his leg and would vanish in a sudden burst of speed. He created this for short-distance purposes in a fight. He was probably at low chunin to mid-chunin speeds, counting with the resistance seals on. He also had his IQ tested by Gigi. With an IQ of 177, he was one of the rare geniuses that came once in a generation. He was in league with the Yondaime, the Nidaime, and Itachi Uchiha. As he stood upon the gates reminiscing, a sudden noise caught his attention. He smirked. That's right, all the alarms would be sounding now, waking them up from their precious sleep. It was his final prank before he became an official ninja. All the civilian council members had been pranked by him. He had set off a timed-release stink bomb in each of the houses, courtesy of Fuinjutsu. He knew the blame would come onto him, but he had made sure nothing connected him to the crime. He also knew that the ANBU would be searching for him due to his prankster reputation. Normally he would proudly take credit for his work, but since it was the important people this time, he made sure to have an alibi, which was the academy. He had specifically set them off just 5 minutes before the first bell rang, 10 minutes before which he was already in class usually. He easily sensed the jutsu shiki he had imprinted in the tree outside the academy and silently vanished in a tiny, blue flash. Appearing on the tree, he closed his eyes as if searching for something. The next moment, the air around him shimmered a little. Naruto then puffed into smoke, signifying that he had perfectly substituted with the shadow clone that was sitting inside the class. The class was as usual very noisy and chaotic. Thankfully, his shadow clone was sitting on the last bench, which meant he did not draw unnecessary attention. As the memories of the clone came to him, he blinked and then scoffed at the stupidity of the people. Did they really think I would keep wearing that orange jumpsuit? The shadow clone had received stares from people in his change of clothes. Sakura had yelled at him to not act like he was cool, but he had ignored it easily, as was his habit. The clock struck 8, and Irika-sensei entered the classroom followed by Mizuki-sensei. Naruto hated him. Mizuki always tried to fail Naruto in all the tests by casting genjutsu on them, making them appear tougher. But Naruto paid no mind and continued writing the wrong answers to maintain his facade of dead last. He gave no indication that he knew of Mizuki's pathetic ways to fail him. Finally, the class settled down and Mizuki handed out the papers. As he gave it to Naruto, a very ugly sneer appeared on his face, kind of like a sick smile. Naruto looked at his paper and back to Mizuki, who seemed to be glowing with triumph. Naruto sent an "Are you kidding me?" look mixed in a deadpan stare. He then promptly dispelled the genjutsu on the test, making a blank page appear. "So this is your game?" he thought with amusement. Raising his hand, he said in a cool tone that perfectly matched his facial expression of bored indifference, "Mizuki-sensei, I believe that you put this blank page here by mistake." Mizuki's thunderous expression almost made him smirk, but he reined it in with experience. He came up to Naruto, a smile straining his face. "Thanks for pointing it out, Naruto. Good thing you spotted it, otherwise you would have failed," he said, placing the real test on his desk. Turning back, a furious expression came across his face. How did the demon spot the genjutsu? He never could do it before. Usually when tests were conducted, Naruto would purposely answer so he barely passed or failed. But today he decided to let his intelligence shine through. He could hold back a little less today. He finished the paper with 20 minutes to spare, but kept the appearance of writing as to avoid suspicion. He could see that Sakura and Sasuke had also finished roughly at the same time. It was not surprising since Sakura was considered the class bookworm and Sasuke was quite intelligent. Everyone else finished at roughly at same time around. After collecting their papers, Irika-sensei called out, "All right everyone, next section will be weapons. Proceed to the practice fields." Naruto waited in the crowd for his turn. Since it was alphabetical order, he was pretty much in the last. He watched as Sasuke's turn came and observed as Sasuke hit all the 10 bullseyes for kunai and shuriken, save for one. 9 bullseyes out of 10 was the highest score yet. Finally, it was his turn. He went in front of the crowd and to the box where the shuriken were kept. He took 5 of them out and holding 3 in his left hand and 2 in his right, threw them all simultaneously. He watched as they all hit bullseye with boredom, as if he did this every day. He proceeded to do the same with kunai. The whole class was shocked and gaping at what they saw. Naruto Uzumaki, the class clown and dead last, had beaten Sasuke Uchiha's score very easily. The said Uchiha was frowning heavily, not liking that the dead last of the class had beaten his score, that too looking as if he was barely concentrating. Irika was shocked as well. Naruto never displayed such skill before. "Gee, good job, Naruto. You have the highest score in the class," he complimented, before moving on to the next student, not noticing that Mizuki was barely keeping himself from strangling the blonde. The said blonde turned in his direction and gave a smirk, infuriating him even more. After the weapons part of the exams was over, Irika called out, "Everyone, gather around for the taijutsu portion of this exam." Naruto frowned minutely at this. Every time they practiced taijutsu, he was always up against Sasuke, no doubt because Mizuki wanted to see him lose. This time would be no different. He was right. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, please enter the ring, Mizuki announced almost gleefully. He was fully prepared to see Naruto beaten down, and if he was lucky, he could fail him. Beat Naruto, Sasuke-kun, Sakura screeched, causing many people to cover their ears. Ino supported her by shouting as well, show him you're the best, Sasuke-kun. Naruto could have sworn that he saw blood coming out of Akamaru's ears. Almost no one cheered for him, but his sensitive ears caught a soft-spoken voice saying, gee, good luck, and Naruto-kun. He smiled in thanks at Hinata, who fainted at his smile. He then turned his attention towards Sasuke, the same bored look from before back on his face. Sasuke stepped in with a serious frown, still feeling upset that the dobe of all people beat him. Naruto still had the infuriating look of bored indifference on his face, as if he barely considered Sasuke a challenge. Sasuke almost snarled, that dobe is mocking me. Hajime, Mizuki called out and jumped out of the ring. Sasuke slid into his clan's fighting style, the interceptor fist. Since it mainly relied on the Sharingan, he could not use it to his full potential. But I don't need the Sharingan to beat dobe of all people, he thought smugly, but wasn't prepared for what came to him. Naruto was contemplating whether he should end this quickly or prolong it, just to see how angry he could get Sasuke. Nah, I'll end this quick, he thought. He would use every advantage he could get. It was his fighting style after all. He stood in a semi-ready stance, watching as Sasuke did not bother to enter his until the signal to begin was given. Got him, he thought with a mental smirk. As soon as the signal was given, Naruto didn't waste any time to get into a stance. Sasuke had provided an opening, and he would fully use it. He used the speed he had built up all over the years to get into Sasuke's guard in an instant. One moment Naruto was standing opposite to him. Another moment he was kneeing Sasuke's chin very painfully. The force of the blow was such that Sasuke was thrown right out of the ring. Even though he recovered midair and was able to soften his landing, a furious expression was on his face. Kurama was heartily laughing inside his mind, pleased to see Sasuke getting his ass handed to him. The class was silent for a moment. Naruto had beaten Sasuke a second time, that too in just one move. Then came the accusations. Naruto cheated, Irika-sensei. There's no way Naruto can beat Sasuke-kun. He cheated, Irika-sensei. Irika was getting fed up at how the fangirls were shouting ridiculous and useless accusations. He could see what Naruto had used was pure speed, and nothing else. Shut up. Naruto has not cheated. If anyone knows better, speak up. Naruto was watching the drama unfold with hands crossed across his chest, amusement dancing in his eyes. He almost laughed when Sakura, the ever-devout fangirl, screeched, Irika-sensei, there's no way Naruto could beat Sasuke-kun. Therefore, he must have cheated. That's a very logical reason, isn't it? Naruto thought with sarcasm. Irika turned a stern glare on her. And just how did Naruto cheat? Care to explain, Sakura? Sakura opened her mouth, but closed it since nothing came to mind. An embarrassed blush spread across her face and she fell back into the crowd. Irika nodded and called out, everyone head inside for the ninjutsu portion. Mizuki was looking like someone shit in his breakfast and made him eat it. Don't you get so smug, demon. I will fail you somehow, he thought angrily. They headed into their class and everyone sat down, keeping their distance from Naruto, who had gone to the back of the class and had pulled out a book to read. All right, you will all sit here until we call out your name. When we do, come into the next room for your exam, Irika said before calling the first student. Sasuke had long since gone back to brooding again, though this time he had a faint aura of anger around him. How is the dobe so good? I never saw any signs of skill in him, and every time he was the last in class. So why was he able to beat me that easily? It doesn't make any sense, he thought furiously. Soon enough, it was Sasuke's turn. He went out of the door and returned 5 minutes, a Hitai 8 on his head. He smirked in the direction of Naruto, but grit his teeth when he saw that Naruto wasn't even paying attention to his surroundings. He was too engrossed in his little book. This book is very interesting, he thought as he read the tips and tricks of Fuinjutsu written by his parents. So engrossed he was that he almost missed his name being called out. He snapped his book shut and put it in his pocket. He then proceeded into the next room. Irika and Mizuki were sitting on chairs, a desk in front of them. Mizuki watched with barely hidden glee. Today you will fail, demon. All right, Naruto, perform the henge no jutsu, Irika instructed. Naruto nodded and formed the ram seal. A puff of smoke later, the Yondaime Hokage was standing in front of them. Irika smiled. Naruto was full of surprises today. Very good, Naruto. Now perform the Kawarimi no jutsu. Naruto nodded, and a second later, Mizuki was sitting on the ground, wondering how he came there. A second later, he turned furious eyes onto Naruto, who was looking a little too innocent. I'm sorry, sensei, are you okay? He asked, with fake concern in his voice. Mizuki got up and brushed himself. I'm okay, Naruto, don't worry, he said with gritted teeth. Irika nodded approvingly. Excellent, Naruto. You performed it without smoke and without seals too. You get extra points for that. He looked up from the paper and said, lastly, perform the Bunshin no jutsu. There was some fear in his voice. Naruto could never perform it perfectly. But Naruto surprised them yet again. Holding up a half-ram seal, there was a puff of smoke and 3 Narutos were standing in front of him. Of course, they were actually Kage Bunshin, but they didn't need to know that. He was actually proud that he only needed a half-ram to execute Kage Bunshin instead of the full seal. Mizuki watched helplessly as Irika declared Naruto passed and told him to pick between black and blue. Naruto picked the blue Hitaiate and asked if Irika could tie it just beneath his left jacket sleeve. Walking out of the room, he saw that the class was giving him the same, gaping look. Again, annoyance passed on his face. What are you looking at? Kiba pointed an accusing finger at him, a shocked look on his face. You got a Hitaiate. Naruto simply gave him a deadpan stare. Slowly clapping, he sarcastically drawled, well done, Kiba. You now have a firm grasp of the obvious. Snickers erupted in the classroom as Naruto made Kiba feel stupid with a single statement. Kiba prepared to pounce on Naruto when Irika entered the classroom. Everyone settled down. After everyone was seated, he said, those people who have passed will come tomorrow in the morning for team assignments. You can leave now. Naruto leisurely walked out of the academy, in no hurry. He had nothing else to do, so he sat down on the swing on the academy's tree. He sat there for a long time, thinking of what he will eat today. He sensed someone coming and hid his scowl. What does Mizuki want now? Mizuki came up behind Naruto. Congratulations on passing, Naruto. He almost threw up in his mouth saying that. Naruto curtly replied, thanks. He said no more than that. He didn't need to. Mizuki approached him, so he will be the one to talk. I was impressed on how you performed, Naruto, but you still don't have enough points to claim Rookie of the Year. I will offer you a special test, if you're interested in that title, he said. Naruto just looked at the man. What a fucking idiot, Kurama helpfully supplied, but Naruto wanted to see where this was going. Really, Mizuki-sensei? He hopefully asked. Mizuki smiled at how easily he fooled the demon. Yeah, you just need to take a scroll from the Hokage vault in the Hokage's office and bring it to me beside the old shed in the forest at midnight. You know that, right? Bring it to me and consider yourself the Rookie of the Year, he said as he walked away. He really has a very low opinion of you, doesn't he? Kurama commented. Naruto mentally agreed. He just asked me to steal the forbidden scroll. What a moron, he thought as he flashed to the Hiraishin Shiki in his apartment. He had a seal to make. XXXXXXX. The sky was dark with clouds, shrouding the village in shadows. It was perfect for him to sneak around. In a series of flash steps, he was at the Hokage Tower in minutes. Dodging the ANBU on patrol, he easily masked his chakra signature and sneaked into the office. He soon found the Hokage vault and took out a piece of paper, a complex seal drawn on it. He slapped it onto the vault door and watched as it glowed for a moment. He knew opening the door was no problem for him, but the alarms that would sound after would be. Which is why he created a seal that would suppress the alarms of any seal for roughly 10 minutes. Enough for him to complete his task. He took the scroll and slung it around him. He exited the way he came from, but paused for a moment. "What's up, Gigi?" Hiruzen replied as if he totally hadn't caught Naruto stealing. "The night strolls are often very peaceful for me. I trust that the scroll would be returned." That was more of an order. Naruto simply nodded, making his way to the exit when Hiruzen stopped him. "You know it would look suspicious if it looked like I just let you through." A mischievous grin almost split his face in half. This was the perfect time to try it. He turned around, not bothering to hide his grin. He put his hands in the ram seal, whispering, "Oiroke no jutsu." A puff of smoke revealed a curvaceous and an extremely beautiful blonde female Naruto, clad in birthday clothes. Wisps of smoke were covering the more important bits. It was the Sandame's weakness as well as his sweetest dream. A huge amount of blood burst from his nose with such force that he fell backwards unconscious, having a perverted smile on his face. Naruto released the henge, barely holding himself from laughing out loud. "Yash! Oiroke no jutsu is a success," he thought in celebration before Flash stepping out and into the forest. He arrived with half an hour to spare. Shrugging, he put the scroll on ground and opened it up, looking for something useful. He found the Kage Bunshin along with its explosive counterpart, Bunshin Daibakuha. He also found the Gojo Kibaku Fuda, a jutsu created by the Nidame. It was about self-replicating explosive tags. A wicked grin crossed his face. "I'll have so much fun with this one." He also found a very interesting theory on how to change the color of your lightning. A thoughtful look crossed his face and he mused, "It will be cool if I can do that. The blue of lightning hurts my eyes. Red lightning sounds much better." He always avoided Raiton because it was just too bright for his eyes. So for the next 2 hours, he relentlessly practiced changing the color of his lightning. It was tedious work, but he was able to do it without shadow clones. At the end of 2 hours, he lightly panted but watched in pride as red currents of lightning danced across his body. "I did it! Who?" The theory was easy to understand, but not so much when implementing, he thought with relief. The red lightning was significantly better on the eyes and was less chakra-consuming, though he did not know why. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar chakra and smiled. "About time someone came looking for me." A few moments later, Irika burst out of the bushes, looking around wildly. When he spotted Naruto innocently sitting on the ground with the forbidden scroll on his lap, he snapped. "Naruto," he began in a strained voice, "just what do you think you are doing?" He ended in a shout. Naruto, to his credit, wasn't rattled a bit. He just smiled widely and decided to out the traitor. "Well, Mizuki-sensei told me to bring this scroll for him here. So, I was just waiting for him, Irika-sensei." A cold feeling washed over him at that. "Mizuki told you that? But dash. Explanations later, Irika-sensei. For now, be on your guard," Naruto calmly said as he stood up and slung the scroll over him, hands crossed over his chest as if waiting for something. Irika was about to grill him further when his instincts screamed at him to dodge. He leaped aside to dodge the hail of shuriken, but one struck his sleeve onto the shed and another got buried in his thigh. Naruto lazily caught the kunai that was heading towards him between 2 of his fingers. A second later, Mizuki appeared before them, smiling smugly. "Well done, Naruto. Now hand over that scroll to me," he said. Naruto was about to speak when Irika shouted, "Mizuki, why are you doing this?" Mizuki growled, "For power, you idiot. I want power, nothing else." Naruto, hand it over. Right now. "Don't do it, Naruto," Irika shouted desperately as he struggled to free himself. Mizuki smiled sickly. "Do you know why everyone hates you, Naruto?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious to hear what the traitor had to say. "Oh, do tell." "Don't do it, Mizuki," Irika shouted. "This could not happen. It would absolutely break Naruto's spirit." "It's because you're the Kyuubi. 12 years ago, when the Yondaime defeated the Kyuubi, he didn't kill it. He sealed it into a baby, which happened to be you. You hold the killer who took thousands of lives that day, including Irika's parents." He finished in a crazed tone. XXXXXXX. Hiruzen, who was watching from his ball, had gone pale. "This isn't good. That idiot Mizuki has told Naruto of the secret." But then he noticed that Naruto hadn't reacted to that at all. His face became paler, nearly to the point of white. Could it be that he already knows? He refocused himself and watched. XXXXXXX. Naruto simply gave Mizuki his patented look. Are you done displaying your stupidity? Mizuki was as confused as Irika. You are obviously unworthy of your rank since you can't tell the difference between a sealing scroll and the kunai which is sealed into it. As for the Kyuubi, I have already known for 6 years, he calmly revealed. Irika had gone pale at that. Naruto had known since he started the academy. Mizuki was growling at the insult aimed at him. How dare that demon insult him? And you tried to hurt Irika-sensei, here his tone turned menacing. So I really can't let you go scot-free. Naruto was contemplating whether to knock Mizuki out with a simple Raiton Jutsu, or give him third-degree burns with a Keton Jutsu. Logic, logic, logic. Fuck logic. He just tried to hurt Irika. Let's go for brute force. With that, he formed a half-ram seal and instantly, the whole clearing around them was filled with smoke. As soon as the smoke cleared up, Mizuki became paler than he already was. Hundreds of Naruto surrounded him. Every inch of the clearing was covered by a Naruto, each of them looking at him with those menacing blue eyes. He had a sudden realization, same as Irika. The clones he created in the exam were shadow clones. Let's go! One of them shouted, and together, the whole army of Naruto descended upon him. Naruto walked up to Irika, all the while listening to the sounds of bones cracking and breaking. He dispelled the clones and hid a small wince at the memories. Mizuki was literally a broken man now in both the ways. Naruto knelt down beside Irika, freeing him easily and helping him up. Irika had a confused expression on his face. Naruto, do you? Yeah, I know about him. We're actually very good friends, he revealed nonchalantly, laughing at the horror on Irika's face. In a much gentler tone, he said, Now let's get you to the hospital, sensei. That thigh wound won't heal itself. In a flash step, they disappeared. Naruto had a hard time sleeping that night, but he could hardly be blamed. He was officially a ninja. On top of that, he would meet his new teammates tomorrow, but he had a bad feeling about that. He tried to ignore it, which was easier done than said. The feeling was easily buried beneath the excitement he was feeling. Over the years, his body had an internalized clock, which was very beneficial health-wise, but unfortunately did not allow him to sleep more than 7 hours, no matter how much he wanted to. At 5 in the morning, his eyes would snap open by themselves, his body having sufficiently rested itself and ready for the day, as was the case today. Which is why he was so confused when he woke up at his regular time of 5 in the morning, not feeling any tiredness from the events of last night. While not complaining at the lack of tiredness, irritation slowly took hold of him, making him frown deeply. By all means, he should have easily slept till 9 in the morning. One late arrival to class wouldn't hurt him at all. No use whining about it. Best start my day with the usual, he mentally grumbled and got out of bed. Quickly finishing his morning rituals and dressing up, he took 2 bananas and gobbled them up. He figured his irritation would be gone by the end of his morning run. Inside his mind, Kurama was trying to keep his sniggers from echoing in Naruto's mind. He had initially decided to let Naruto rest because of his late night, but his sense of mischief decided to manifest itself and he changed his decision. He let a larger amount of his chakra than usual in Naruto's body, just enough so Naruto would wake up at his usual time instead of his natural 7 hours. Stepping outside, Naruto felt the slightly chilly air of the morning. The sky was still dark, but it was perfect for him. A sudden thought struck to him. How about I run with my resistance seals off today? Get used to the normal speed. What do you say, Kurama? Kurama gave a yawn that reverberated through Naruto's mind. He forcefully clenched his jaw to prevent his own from happening. Kurama replied, It's a good idea. You should get used to running without seals every once in a while, Naruto. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to control your own speed. You would just speed past the place you intend to stop. Naruto nodded, agreeing with Kurama. He wondered if his father had the same problems, but pushed those thoughts aside. Best get used to it gradually, he thought. Making a ram seal, he lowered the resistance seal on his body from level 12 to 6. The change was immediate, He felt really light and like the amount of energy in his body had doubled. He started running and was surprised at his own speed. Kurama had been frighteningly accurate. He was currently running at a speed which children would call close to sprinting, and the worrying part about the whole thing was he wasn't even controlling it. At the end of this run, I will get used to this, he determinedly thought. It took him almost 5 rounds of the village to get used to it, and by the end of 5 rounds, he was comfortably running at the speed he usually ran, not having any feeling of being tired at all. I wonder if this feeling can be compared to freedom, he thought with a smile. Running without a care in the world, feeling as if nothing is holding you back. Eventually, he decided to sprint all out, and once he started feeling tired, he would run without any resistance, getting used to running without it. After another 1.5 lap of sprinting, he began panting and figured that the time was right to release the seal. He was just about to do it when he saw something ahead of him. He was closing on a person wearing a, "Oh God, is that a spandex jumpsuit?" He was very much grossed out by the sight and figured overtaking the person was in his best interest. Instantly releasing the seal, he shot forward once more, having not increased his pace by himself at all. He was soon running neck to neck with a kid probably his own age who had a shining, bowl-cut hairstyle and huge eyebrows which looked more like caterpillars. Bandages wrapped up his forearms and his Hitai-8 wrapped as a belt. He also wore orange leg warmers. The kid glanced towards him and flashed a brilliant smile of white teeth, shining like metal. He spoke in a loud voice. "A very youthful morning to you. May I know who you are?" Naruto rose an eyebrow at the loud voice. Perhaps this is his normal way of speaking, he mused. Somehow, a quiet voice did not suit this kid. "And what is with the youthful morning?" Outward he said, "Good morning. It is nice to see someone else running at this time. My name is Naruto, by the way." He expected the usual frown of disgust and hate, but he did not expect the kid to react. "My name is Rock Lee, Naruto-kun. You seem like a very youthful person, running at this speed in the early morning. You are clearly basking in the springtime of youth." Naruto stared at him as if he was speaking an entirely different language, which he probably was because he didn't understand a word of what he said. Inside his mind, Kurama had kept his eyes shut tightly. He had already scarred his mind by seeing Lee. He did not want to go insane from seeing him in motion. Naruto did the only thing he could without upsetting the boy. "Hey Lee, how about we talk later? I'm in a bit of hurry." Saying that, he sprinted ahead at full speed, leaving Lee to taste his dust. He felt bad about leaving him like that because there was a chance that that boy would be his future comrade, but he wanted to get used to his mannerisms slowly. The youth coming from Lee terrified him. Lee stared at the dust with wide eyes. Stars seemed to twinkle around him. "What youth? To be faster than me with my weights off. Guy-sensei will be so surprised when he hears of this." Shouting this, he ran off in his own cloud of dust. Naruto ran full sprint until he reached his house. Climbing up the stairs, he thought about what he had observed while talking to Lee. While the bandages covered almost whole of his forearms, the fingertips were exposed, and they were scratched and bruised heavily. That indicated that Lee trained his ass off every day. He also sensed Lee's chakra, which was so low that someone would mistake him for a civilian, which probably indicated that Lee was running on pure speed, without any chakra. That meant Lee was a pure taijutsu-type fighter. The amount of hard work it must have taken to achieve that speed. Lee has my utmost respect for his hard work, he thought with admiration. Kurama agreed. A genius of hard work, he truly is. Taking a quick shower, he dressed in his clothes from yesterday and quickly ate a cup of instant ramen, justifying it as a good day and easily ignoring Kurama's exasperated shake of head, and adjusted his Hitai-8 beneath his left shoulder. Taking a final look in the mirror, he nodded to himself and left his apartment. Hopping on the rooftops gave him a rare sense of thrill, which not many shinobi felt because of it being a usual for them. But many shinobi did not perform tricks on the rooftops as well. The flips and every sort of cartwheel he could think of were performed with the highest level of precision. His every landing, flip, roll was perfectly executed. The people below stared at him. Some were the usual glares, while a few of them had expressions of awe. It was rare for them to see performing such tricks on rooftops with such expertise. Of course, Naruto was too lost in the thrill to notice. Before long, he had reached the academy. As he walked through the gates, A sense of apprehension gripped him. A familiar bad feeling from the last night gripped him again. With every step, the feeling seemed to intensify a little. He shook his head a little, trying to shake the feeling off. Today will go well, he assured himself. XXXXXXX. Hiraishin looked at the jonin assembled in his office. Each of them would be assigned a team of genin. He had to choose carefully who received which team. The future of Konoha had to be handled extremely carefully. He glanced at the jonin standing at the right-hand side end of the line. Kakashi was sort of glaring at the old Hokage. Usually, he would be late to the meeting by a good 3 hours unless he was receiving a B-rank mission or higher, but the Hokage had threatened to burn his Ika collection, even his hidden collection. So he was forced to attend on time. But that did not prevent him from glaring at the Hokage. Hiraishin distributed the first 6 teams and asked them to leave, before turning his attention to the more important teams. Team 7 would be led by you, Kakashi, he said, giving the jonin a nod. Team 8's leader would be Kurenai. Since Team 9 is still in circulation under Guy, Team 10 would be led by Asuma. Kakashi, stay behind. I have to talk to you. As the other jonin left, there was a noticeable change in Kakashi's posture. The lazy look was gone from his eye, replaced with seriousness. He stood straight with his hands behind his back and back straight, looking at the Hokage. What do you want from me, Hokage-sama? Hiraishin's seriousness of the topic was clear in his voice. Kakashi, you have been given the most important team of all. Since Sasuke Uchiha is on this team, the council will probably force you to pay more attention to him. Teach him the ways of Sharingan and all your jutsu. But you will not play any favorites. Is that understood? His voice was like an army commander at the end.
Kakashi note that. Hai, Hokage-sama.
Hiraishin then motioned for the ANBU to leave the room. Once the room was completely secure, he leaned forward on his desk, chin resting on his hands. He suddenly seemed to switch from a serious personality to a weary one. Kakashi, Naruto will be on this team as well. That single sentence seemed to bring out Kakashi's memories that he did not want to remember. Memories of his sensei, memories of how he failed to protect Naruto from the villagers. I will not fail this time. You can count on me, Minato-sensei, he thought with resolution. Hiraishin continued in his grave tone. The council will probably tell you to ignore him as much as you can. But you will not do that to the only person who is connected to Minato, would you? Kakashi shook his head and spoke with steel in his voice. No, Hokage-sama. I am astounded that you would even say that. Hiraishin, however, was unfazed by the outburst. I had to check, Kakashi. I'm sorry for saying that. Kakashi nodded absent-mindedly, his mind already making plans on how to deal with his new team. A thought occurred to him and he asked Hiraishin, is there anything I should know about my team? Hiraishin leant back in his seat, taking a deep breath and blowing the smoke out. I could give you the files of your students, but observing firsthand is a better way. Won't you agree, Kakashi? Kakashi seemed to be in thought for a moment and then I smiled. Perhaps, this time he will be able to correct his mistakes. XXXXXXX. Entering the classroom, he saw that only half of those who had graduated were there. Eyes roaming, he spotted his friends Shikamaru, Chuji, Shino, Hinata sitting in their usual places. Shikamaru was dozing off as usual. Chuji was eating potato chips. Shino was examining his bugs and Hinata had turned red as soon as she saw him. She began poking her index fingers together, avoiding eye contact. He also saw other kids who had graduated, playfully shoving each other, talking about everything and nothing at the same time. He was about to go to his usual seat in the back when he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Turning to the door, he narrowed his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha had entered the classroom. He looked very different from yesterday, wearing a navy blue high-collared short-sleeved shirt and white shorts with holster tied on his right thigh. He also wore white arm warmers and hitai tied on his forehead. He still had his usual air of arrogance and smugness around him. His posture carried confidence, which was clouded by arrogance. His coal-black eyes roamed the classroom until they settled on him. Naruto saw some anger seep into them. Still sore about yesterday, Sasuke? He thought. Sasuke marched up to him, his hands in his pockets. implying that he had no intention of attacking Naruto. He stopped a feet away from him and looked in his eyes with almost a burning intensity, his narrowed eyes showing that he would be keeping an eye on him from now on. Naruto narrowed his own azure eyes in return, the cold intensity of them as cold as ice in response to Sasuke's fire. His eyes conveyed his response very clearly. "Bring it, Sasuke." They both were so lost in their glaring contest that Sasuke failed to notice one of the kids stumbling towards his back. He bumped into his back, shouting out a sorry, before joining his friend's back. He did not notice the consequences of his accidental bump. Naruto's eyes had become as wide as saucers when Sasuke's lips crashed onto his own. He was so stunned from that he just froze on his spot, as did Sasuke, looking into each other's eyes with disbelief. He did not even hear Kurama's loud belly laugh at his situation. So shocked he was having his first kiss stolen from Sasuke of all people. He was even more horrified at the amusement he was feeling. This feels so wrong on so many levels, he thought with no small amount of panic. Sasuke having thoughts along the same lines. He didn't imagine in his wildest dreams that his first kiss would be stolen by the dobe. Just what did he do to deserve this? All he felt was disgust at feeling a boy's lips on his own. But the shock of the situation had frozen him to his place. This was the scene that Sasuke's most devoted fangirls, Sakura and Ino, along with other fangirls, were greeted too. They both blankly stared at them, not being able to form even full words wa-dash, ho-dash. Naruto finally came to his senses and immediately stepped back from his spot, prompting Sasuke to do the same. Naruto rubbed his lips, slowly cleaning them off. Turning furious eyes on the dark-haired boy, he hissed, "What the hell, Kyuso Yaro? Just what gave you the indication that I liked you? Unlike you, I happen to be an avid fan of the opposite sex." Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's rant for a moment, but was quick to recover. His voice turned downright menacing. Not that Naruto was intimidated. "It was your fault, dobe," he accused, rubbing his lips furiously. Naruto was quick to snark back, "That's my line, team. I'm not the one who suddenly decided to step forward and kiss me." His first kiss went to Sasuke of all people. Oh, the shame. Sasuke stormed to his seat and sat down, slipping back into his daily brooding routine. Naruto silently scoffed and turned away. Just what is so great about that guy? He was about to go to his regular seat when he felt it. It was not killing intent, but it felt like he had done something grievously wrong. Turning around, he almost went pale. All the girls of the class were looking like dogs ready to pounce and kill. "Baka Naruto, how dare you steal Sasuke-kun's first kiss like that?" Sakura and Ino were quick to blame him, with the others following. Kurama was still snickering in his mind and Naruto resisted the urge to sigh. Seeing the kunoichis take a threatening step forward, he slid his left leg back, ready to flash step out of here if necessary. He had to find a way to... "Everyone settle down!" The loud voice of Iruka-sensei was heard in the classroom. But the girls didn't seem to hear it, ganging up on Naruto, who didn't look nervous at all. Iruka saw his favorite student being ganged up on by the kunoichis and put a hand on his face in resignation. "Now, what did you do, Naruto?" Feeling the need to save his little brother, he activated his big head no jutsu. "Settle down, you brats." The effect was immediate. All the girls were seated so fast they almost looked like they were teleporting. However, Naruto was immune to Iruka's jutsu for a long time and so, he calmly walked up to his usual seat and sat down, looking out of the window with a bored look. Iruka looked around the room and started his attendance. "Aburame Shino. Here. Akimichi Chuji. Here, sensei." The roll call continued but Naruto simply wasn't paying attention since his name was last anyways. "Uzumaki Naruto. Right here." He waved his hand lazily. His response sounded way cooler than any of his classmates and for this reason, it rattled Sasuke's fangirls. "Baka." Sakura stood up and pointed an accusing finger at him. "Stop trying to act cool like Sasuke-kun." "Yeah." Her statement was supported by nearly all the fangirls in the room, except Hinata. Naruto, who was still looking outside, turned to face Sakura. "HM? Did you say something?" he asked in an absent-minded tone. Irika suddenly wondered just where Naruto had met a one-eyed jonin who habitually said the same thing. The girls shrieked and hurled various insults at him, which were easily ignored. Irika coughed to get the class's attention, and when he had it, he started speaking. You guys are now officially ninja of Konoha, but remember you are simply a genin. The road from here will only be uphill now. You will be now divided in groups of 3, and a jonin sensei will be your teacher. Everyone had different thoughts about this. Ino said to Sakura in a sly tone, I wonder who will be on Sasuke-kun's team. Sakura gave an annoyed glance to her. Who knows? However, inner Sakura shouted in her mind, Cha! I'm the one who will be on his team. Sasuke thought with a small amount of irritation. A team of 3? Ke. They will only burden me and hold me back. Irika then began announcing the teams. It took a while, but he finally announced Naruto's. Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto paid close attention at that. Haruno Sakura, causing a depressed cloud to appear on top of her. I'm on a team with Naruto? Why? Naruto had a more expressive reaction. A purple cloud seemed to form over his head, and he banged his head on the table. Fuck my life, he groaned. Many felt sorry for the poor bastard, despite not being his friends. No one deserved Sakura as a teammate. Even Kurama was whispering comforting words such as they could kill her and bury the body. And Uchiha Sasuke, Irika announced the last name. This time Sakura jumped in joy. Turning around, she flashed a superior smirk at the flabbergasted Ino, who was clenching her fists. Inner Sakura was shouting in joy. Cha! True love always prevails. Shikamaru Simple muttered, troublesome. Trying to divert his mind from his recent depression, Naruto listened closely for the other teams. Team 8 was Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, taking in account that their special traits are not in fighting. If I'm not mistaken, this is a tracking and a backup assault team. Team 10 was announced to be Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji. The legendary Ino Shikacho trio is being formed again. Their fathers were a legendary team themselves, after all. This team has 2 purposes that I can think of. A battle purpose and an information gathering, taking in account Ino's mind techniques, Shikamaru's binding techniques, and Chuji as a heavy hitter. Not bad at all, he thought with a smile, impressed with Gigi's choices of team members. That thought process led him to his own team. A tiny frown appeared on his forehead. Sakura doesn't possess any specialties, except her high level of chakra control. Sasuke could be considered a specialist in ninjutsu due to his Sharingan, but that depends on his chakra capacity. He is an expert in shuriken jutsu, which is to be expected considering who his brother was. His taijutsu will grow by leaps too, once he awakens his Sharingan. My specialty would primarily be ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, followed by taijutsu and trap-making. Naruto's frown disappeared as he realized something. So that's how it is. Our team is a primary heavy assault team. That old man really is something else, he smiled, shaking his head, impressed by the old Hokage. Time passed and one by one, Jonin Sensei came to take their teams away. Team 8 Sensei was a beautiful woman named Kurinai Yuhi, and Team 10 Sensei was a large man who looked like a bear and held strong resemblance to Gigi. He introduced himself as Sarutobi Asuma and took his team away. Many hours passed, but there was no sign of Team 7 Sensei. Sasuke kept brooding the whole time, though he was starting to look irritated. Sakura looked close to exploding in anger. Naruto was calmly working on a new chakra-suppressing seal that he could use without delay. He was also keeping his senses open, just in case he sensed their sensei. Almost 3 hours of wait later, Naruto sensed a Jonin-level chakra signature heading their way. Sighing in relief, he sealed away his sealing supplies and got up, a revenge in mind for their tardy sensei. Walking up to the door, he made 4 hand signs and slapped his right palm on top of the door's ceiling. Snickering, he went back to his seat. That was a seal that had successfully worked on Gigi. There was no reason it wouldn't work on their sensei. Sakura and Sasuke were curiously watching Naruto. When Naruto applied his seal, they realized for the first time that Naruto was the tallest member of their team. Sakura asked him, "Naruto, what was that?" in her usual tone of "I'm your mother Naruto." Naruto gave her a blank gaze and said, "Something that you can't come close to understand, Sakura." Sakura's temper flared and she moved to hit him out of habit. But the door to the classroom opened and all three genin watched with shock as the man who opened it got drenched from head to toe in water. Naruto smirked at that. That was a seal designed to activate when someone's chakra came in direct or indirect contact with it. He could store any element in it. Just because he was playing a prank, water was the best choice. Lightning or fire would be very painful. He turned towards the person who was most likely their Jonin sensei. XXXXXXX. Kakashi was lost in thought as he finally decided to go to the academy and collect his team. On one hand, there was Sasuke, the last member of the Uchiha clan that was still loyal to the village. Kakashi brought his hand up to the covered left eye. It was his late best friend's, Uchiha Obito's last gift to him before he died. He felt a sort of obligation to his friend to train the last bearer of the Sharingan. On the other hand, there was Naruto, his sensei's son and Kakashi's only remaining tie to his late teacher, the person he had failed to protect from the village's hatred. The Sandaime had made it very clear that Kakashi has until Chunin exams to increase the number of bonds he has in this village. If he doesn't have any bonds, he may very well leave the village and Konoha can't afford to lose its only Jinchuriki. Walking up to the classroom door, he was caught off guard when he was suddenly doused in water. Perplexed, he looked up, hoping to find a bucket, but saw nothing but a seal. Eyes narrowed, he looked around the classroom. Sasuke was looking at him with doubt. Is this guy really a Jonin? Sakura looked apologetic as she bowed. Sorry, sensei. It is all Naruto's fault. I tried to stop him. Naruto was simply smirking at the Jonin. With Kurama's help, he had identified the chakra signature as that of Dog, the ANBU who sometimes used to protect him. However, Naruto's "I know something you don't" smirk definitely put Kakashi on edge. Kakashi was having his own thoughts about the three. Upon seeing Naruto's smirk, he concluded that Naruto most likely used a seal to play the prank. Turning to Sakura, he thought, Sakura tries to protect herself using excuses. Eyes turning to Sasuke, he saw the boy turn his face back towards the window. Sasuke minds his own business. Doesn't seem to accept the other two as comrades. He sighed internally. There is not a single shred of teamwork in this team at all. Outside, he gripped his chin in a mock-thinking pose and said in his lazy voice, How do I put this? My first impression of you guys, well, you're a bunch of idiots, he finished with an eye smile. He could literally see the cloud of depression over Sakura and Sasuke's head. But Naruto kept smirking in that annoying manner, not at all fazed by Kakashi's insult. Deciding to move on, he said, Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Kakashi then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Startled by the sudden exit, Sasuke and Sakura scrambled and rushed to the roof, the latter scampering after the former. Naruto sighed. It was a good thing that he didn't have to hide his skills anymore. Grabbing the edge of the window, he swung his feet onto the wall and leisurely walked up it. Kakashi was as usual, buried nose deep in his porn when he felt it. Looking down curiously, he contained his surprise on seeing Naruto walk up to him. The boy was displaying a skill that not many people showed before graduating. Yo, sensei. Naruto waved with a smile. Kakashi had nothing to say, so he waved back, Yo! It really made him feel like an idiot. Naruto walked past him and sat down on the steps in front of Kakashi. Just as he sat down, Sasuke and Sakura burst through the door, eyes widening when they saw Naruto had already reached ahead of them and was sitting nonchalantly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. How did the dobe reach ahead of me? Now that I think about it, I didn't see him following me and Sakura. So how did he get here? Sakura was in a similar state of surprise, but did not think much of it. She immediately sat down beside Sasuke, hearts in her eyes. Kakashi closed his book with a snap and said in his ever-lazy tone, All right, why don't you introduce yourselves? You can start first, Pinkerbell. Sakura scowled at Pinkerbell and spoke up, Why don't you go first and show us how it's done, sensei? Kakashi pointed a finger at himself. Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have many likes and dislikes. My dreams are none of your business. And you are too young to hear my hobbies. He finished and glanced at Sakura, motioning to continue. All the three genins sweat dropped. All we learned was his name. Sakura began speaking. I am Haruno Sakura. I like. She glanced at Sasuke and blushed. My hobbies are. She blushed harder. My dream is. She squealed this team, making Naruto shake his head in disgust. Sasuke showed no reaction. Kakashi asked, dislikes. Sakura was quick to scowl. Ino Pig and Baka Naruto. Kakashi thought with a resigned sigh, I just had to get a fangirl. He motioned Sasuke to begin. You next, Emo. Sasuke scowled like Sakura at the nickname, but spoke. Uchiha Sasuke. I have few likes and many dislikes. I have a dream, no? Ambition to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Sakura was looking at Sasuke with hearts in her eyes and thinking, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Naruto was thinking, doesn't he know that to restore his clan he needs girls, and for girls he needs some personality? Kakashi had narrowed his eye a little, as I had thought. He motioned for Naruto to begin. You next, Blondie. Naruto was not at all offended at his nickname and spoke with a small smile. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen and spending time with Irika-sensei. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes for ramen to cook. My hobbies are training and experimenting with Fuinjutsu. My dream, his smile became a full-blown grin, is to become the strongest Hokage ever. Kakashi smiled slightly. His hobbies are a bit unusual, but he has certainly grown up in an interesting way. He then said, all right, all of you are unique and have your own ideals. We will start our duties from tomorrow. But there is something that the four of us have to do first. The deadpan in his voice was unmistakable. Naruto tilted his head ever so slightly. What would that be, sensei? Survival exercise, Kakashi replied seriously. But we already did enough of it in the academy, sensei, Sakura said with a frown. Kakashi chuckled. This time, it's different because I'm your opponent. What's so funny? Sasuke asked, a little irritated. It's your reaction you hear this. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be made genin. The rest will go back to the academy. As a matter of fact, the failure rate is over 66%. As Kakashi predicted, everyone's eyes went wide at that, Sakura going as far as to gaping. Kakashi laughed and said, told you you'd freak out. Naruto then deduced with narrowed eyes. Then it is quite clear that the graduation test was just to select those who have the potential to become genin. Isn't it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That was quite perceptive of him. Looks like you have a lot of secrets, Naruto-kun. He easily ignored Sakura shouting at Naruto for trying to act cool like Sasuke. Anyways, meet me on Training Ground 7, tomorrow morning 5 o'clock. Skip breakfast if you don't want to throw up. He vanished in a leaf shunshin after that. For a while, none of them moved, thinking of the man's advice. Naruto got up first, walking over to the railing. He prepared to leap over, but stopped, turning around and asking, hey, you want to come and have lunch? Get to know each other since we are teammates now? Sasuke snorted in disdain and walked away, Sakura following him like a puppy. She followed Sasuke's lead and shouted, yeah, right, like anyone would want to eat with you, loser. She then engaged in her daily habit of asking Sasuke for a date. Kurama was smirking. She's the one to talk about weak. Naruto simply replied, it's not worth wasting our thoughts like that, Kurama. Besides, at least I tried. It's always the thought that counts. He leaped over the railing and sprinted to his usual training ground to do his training for the day. Perhaps he could even find Anko and persuade her to spar with him. XXXXXXX. Naruto laid on his bed, hands tucked behind his bed and eyes up at the ceiling. Anko was tough as usual, and she was even kind enough to let him know that he had some openings in his fighting. By that, he meant she used those openings to leave nice, big bruises. He was not worried about that though, because he had already closed those openings. Right now, he was mentally conversing with Kurama. How much do I let loose tomorrow, Kurama? The Hiraishin is not an option. That will only be revealed in the Chunin exams and not before. You can reveal 3 or 4 jutsus that you have, but not your red lightning. You can scare Kakashi Brat with your flash step though. A bit of Fuinjutsu will do as well. Oh, and make sure to use the Great Fireball. I want to see the look on Uchiha's face. Kurama replied after thinking for a bit, snickering in the end. Naruto ignored that suggestion, which means lightning jutsus are out. I can go all out in taijutsu. If I don't, Sasuke will be quick to call me out on that, and I don't need any of that. Besides, it was clever of Kakashi-sensei to purposely mislead us into fighting on an empty stomach, don't you think? He smirked. Kurama smirked in return. Don't make the mistake of underestimating him, Naruto. Kakashi is a very strong shinobi, strong enough to be feared across all shinobi nations in the Third Great War. He is not lacking in the mental department at all. Naruto mentally nodded, acknowledging Kurama's advice. Closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow would be interesting. Again. XXXXXXX. Glancing out of the apartment he lived in, Sasuke was thankful for the silence the night provided. I will pass the exercise myself. I won't allow those two to hold me back, he thought. Frowning in thought, he absently tapped the window. The Dobe has been acting very differently as of late. His sudden show of skills in the graduation test, his clear familiarity with seals. Could it be that he was hiding his skills? So then why? He has always craved attention, so why would he do something like hiding his skills and personality? Just who are you? Naruto. Sasuke had noticed that Naruto acted very different from his usual loud and idiotic personality in the graduation exam. He was calm and collected, more so than Sasuke usually was. He was also understandably jealous of Naruto's newly discovered skills. Sasuke had been training his ass off since the massacre in order to become strong enough. Strong enough to kill him. Not many people had the ability to see underneath, not even Sasuke, but he could tell that Naruto was hiding a lot of his abilities. He would make Naruto tell him because he deserved it more than anyone else, least of all the Dobe. XXXXXXX. Naruto's eyes opened at 5 o'clock, according to his body clock. This is the time by which I am supposed to be on the training field, he thought as he got up to do his morning rituals. As he was brushing his teeth, he began thinking about Kakashi's behavior yesterday. Our sensei was late by over 3 hours to meet us, and he didn't even look sorry about that. What's to say he won't do this today? He thought as he wiped his mouth. Going to the kitchen, he leisurely began preparing for omelets. As he cracked the eggs, he scoffed, "Skip breakfast if we didn't want to throw up?" He must be crazy if he thought that we would fight him on an empty stomach. He slid the omelets onto his plate and sat down on the dining table. A quick prayer later, he was gorging them down. He couldn't think about strategies because he didn't know what the exercise would be. Finishing his meal, he walked over to the sink and washed his plate. Only Sakura would be stupid enough to skip the most important meal of the day. That girl is so thin a simple breeze would be enough to blow her away. He snickered. He went to his room and took out the seal on which he was working on. He sat down on his table and worked on it until only half an hour was remaining till 8 o'clock. He closed the scroll and began preparing for the day. He dressed up and checked if he had all his supplies in his pouch and holster. Tying his hitai beneath his left shoulder, he nodded to himself and exited his apartment after ensuring his trap seals were in place. He walked at a comfortable pace to the training grounds, eating 2 bananas and a backpack holding his lunch. Reaching the training grounds, he had to hold his laugh at what he saw. Both his teammates were there, probably from 5 o'clock, and were looking as miserable. Well, as miserable as Sasuke could look. Sakura was sitting on the ground, probably regretting not eating breakfast. As soon as she saw him, her face twisted into anger and she got up, yelling, "Naruto, you are late." Naruto looked around and sure enough, Kakashi wasn't here. Turning back to Sakura, he shrugged. "I don't know how I can be late if Sensei isn't even here, Sakura." Sakura opened her mouth to yell more, but couldn't refute his statement. Her stomach decided to rumble at that moment, followed shortly by Sasuke's. Naruto raised a disbelieving eyebrow. "They really are that stupid?" He spoke with disbelief. "You two didn't eat breakfast?" The mentioned two shook their head, but Sakura yelled again. "Sensei told us not to eat breakfast. Baka, why did you eat it?" Naruto glared at her, causing her to flinch. "I'm standing right here, Sakura. There's no need to yell. As for eating breakfast, he spoke as if speaking to 4-year-olds. It is the most important meal of the day, you know? Sakura's temper got the better of her and she moved to hit Naruto. But Naruto decided to teach her a lesson and caught her fist easily, his cold eyes freezing her in her place. I suggest you stop doing that. Otherwise, I'll do more than just catch your fist next time. His voice was a whisper, but it was cold as ice, letting her know he was dead serious. He even enforced his threat with a little ki, making her sweat. Sasuke had been watching the both of them and had to admit that their interactions were amusing. However, that amusement ended when he heard Naruto's threat. He was surprised at how serious and deadly his teammate could sound. Naruto released Sakura's fist and walked up to him, asking, "Why didn't you eat breakfast, Emo?" Sasuke glared at him, refusing to answer. Naruto shrugged and walked up to the posts, setting his backpack on top of one of them. He then sat down, legs crossed and eyes closed, waiting for their sensei to show up. Turns out Kakashi was even more late than yesterday. He showed up at 10 minutes to 11. "Hi fellows. Good morning." He was sounding even more lazier than yesterday, if that was possible. Sakura pointed at him accusingly at him. "You're late." Kakashi's eye curved up in a sort of smile. "Well, you see, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take a long cut to avoid bad luck." "Liar!" Sakura shouted. Naruto's sweat dropped. Tardiness and lame excuses? Just what's wrong with this guy? The silence became awkward and Kakashi coughed to break it. "Well, let's begin." He placed his backpack down and pulled out an alarm clock, which he set for 12 o'clock. He put it on one of the posts. He then took out 2 tied bells. "Your task is to take Theseus bells from me before the alarm rings. Those who don't get the bells get no lunch. Not only that, I will tie you to the posts and eat lunch in front of you." Sakura's hungry, devastated face was exactly what he wanted. Sasuke tried to hide his hunger, but his stomach betrayed him. Only Naruto looked calm among them. "Naruto, why did you eat breakfast when I told you not to?" Sakura smiled, expecting Naruto to get punished, but Naruto simply replied, "You only suggested not to, sensei. You never said it as an order. Also, I'm not an idiot who forgets to eat the most important meal of the day." Sasuke and Sakura glared at him for implying they were idiots, while Kakashi just hummed. He is turning out to be very interesting. Maybe he would figure out the purpose of this test as well. He wondered. You only have to get 1 bell. Since there are only 2, one of you will get tied to the stump. The one who doesn't get a bell fails and goes back to the academy, he said, smirking at the horror on their faces. He continued, "If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you will fail. Any questions?" Sakura spoke up, a confused look on her face. "But sensei, what if you get hurt?" Naruto snorted at that. Kakashi was a freaking jonin. They would be hard-pressed just to harm a hair on him. Kakashi almost laughed out loud but managed to rein it in. "Don't worry, I won't. All right? Begin." The 3 of them jumped out of sight. Kakashi then tied the bells to him and took out his Ika book. They've hidden well. A shinobi should be able to hide from his enemies. Now to wait for one of them to attack, Kakashi thought as he kept his eyes on the book. XXXXXXX. He's got to be kidding. I've only ever seen 4-man cells. There's no cell with only 2 genin and a jonin. There's a different purpose to this test, Naruto furiously thought. His eyes then widened. He knows we won't be able to get the bells single-handedly. He wants us to work together. That is the purpose of this test. He smirked in victory, but that smirk turned into a frown. Those 2 will never work with me. Maybe I can convince them. After I get beat up from sensei. With that, he released his seals and shunpoed from his spot. Kakashi looked up in surprise as Naruto Shimeto shimmer before him, landing in a crouch. What was that? He appeared really fast. His speed was too high for a genin. Rather stupid of you to come at me head-on, isn't it? I don't see what's stupid about testing your opponent, Naruto replied, eyes narrowed. Kakashi had to hold back the memories from seeing those eyes. So much like sensei. He was almost caught off guard when Naruto disappeared, reappearing in front of him, leg extended in a kick. That was easily low Jonin level speed. And how the hell does he move that fast? He frantically thought as he blocked the kick. He winced. He hits hard as well. Kakashi was forced to put away his book as Naruto's movements were too fast. But Kakashi wasn't a Jonin for nothing. He easily began countering Naruto's attacks, mentally admiring his fighting style. His movements are fast, not giving the opposition enough time to think. The strength in his attacks might even reach mid-Chunin level. Not many openings to exploit too. His attacks are also quite unorthodox. Very interesting style, like he almost seems to know where the attacks are coming from. He applauded mentally as he ducked and blocked a 3 roundhouse kick combo that he knew wasn't a part of any style he knew, and he knew a lot of them. "You're good, kid, but not good enough," he grunted as he used the momentum of the spin kick coming towards his face. He caught Naruto by the ankle and threw him into the pond. He missed Naruto's smirk as he entered the water. "He threw me into the water. Perfect!" Naruto thought as he made a half-ram seal with his left hand and slowly released his breath. The air surrounded his body like a sort of bubble. He floated up until he was just underneath the surface. He then threw 2 shuriken at the Jonin. Kakashi didn't even need to look to catch them, but he was unprepared for what came next. Suiton, Suikusari no Jutsu. Water style, water chain jutsu. 5 chains of water erupted from the water and wrapped around him with surprising speed, requiring only 1 seal due to his high water affinity. This jutsu was very easy to use. Suiton ninjutsu. How does he know that? Shock filled his whole being. Naruto jumped out, spinning once mid-air to increase the momentum behind his punch, which only connected with a log. Kawarimi, huh? Kakashi walked out from behind a tree 100 feet away, smiling. "Nice try. You are definitely Chunin material, Naruto. But you will have to try harder to get the bell." Naruto made 3 hand seals. Futon, Tappa, wind style, breakthrough. A strong gust of wind blew towards Kakashi, who simply leapt to the side to avoid it. Wind manipulation. How does Naruto know all these jutsus? "A strong jutsu, but useless if I can avoid it," Kakashi rebuked. His eyebrow rose up in confusion when Naruto threw a single kunai at him. "Is that supposed to hit me?" he lazily asked as he just tilted his head to avoid it. He was not prepared for Naruto to appear behind him, replacing himself with the thrown kunai. Kakashi turned around, but it was too late. Wadash Naruto slashed at the bells with a kunai in his right hand, eyes widening in surprise when one of them separated. "Now's the chance!" He allowed his body to spin clockwise, his left hand grabbing the separated bell and right foot kicking out to Kakashi, who blocked it with his hands. But Naruto simply used the force of the kick to jump back onto a tree, using Shuinpa to retreat into the woods. XXXXXXX. Sasuke and Sakura were shell-shocked. They were not expecting Naruto's taijutsu to be this good. He was matching their sensei strike for strike, even adding his own attacks. The speed of his movements was something not even Sasuke could match. His form of movement was also noticed by the duo, inducing jaw-dropping shock. The show of ninjutsu and snatch of a bell was the last straw for Sasuke. How does Dobe know a style such as that? How did he achieve that level of speed? How does he know those jutsu? I should be the one to have those, not him. He raged in his mind, fists clenched. Sakura had still not recovered from the shock that was Naruto. Naruto was never this good at the academy. How did he manage to get a bell? It was then her fangirlish ways took over. If Naruto can get a bell, then Sasuke-kun can definitely do it. Not once did she think about herself. Kakashi stood in shock over what happened. An academy graduate who was said to be the dead last of his class not only managed to catch him off guard, but also managed to get a bell. Not to mention the said dead last new Futon and Suiton ninjutsu, high Chunin level taijutsu with low Jonin level speeds. He, Hatake Kakashi, copy ninja, caught off guard by a simple kawarimi. Naruto himself was shocked at his success. Even he didn't expect to get a bell this way. Then again, Kakashi most probably wouldn't expect an academy graduate to pull of a seal-less kawarimi. That was nothing more than a stroke of luck. In a straight fight I would be dead already. But since when do shinobi fight fair? He thought, the excitement slowly leaving him, allowing cognitive thoughts to take place. I should probably seek out Sasuke and Sakura, maybe convince them to work together. But my plan was to get beat up, not to get a bell. Sasuke would never listen to me now, which by extension also includes Sakura. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed. It never hurts to try. The worst that will happen is that you will fail to convince them, Kurama encouraged him. Naruto thought about it a bit and reluctantly agreed with him. He easily sensed the chakras of the two and cursed when he felt that Sasuke was furious by the agitation of his chakra. He quickly made his way towards him, hoping he wouldn't be too late. XXXXXXX. He was too late. Sasuke was already furious at Naruto's achievement, and when Naruto tried to convince him, he harshly shot his proposal to work together down and went to confront Kakashi alone. Long story short, he got his ass handed to him and got himself buried head deep into the ground. On the bright side, Naruto successfully copied the Dotonjutsu Kakashi used to bury Sasuke. He sensed Kakashi casting a Jinjutsu on Sakura, who easily succumbed to it. He sent 20 shadow clones to fight Kakashi and defend Sakura, but the time was already up. Sakura hung her head in shame as she was the one tied to the post while Naruto and Sasuke sat beside her. Sasuke was angrily glaring at Naruto, who was watching his sensei. Kakashi looked at the kids, shaking his head in disappointment. Only Naruto managed to get a bell. But that doesn't mean that you passed Naruto. You all failed to grasp the real purpose of this test. Teamwork. The response came from Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura looked away from him, in anger and shame. Naruto tried to convince them to work together, but they didn't listen to him because who did? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. A little late to realize, don't you think? Naruto gestured towards his teammates. They knew it. You can ask them that I tried to convince them to work together. But I already knew from the start that I would be shot down. Kakashi thought. He figured it out and even tried to execute it but knew he would be shot down. Sorry Naruto, but this group fails. Naruto's voice interrupted him. Besides, teamwork is something that is established in the long run, Sensei. You can't expect it out of people who have never worked together. Kakashi nodded. Point, but it is also born out of necessity, which was this case. Unfortunately, you all failed to act on it. Silence reigned for a while as Kakashi let them think about it. Then he spoke. I'll give you all one more chance after an hour. If you fail even then, quit being shinobi, he harshly told them. The world of shinobi is not a playground for children. Be ready, and no one feeds Sakura lunch. He walked away after that, presumably to run an errand. Naruto easily sensed him hiding behind a tree, even though he was suppressing his chakra. He shook his head and turned to offer his lunch to Sakura, who blinked in surprise. Naruto-sensei said, It's fine. I don't sense him anyways, Sasuke said as he too offered Sakura his lunch. She gratefully nodded at him and ate, ignoring Naruto completely. Naruto shook his head and was about to dig in when he felt a sudden surge of chakra. Kakashi appeared before them, furious as hell. I told you not to feed her. Are you ready to face the consequences? The clouds suddenly seemed to gather and sounds of thunder could be heard. Sasuke spoke up, surprising Naruto. We are a team, aren't we? We will face the consequences together. Is that your choice? Kakashi asked, still radiating fury. The group nodded as one, resolution and determination in their eyes. Like a switch, Kakashi changed personalities. You pass. He smiled at them. Naruto still stayed wary. Is that it? I smiled disappearing, Kakashi said in a serious tone. Yeah, I wanted to be sure you three would act as one. My best friend always used to say those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. I wanted you all to accept each other as comrades. This is actually the first group I have passed. The previous ones were blockheads who couldn't get it. He gave them an eye smile and a thumbs up. Team 7 will start its missions from tomorrow. Welcome to the wonderful world of D-ranks. Naruto was starting to hate those words by now. It had been 2 weeks since the bell test had taken place. Kakashi had kept to his promise and started taking missions for the team the day after. Only Naruto, and by extension his teammates, refused to believe whatever they were doing were missions. Menial tasks such as fixing fences, taking dogs out for walks, manual labor on farms. Naruto was confused as hell as to how these tasks could be labeled in the same category as missions. He was sure Sasuke and Sakura were too. Speaking of which, Sasuke had started asking questions about how Naruto knew wind and water ninjutsu, his taijutsu style. He even had the nerve to demand from him all the jutsu he knew. Naruto had told him in no uncertain terms that unless Sasuke was willing to share jutsu from his own repertoire, Naruto had no intention of telling him what he wanted to know. Of course, Sasuke refused to share any jutsu of his, believing that they were Uchiha clan jutsu and as such, no one besides him could know. Naruto had scoffed at that, but Kurama had straight out burst laughing. The great beast had told him he knew at least 20 people who could perform the great fireball, only 2 of which were Uchiha. Naruto had smartly countered that argument by towing the line that was Uchiha Sasuke's pride. He had condescendingly asked if the great Uchiha library was not enough for him. Sasuke did not want to admit that he could not access it without his Sharingan, and he honestly believed all jutsus available outside were weak and so did not bother to learn them. He stopped bugging Naruto after that, much to the blonde's relief. However, Sakura had started bugging him on Sasuke's behalf to get him to hand over the jutsus, saying that a loser like him does not deserve them. Naruto was quick in shutting her up, turning her own argument against her. He had smartly questioned her if she was implying he was weak. Sakura, unaware of what she was putting her foot into, scoffed and replied that she was not implying. She knew he was weak. After that, everything went smooth like butter. Naruto replied that if he was weak, then by extension the jutsu he used were also weak. And Sasuke wouldn't love Sakura if she handed him weak jutsus, right? Sakura had adopted a worried frown at his question and seemed to come to the conclusion that he was right. She did not once question why Naruto accepted himself as weak, which was opposite of what he had displayed in the bell test. Regardless, after mocking him some more, she went back to Sasuke, who ignored her as usual. Kakashi-sensei was also onto him, but he was a lot more cautious in his approach. He subtly framed his statements such that Naruto would have difficulty in avoiding the correct answer. But Naruto knew that if it got out he had received training from an early age, Sasuke might throw one of his tantrums, which would then result in the civilian council removing him from the ninja program. No thank you. Naruto, while subtle talking was not one of his strengths, decided that he would avoid talking to Kakashi outside of missions and training. Speaking of training, Naruto tried out the taijutsu simulation his father left for him. Needless to say, he was excited as hell when he fought the first level, and he was more than surprised at how difficult it was. He may have reached a level in his resistance seals that actually permits him to try all 7 levels, but only the first level's victory came at the cost of some very impressive bruises. It taught Naruto that his taijutsu, while very good, was not good enough. He increased the resistance on his body, believing if he was faster, he would be better. He tried the second level after a week and was pleased to note that the number of bruises he got were significantly less. A sign of improvement, he also learned a water and a lightning jutsu as well. A very interesting thing he learned about his red lightning was that it was very versatile and easy to use. He could mold it into anything with ease, almost like it was an extension of his body. But enough of that. Right now, they were on a mission Naruto had absolutely no problem in failing. The mission to capture Tora, the feudal lord's wife's cat. It was a mission that always managed to give Naruto goosebumps. He could swear on his ramen that the old man was a sadist. He could see the joy at their pain in his eyes every time the mission to capture the blasted cat was handed out. So far they had already caught it 5 times. This was the 6th, and he was ready to tear his hair out. This is Kakashi, everyone copy? Sakura here, copy. Sasuke here, copy. Naruto here, copy. Does everyone have eyes on target? Naruto responded, I have clear eyes on target, just waiting for the go. All right, go. A flash step later and Naruto had Tora secured in his arms. She was thrashing around, but he could care less. Got him, Kakashi-sensei. Turning to the cat, he pressed his fingers onto the cat's forehead and removed them, revealing a kanji for sleep. Tora fell asleep instantly. His teammates landed beside him, irritated expressions on their face which Kakashi expertly ignored and asked Naruto through radio, "Does it have the red ribbon on the right ear?" Surprisingly, it was Sakura who replied, "Yes, red ribbon is there. Can we go now?" Naruto couldn't fault her for being so infuriated. He looked over to Sasuke and saw him return to his normal brooding expression, but his clenched fists told otherwise. Kakashi landed beside his team. I scrunched up in that annoying eye smile of his. "Well done, Team 7. Capturing Tora is a success," Naruto quietly mumbled. Again, he seriously wanted to start doing actual missions. XXXXXXX. After they returned to the mission hall, Kakashi asked for another D-ranked mission, much to his team's protests. The Sandaime scrolled through the missions. Let's see. There is a fence that needs painting, weeding to be done, dogs to be walked dash. How about a real mission this time, Gigi? Like a C rank? He asked the Hokage, tired of doing the chores these people called missions. Sakura was quick to scold Naruto. "Naruto, show respect to Hokage-sama." Surprisingly, she didn't try to hit him. Must have scared her back there, he mused. "Naruto," Irika spoke with a frown. "You can't demand missions like that. Genin teams have to do D-rank missions for 2 to 3 months before they get qualified for C ranks. And even then, they're Jonin Sensei dash." Hiruzen cut Irika off with a gentle chuckle. "It's okay, Sakura-chan. He has called me that ever since he was little." Sakura's eyes widened a bit in surprise, as did Sasuke's. They didn't know Naruto was so close to the Hokage to the extent of calling the man a grandfather figure. Hiruzen turned towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, do you think your team is ready for a C-rank mission?" Kakashi thought about it a bit. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's teamwork had progressed at a slow rate, but he can say that their teamwork had become decent. One development worth mentioning was that Sasuke now held a one-sided rivalry with Naruto. With Naruto starting to hide less of his abilities, it became even more clearer that he had Sasuke outmatched in ninjutsu because of his wider repertoire of jutsus. Not to mention that Naruto had shown he could use 3 elements and had monstrous chakra reserves due to being a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki, easily dwarfing Sasuke's reserves. Fuinjutsu already gave Naruto an edge that Kakashi knew Sasuke would not be able to match. The Jonin suspected Naruto was hiding a lot more, but didn't call him out on it. He kept a close eye on Naruto during the D-ranks, but Naruto held his edge. He didn't give the two boys any chance to spar, knowing that because of Sasuke's inability to accept someone, especially Naruto, was stronger than him would cause the spar to escalate into something much serious. Kakashi was not dumb enough to take that chance. Anyway, Naruto had unintentionally become Sasuke's reason to get stronger. Kakashi reasoned that Sasuke held his brother, Itachi, in a much higher position than Naruto and wanted to become stronger than Naruto, so he could finally kill him. Another positive development was that Sasuke didn't completely alienate himself from his teammates. He held a strange companionship with Naruto, deeming the boy tolerable. Maybe it was because Naruto had metamorphically extended a hand of friendship towards the lone Uchiha by displaying a bit of what he was capable of, and Sasuke respected those who had power. Taking all of this into consideration, Kakashi finally spoke. "Hi. I believe they are ready, Hokage-sama." All 3 genin had different reactions to this. Sakura sighed in relief, not wanting to do D-ranks anymore. Naruto pumped his fist, exclaiming, "Yes, finally." Even Sasuke smirked a bit. He felt doing D-ranks held him back from getting stronger. Maybe getting some real-world experience like encountering bandits and foreign shinobi would make him stronger, he mused. Hiruzen nodded and browsed through the pile in front of him. "Let's see. Found it. Simple escort and protection mission to Wave Country. Your client is a bridge builder named Tazuna, who wants you to protect him until he completes building his bridge in Wave." Kakashi took the scroll. "Mission accepted, Hokage-sama." Hokage then turned to Irika. "Send Tazuna inside." Irika nodded and went out of the room, returning 2 minutes later with an old man wearing a straw hat and holding a bottle which obviously contained alcohol. Naruto wrinkled his nose. The odor was not pleasant at all. Tazuna looked at the team of genin and slurred. "These are the brats that are supposed to protect me? I paid for real ninja protection." Funny of you to say that, considering you didn't even notice me move. A voice came from behind him. Tazuna whipped around with wide eyes, but couldn't spot the owner of the voice. Over here, you drunkard, the same voice drawled, making the man whip around again, eyes locking onto a mop of blonde hair. Intense blue eyes stared back at him, silently mocking him and his earlier statement. Kakashi intervened before Naruto could scare Tazuna even more. Naruto, please don't scare the client, he reprimanded in his usual lazy voice, which didn't sound like a reprimand at all. Kakashi-sensei, you're no fun at all. Naruto sighed despondently, walking back to his place beside Sasuke. Kakashi assured the builder, you have nothing to be afraid of, Tazuna-san. My genin are among some of the best upcoming ninjas of this village. We can easily take care of a few bandits. Instead of making the man relax, Tazuna tensed up a bit at the word, bandits. Naruto narrowed his eyes a bit at that. Protection from a jonin would be enough to make anyone relax, so Tazuna tensing up didn't make sense. He's hiding, or more probably withholding some information, Naruto. Be on your guard, Kurama advised. He too noticed Tazuna's tensing up. Will do, Kurama, Naruto replied before turning to Kakashi, excitement on his face. When are we leaving, Kakashi-sensei? He eagerly asked. We will leave tomorrow morning at 7, he answered. He then lazily waved them away. That's all for today. Take full rest for tomorrow. The genin dispersed to do their own thing for the remainder of the day. Naruto and Sasuke went separate ways to do their own training while Sakura headed home. XXXXXXX. Naruto headed to the abandoned Senju compound, more specifically the Nidame's library. He figured that this C rank might take them 2 to 3 weeks, so he might as well collect 2 jutsu scrolls to learn in the meantime. Browsing, he picked up a Suiton and a Futon scroll. Suiton, Suidanya, Water Style, Water Severing Wave, was a powerful A-rank jutsu. After infusing chakra in your stomach and then converting it to water, the user spit the water out in highly pressurized, razor-sharp jets of water, sharp enough to cleanly cut through rock and barks of thick trees if used perfectly. Naruto was pleased to note that like all Suiton jutsus he had learned from the library until now, this one had 2 types of learning as well. One for a normal water user, another for a user who had extremely high affinity like Tobirama, who could perform the most complex water techniques with only one hand seal. Futon, Kaze Jirai no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wine Torpedo Technique, a powerful C-rank jutsu that Tobirama himself created keeping explosive tags in mind. I'm starting to think our esteemed Nidame was a man obsessed with explosives, he thought as he read on how to perform the jutsu. After infusing wind chakra in your lungs, it is expelled as a highly explosive ball of wind, near invisible. Upon contact, it will explode with the force of 2 standard explosive tags. It required 3 hand seals of oxhorse snake. Should be enough to last this mission, he mused as he exited the library. Extending his senses, he checked if anyone was nearby. Finding no one, he shrugged and simply flashed into his apartment. He had no idea what he was in for in this mission. Naruto woke up at his usual time of 5 o'clock, refreshed and recovered from yesterday's training. He got up from his bed, rubbing his eyes a bit. Walking to the bathroom, he finished his morning rituals and almost put on his regular running clothes, before remembering that he had a C-rank mission today. He shook his head and just put on a lower and shoes. He opened the door to his balcony and breathed the fresh, cool morning air. He shivered once as the air hit his bare upper body, but soon adjusted to it. He flipped onto the roof and began a series of stretches to simply warm his body up. Wouldn't want to exert too much today before the mission, he thought as he stretched every part of his body. With that being the last thought, he emptied his mind and enjoyed the silence that the village experienced in the early mornings before it began its daily chaos. After 1 hour, he had sufficiently warmed up his body and decided to have breakfast before heading to the gates. Making a half-ram seal, a shadow clone popped into existence, already knowing to make breakfast. It flipped his way into the apartment and into the kitchen while Naruto sat there, simply taking in the peace for a few more minutes. Kurama, in your ridiculously long life, have you ever taken time to breathe and admire the sunrise? What brought this on, brat? Kurama's voice was a bit laden with sleep, signifying that he was napping as usual. Naruto shrugged. Just asking. Despite what people tend to think about me, I don't rampage all the time, you know? Even I take time to appreciate the simply joys of nature, he grumbled. Naruto lifted an eyebrow. Wow, people really don't understand you as well as they think they do. Kurama nodded mentally before shooing him away. Now go away. Let the me rest in peace, he said, cutting off their conversation. Naruto shook his head. He must have a passionate hobby of sleeping which he adheres to like anything. He flipped himself back into his apartment, walking to his bathroom to freshen up. 10 minutes later, he was eating 4 scrambled eggs, all the while mentally compiling a list of what he should take with him. He created a shadow clone to clean up while he got ready. He dressed up as usual and sealed up whatever supplies he would need in a large sealing scroll which he brought from the Higurashi weapons shop. The folks over there didn't up the prices for him. He was considering selling his ideas for a modified explosive tag over there in exchange for a discount on his future purchases and a bit of secrecy. After all, he also needed those in the future. After double-checking everything, he picked up his scroll, slung it around him, and walked out of his apartment. He activated the trap seals which he had designed himself. While he knew no one had any reason to come to his apartment, he couldn't help but create them, just to test himself. With that, he flashed the Hiraishin seal on top of the gates of Konoha. XXXXXXX. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke each had different thoughts concerning this mission. Kakashi didn't lose his sleep over it, figuring this would be a normal C-rank mission. Truthfully, he didn't think his team was ready to take on a C-rank. While Naruto and Sasuke had established a sort of friendship, this would be the first time their coordination would be tested. Naruto was clearly skilled. His taijutsu was between Michunin to Haichunin level, but Kakashi suspected Naruto had some sort of seal, probably weight or resistance, on his body to increase his overall speed and strength. Naruto hit it well, but the occasional stumble in places where there was no reason to stumble gave him the idea of speed and strength increasing seals. Naruto already had an effective arsenal of jutsus at his disposal. Kakashi deduced that Naruto must have very high chakra control to perform the jutsus that he did. While he only witnessed them in the bell test, he saw enough to put together that Naruto had no problem in ninjutsu. He also knew that he didn't have to worry about Naruto succumbing to chakra exhaustion, considering his status as Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and an Uzumaki. Fuinjutsu was a branch of the ninja arts that not many chose to explore, considering how complex and vast it was. However, Naruto had already shown his proficiency with seals. It wasn't hard to believe that Naruto would use seals, knowing who his parents were. Sasuke was also skilled, but outclassed by Naruto. The boy had a loner personality, but had mellowed a bit in the last 2 months. Kakashi knew that the credit went to Naruto, who knew exactly how to push the Uchiha's buttons and had somehow created a bond of friendship between them. The boy's taijutsu was good, but he could only go so far without the Sharingan. Kakashi didn't worry about it, knowing that once Sasuke awakened it, he would close the gap between him and Naruto. While the Sharingan was an excellent tool to use for ninjutsu, it really depended on the size of the person's chakra reserves. And he didn't even need to speak about Sasuke's proficiency in using ninja tools. Sakura was perhaps the only problem in Team 7. Her actions leaned more towards an obsessed fangirl than a kunoichi focused on her career. She would always be asking Sasuke out for dates, leading Kakashi to consider if the girl only became kunoichi to get close to Sasuke. She wasn't physically strong, did not know any useful jutsu, proficiency with ninja tools was mediocre at best, and tried to make others feel bad to make herself feel better, as was the case with her and Naruto. Thankfully, Naruto seemed to be well versed in the art of ignoring Sakura. The only good thing about her was that she had excellent chakra control and intelligence, but that was of no use to her if she couldn't find a way to apply it on the battlefield. He had only taken this C-rank to show his team that the ninja world wasn't as easy and forgiving as it seemed. They hadn't even experienced their first kills, though that could change if they came across bandits. Sasuke had his normal, neutral expression on his face as he walked to the gates for his mission. His thoughts, however, were anything but neutral. Sasuke couldn't understand Uzumaki Naruto, no matter how he tried. Every time he thought he had figured Naruto out, the blonde would seemingly switch angles and leave Sasuke confused again. At first glance, he gave off the impression of a clown, but that quickly changed on the day of the graduation exam. Since then, Sasuke kept a close eye on Naruto. On the day of the bell test, Sasuke had been outraged at the skill that was displayed by the blonde. He suspected Naruto's taijutsu was at par, if not greater than his own. But to engage in a spar with a jonin, attacking and countering all attacks with a precision and fluidity Sasuke did not possess, was enough to ignite jealousy inside Sasuke. His ninjutsu was something Sasuke did not expect, but didn't exactly know why he was upset about it, so he didn't think much about it. Sasuke had somewhat expected Fuinjutsu and immense chakra reserves from Naruto, having read up on the Uzumaki clan and their prowess in the art. He could accept that, but that was not the most surprising thing that happened to him. He had thought that Naruto would hold a grudge against him for how Sasuke treated him at the academy, but instead of giving him the same treatment, Naruto had extended a hand of friendship towards him, telling him that he was willing to put aside the differences between them in order to work together. At first, Sasuke had refused, firm on his belief that he will be only held back. But Naruto persisted, to the point that Sasuke agreed if only to get him to shut up. And it was alright to work with him. Naruto invited him to occasionally have ramen with him at Ichiraku's. Sasuke had accepted every time, desperate to piece together the puzzle of Naruto. They usually talked about their training schedules. More like Sasuke wanted to know how Naruto became so strong. They talked about their childhoods, surprising Sasuke just how similar they were. Sometimes they just complained about Sakura, with Naruto rambling and Sasuke pitching in every 5 minutes. And the weird thing about these meetings, it became easier to talk to him every time. Sasuke was now pretty sure that he did not consider Naruto as a weakling to be dismissed at the first glance, but rather as a scale to measure himself against. He respected him. He wanted to become as strong as Naruto, in hopes that he would surpass him and finally become powerful enough to kill his brother. He had accepted Naruto as a comrade, for now. Sakura happily made her way to the gates, Sasuke being the main thought on her mind. She was sad how Sasuke always denied her a date, but kept her spirits high, just in case he decided to accept the next time. But in the past 2 months she had spent with her team, she was witness to some rather troubling developments. The first was that she was forced to accept that she could not use Naruto as a step to boost her confidence anymore. He had made it very clear that he would not tolerate her picking on him anymore. That made her realize with a small amount of shame that she had very unnecessarily picked on Naruto, who had no hand in anything that upset her. The second was that Naruto was strong, easily stronger than Sasuke, and she was not just talking about chakra reserves. She knew about the Uzumaki clan. Naruto was the physically capable of them all, proven when he could physically exert even more than Sasuke. He would take much longer than her and Sasuke to get tired and recover much more quickly than both of them. The third and hardest to accept was that Naruto and Sasuke came from very similar backgrounds. She refused to believe that at first, going so far as to call him an orphan and could never match Sasuke. She was shocked though, when Sasuke came to Naruto's defense. He admonished Sakura, saying that she had gone too far. He harshly reminded her that he and Naruto shared the fact that they were orphans. Since then, Sakura had felt tremendously guilty and had tried to act nicer towards Naruto. She wouldn't call them friends though, they were far from that. She began to see Naruto in a new light. Though he always acted like he was indifferent, the subtle actions made it clear that he always cared for his comrades. She noticed that in the 2 months, Naruto and Sasuke had grown closer as friends. Sasuke too began to see Naruto in a new light. She saw that Naruto clearly knew that he was stronger than Sasuke, but he never rubbed it in the boy's face. Instead, he used this fact to encourage Sasuke to grow stronger. She was, by no means, a friend to Naruto, but hoped that he would at least consider her a worthy comrade in time. The two reached the gates exactly 15 minutes before 7. Sakura's eyes lit up as she saw the dark-haired boy. "Sasuke-kun!" She waved enthusiastically, and like always, was disappointed when he replied with his customary "Achin." Sasuke looked around, trying to find Naruto. Perhaps this mission may force Naruto to reveal what he is hiding from us, he thought. A hand fell on his shoulder and he barely caught himself from yelping. Instead, he turned his head back as calmly as he could to see Naruto's smirking face. Sasuke tried to play it cool, but knew Naruto had already seen his moment of weakness. Before he could do anything else, Naruto chuckled and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, Sasuke. Even ANBU would be hard-pressed to detect me in the middle of my pranks." Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that, silently waiting for Naruto to elaborate, but he didn't. Naruto simply leaned against the wall, waiting for their sensei. Sakura had a confused expression on her face. "Naruto, why don't you have a backpack like me and Sasuke-kun?" Naruto replied, "Well, for one, sealing scrolls are just more practical to use. Takes time to take of your backpack and rummage through everything to find what you need. All you need to do in a sealing scroll is unroll it, push chakra into the required seal, and voila. So much quicker than backpacks, don't you think? Also, I modified this scroll to suit my needs. I trust my creation more than anything else." "That's an interesting outlook, Naruto." The three genin turned around to see Kakashi and their client coming. Tazuna was still drinking, but he didn't seem as drunk as he was yesterday. Kakashi looked at Naruto. "While your logic isn't wrong, it is a bit unconventional for shinobi to use sealing scrolls instead of backpacks. However, if it works for you, I have no problem with it," he finished, shrugging in the end. Turning towards his other two students, "Are you two ready?" Seeing them nod, he turned to their client. "Let's go, Tazuna-san." XXXXXXX. They had left the gates over 4 hours ago. 4 hours of torturous silence. While Naruto appreciated silence, 4 hours of traveling with someone and not talking at all felt really awkward. He would talk with Tazuna, but nothing came to mind about what to talk. Talking with Kurama wasn't an option. The fox was easily snoring away. Sakura seemed to sense the awkwardness as well, and she did not have the same problem as Naruto of finding a topic to talk about. Tazuna-san, you are from Wave Country, right?" Tazuna turned his head towards her. "Yeah, what about it? Do you have a ninja village in that country?" Surprisingly, it was Kakashi who answered, "Actually, Wave does not have a ninja village. Each of the elemental nations has their own hidden shinobi villages. But the smaller countries don't have the resources to fund, let alone maintain their own hidden village. Budget, people, missions. There are so many resources to account for that the smaller nations can't afford. So they prefer to hire ninjas from other countries." Naruto only paid half attention to the explanation. The other half of his attention focused on the puddle to the side of the road. It looked so out of place on the sunny day that a word automatically rang through his mind. Trap. He glanced at Kakashi-sensei, who had also seen the puzzle and figured out it's a genjutsu. He nudged Sasuke, motioning him to glance at the puddle. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, for he didn't understand what Naruto was trying to imply, but it suddenly clicked after a moment. He nodded his thanks to Naruto, who nodded back. They subtly repositioned themselves in front of Tazuna. As soon as they passed the puddle, Naruto's sense of danger buzzed loudly and he called out, "Watch out!" He and Sasuke both jumped back in time, but Kakashi was apparently too slow to react. Two ninjas jumped from the puddle and attacked Kakashi with a bladed chain, tearing him to shreds. At least that's what Sakura and Sasuke saw. Naruto's senses were fast enough to follow the kawarimi, followed by a minor genjutsu. "One down," the one on the right declared. They both then turned their attention towards the genin. "Sakura, guard Tazuna," Naruto shouted. He then turned his attention towards the one who was closing in on him. Holding a half-ram seal, a shadow clone popped up beside him. Together, they both held kunai in their hands, reverse grip and coated with wind chakra. Due to his excellent chakra control and the chakra-conducting metal of the kunai, the wind chakra got shaped like a second and a longer skin to the kunai. Not wasting any time, both of them engaged the ninja from different sides. The ninja scoffed and tried to use his chain, but both the Narutos easily dodged it. One of them attacked the chain while the original attacked the ninja. The ninja, whose eyes were wide after seeing the wind chakra on the kunai, was sufficiently distracted with trying to hold of the clone from cutting his chain off. Naruto took advantage of this and executed a diagonal slash along the torso of the ninja. The wind chakra easily tore through and made a deep cut. Not enough to be fatal, but deep enough to hurt. The ninja cried out in pain and instinctively held his left hand to the cut. The clone took full advantage of the opening and hit the back of the ninja's head with the blunt head of his kunai, rendering him unconscious. Naruto and his clone smirked down at the fallen ninja and bumped fists, the action causing the clone to disappear. He looked over to Sasuke, who was about to clash with his opponent, a kunai and shuriken in hand. But before he could do that, a hand appeared in the ninja's path, right in front of his throat. Needless to say, Kakashi's block easily knocked out the ninja cold. Smiling at his students, he said, "Good job on taking him out, Naruto. You too, Sasuke, keeping the enemy away from the client. Sorry, Sakura. I didn't know you would freeze up like that." He tied up the two ninja against a tree. He missed the frustrated look on Sasuke's face, which turned into jealousy as he gazed at Naruto, who was watching Kakashi. He was easily able to knock out the ninja in less than half a minute. Why couldn't I do that? I got stuck in engaging the ninja instead of trying to take him out as quickly as possible. He clenched his fists in agitation. Kakashi explained, "These guys are known as the Demon Brothers. They are rogue chunin of Kirigakure no Sato. They are somewhat dangerous." Tazuna looked scared out of his wits. "If you were not skewered to pieces, why did you let your genin handle them?" Kakashi, I smiled. "I had to test them how they would perform in the field. Besides, I had to find out who they were attacking. Us because of the grudge between our villages or you." He finished with a serious expression. At that moment, the ninja with one horn, the one whom Naruto had knocked out, seemed to wake up. He groaned in pain. "How did you know? We were going to attack?" Naruto spoke up before Kakashi could. "A puddle on a completely sunny day, added to the fact it hasn't rained in weeks. Well done, genius," he sarcastically clapped. Sakura let out a light giggle at this. Naruto's snark was funny when it was aimed at others. Kakashi narrowed his eye at Tazuna. "We need to talk." Tazuna adopted a nervous expression. "About what?" "It was stated in the mission scroll that you needed protection from bandits, not rogue ninjas. Especially from Kirigakure, where the ninjas complete their missions no matter the cost. Why would they be after you?" His tone was light, but the suspicion was heavy. "Unless they were hired specifically to take you out." Naruto added his 2 cents, pointing at Tazuna. Tazuna tried to think up an excuse, but it was already too late. With a resigned sigh, he asked them, "Have you heard of a man called Gato?" Kakashi questioned with a thoughtful frown. "Do you mean one who is among the richest men in the nations? That Gato?" "I've heard of him," Naruto stated. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, silently asking to elaborate. "He is the owner of a shipping company. When I last read about him, he was among the top 15 richest in the nations. Suspected for criminal activity, but no proof," he said with his arms crossed. "The very same," Tazuna agreed, "though now he is among the top 5. He came to Wave Country a bit more than 2 years ago. First we didn't think anything about it, but soon he had bought up all the shipping industry of our nation. You see, Wave Country is an island, so we are dependent on the shipping to get goods. But that wasn't the worst part. He used his monopoly to drain the country dry. The people live in poverty. Many lost their houses to Gato. Whoever protested is killed. He takes what he wants with his hired thugs, making sure nobody dares to oppose him. His shipping business covers his criminal activities. He deals with drugs, alcoholics, rare goods, even slaves. Everything and anything that brings him money. The only thing he fears is the bridge I'm building. If I finish my bridge, his monopoly will be rendered obsolete and our country will be back in business because we will be connected to the mainland." "So why didn't you just tell the truth to Hokage-sama?" Kakashi glared at him. Tazuna threw his hands up. "I couldn't. Wave Country has been sucked dry. We don't have enough money to pay for more than a C-rank mission." Kakashi shook his head. "While that is sad, you had no right to lie to the Hokage. This mission is now at least a B rank, requiring a team of Chunin and Jonin. This is not a job my genin are suited to perform." Glancing at his students briefly, he said, "But as they are ninjas of Konoha, they have a say in this as much as I do now." He then turned to his students. "What do you think we should do?" Naruto was the first to answer. "Protocol dictates that during times like these, The assigned genin team is to immediately abandon the mission and report back to the village for reassignment. Sasuke glared at Naruto, but before he could speak, Naruto continued. But I say we continue, Kakashi-sensei. This mission is not just about Tazuna wanting to save money. A whole country is about to lose the last shreds of its economy because of one man who wants too much. Surprisingly, Sasuke brought up a good point. And we can't afford to let people think that Konoha will let a country fall to such a man. I say we continue, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked at the two genin and then at Sakura, who still looked a bit scared. What about you, Sakura? Sakura looked less scared than before, but still scared. I say we go forward, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi gazed at her a moment longer. He sighed and then said, very well, let's go. They missed Tazuna's sigh of utter relief. XXXXXXX. Naruto put seals on both the brothers' foreheads, putting them to sleep. Kakashi told him the Konoha shinobi would be arriving to take them, so he should leave instructions for them on how to release the seal. After that, the team and Tazuna continued without any further delay until they reached a coast where Tazuna had organized transport to Wave Country. The man greeted Tazuna and cast a wary eye on the Konoha shinobis, but kept his words to himself. He stirred them, appearing extremely nervous despite of the dense cover from the morning fog. As soon as the bridge came into view, Kakashi let out a low whistle. That is one impressive bridge, that is. Naruto shook his head in wonder. I've never seen anything as awesome as that bridge before. Sakura was gaping at the sheer size of the bridge and Sasuke was, like always, neutral-faced. Once they reached the shore, the fisherman wished Tazuna best of luck to get home safely while Tazuna thanked him for his help. Kakashi asked Tazuna, how long is your home away from here? A journey of about 1 hour and a half. Kakashi nodded and motioned for his team start walking, though he didn't know the reason why he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Glancing towards his team, he wasn't entirely surprised to see that only Naruto seemed to share his wariness, eyes darting around, ready to react at the slightest notice. And react he did. Without any warning, a shuriken flew into a bush on the side, courtesy of Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura jumped at that along with Tazuna. Kakashi just narrowed his eyes. What is it, Naruto? Naruto walked to the bush, a kunai ready in hand, though he was confused when he only spotted a white rabbit, scared to the bone. Sakura scolded him, Baka, look what you did to the poor rabbit. But Kakashi and Naruto were too busy concentrating on the fact that they spotted a white rabbit. A snow rabbit whose fur is white? In the spring, the absence of brown fur indicates it was raised in captivity, were the thoughts going through the Jonin's head. He suddenly realized its purpose. His shout ran out a second after Naruto's danger sense kicked in. Down! Everyone dropped to the ground, just in time to avoid a giant, spinning from cutting off their heads. Naruto saw that Sasuke was able to bring Tazuna just in time. Everyone stood up and turned towards the tree in which the sword was buried. A man standing on the handle. He had black hair and brown eyes, his slashed kiri headband tilted upwards to the left side of his head, signifying his status as a missing nin. He wore mist-stripped pants and hand warmers that extended to his biceps. Kakashi's voice took a tone of mock surprise. Well, if it isn't Momochi Zabuza, rogue nin and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. The now identified Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. So you have heard of me. The man's posture radiated confidence and power. I'm going to ask you to hand over the old man to me. You do that and you get to escape with your lives. Kakashi had a bead of sweat running down the side of his face. This is really bad. Zabuza is a high A rank missing nin, bordering S rank, which easily upgrades this B rank to a high A rank. Naruto had similar thoughts running through his head. Damn, our luck must be really bad if we have to face off against a swordsman of the mist. I don't stand a chance against him, but we have no choice other than to fight. Damn it! Naruto took out 2 kunai from his hip pouches, held in reverse grip and ready to engage, but Kakashi held a hand in front of him. Everyone stay back. He is not someone you can take on. It'll be tough even for me, unless I use this, he said. lifting up his Hitayate and exposing a blood-red eye with 3 tomos in a circular pattern. Zabuza gave a dark, amused chuckle. The Sharingan? This early Kakashi?
I'm honored.
I've read about you back when I was in ANBU. The man who is said to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. Sharingan no Kakashi. Sasuke's head whipped around to stare at Kakashi, more specifically, at his left eye. How does he have the Sharingan? It's supposed to be an Uchiha clan dojutsu. Did he steal one on the night of the massacre? Before he could think of anything else, mist slowly started to surround them. In just a few moments, the mist was so thick it was hard to see 2 feet in front of them. Suddenly, an incredible amount of killing intent filled the air, causing all of them to tense up. But Naruto relaxed after a moment, having gathered his wits. This was nothing compared to what Kurama put him through. Sasuke and Sakura were another story. Sasuke was frozen in his place, while Sakura was barely keeping herself from crying. The killing intent seemed to relax and Kakashi's voice rang out. Don't worry, Sasuke, Sakura. There is no way I will let my comrades die. Kakashi had released his own killing intent, easing up some of the pressure. Turning back, Kakashi said, He'll come after me first. Zabuza is a known master of the silent killing technique. Before you know it's over. Naruto whispered back, But sensei, aren't you at a disadvantage here? The Sharingan is not meant to see through dense fogs like this. You would be needlessly wasting your chakra. Kakashi had to admit Naruto had a point. Before he could say anything, Zabuza's voice came from all around the mist. 8 points. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, jugular vein, brain, kidneys and heart. These places, if hit too hard or cut too deep, are a one-hit kill. Where should I strike first? Naruto formed a single bird seal. Futon, Tappa, wind style, breakthrough. The burst of wind he expelled blew away all the fog, revealing Zabuza standing a few feet away from the group, sword in hand. Now it is better for you, sensei, Naruto smiled. Kunai held in reverse grips. He had already released all his resistance seals. Zabuza clicked his tongue in annoyance. Annoying brat, he cancelled out my jutsu. How the hell does a genin know wind manipulation anyway? Naruto saw it. Zabuza was staring at him with annoyance. But before he could react, Kakashi appeared behind his back, slashing at him. Zabuza collapsed in a puddle of water. Mizu Bunshin, huh? Naruto and Kakashi thought simultaneously. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, slashing him off. A flicker of surprise was visible when Kakashi too collapsed into water. Kakashi came up behind him. Nice try, he mocked. Zabuza chuckled. So you copied my jutsu, hiding in the trees and waiting to strike. Clever. He swung his blade towards Kakashi, who ducked under it and slashed his own kunai as a counter. However, the force behind Zabuza's blade was much more than Kakashi anticipated, and almost went down to his knees. Zabuza did not hesitate in giving a chakra-enforced kick to Kakashi, who was unable to dodge in time. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms and blocked it. He was rewarded with promptly being sent flying over into the water. Surfacing, he instantly knew something was wrong. The water was too heavy. Too slow, Zabuza said as he appeared behind Kakashi, weaving hand seals.
Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu.
Water style, water prison jutsu. In a matter of seconds, Kakashi was trapped in a dome of water maintained by Zabuza. Though both of them didn't notice Naruto's smile, having successfully copied the jutsu. None of you know what it means to be a ninja. When I was your age, brats, I already had blood on my hands. Sakura asked, What do you mean? Kakashi said, He is talking about the reason he became known as the Demon of the Mist. 15 years ago, a child killed over 100 students. A child who wasn't even a ninja. Naruto lamely uttered, Oh. However, he was quick to recover. Well, here goes. Kakashi tried to stop him. Don't, Naruto. We have lost. Take the client and run.
Hell no, sensei.
We are not going without our team leader. You still owe us some real training. Naruto was about to use the water chain jutsu to disrupt Zabuza's control on the prison. but was forced to dodge the water clone that tried to take his head off. His heart was pumping, his adrenaline levels rising, his mind entering battle focus. He complimented Zabuza. Using a jutsu while maintaining another one? That's some really impressive chakra control. He easily weaved between the slashes. Zabuza, the clone, chuckled, "Thanks, kid. You aren't too bad yourself, dodging my strikes like that." Naruto flipped back, putting some distance between him and the clone. "Well, having a giant butcher knife like that doesn't exactly do you a favor in the Department of Speed, pal," he offhandedly commented. Forming the hair sign, he thought, "Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, wild water wave." A wave of water rushed at the clone from his mouth, who jumped up to dodge. Smirking, Naruto formed the half-ram to weave the water towards the clone, who couldn't dodge midair. He was expelled into water. Not wasting any time, Naruto maintained the half-ram and formed over 20 shadow clones, who moved to engage the real Zabuza, who scoffed and easily dealt with them with his blade one by one. While this was happening, Naruto took the opportunity to shake Sasuke out of his stupor. Gripping his shoulders tightly, he harshly whispered, "Get your head back in the game, Sasuke. I need your help to free Kakashi-sensei." It seemed to do the trick as Sasuke snapped back into awareness. In a moment of acknowledging Naruto as leader, he asked, "What should we do?" Naruto unrolled his scroll and slapped his hand onto a seal. A puff of smoke revealed a Fuma Shuriken. Folded. Naruto rolled the scroll back and slung it. All of this happened in just 10 seconds. He handed the folded shuriken to Sasuke, who glared at him. "A simple Fuma Shuriken won't work, dope." Naruto thrust it into his hands anyway, an impatient look on his face that said, "Just follow my lead." As soon as Sasuke held it, a look of realization came onto his face and he looked at Naruto with wide eyes, who smirked and winked at him. A predatory smirk of his own appeared as he prepared to follow Naruto's plan. Zabuza had just finished off the clones when he spotted the Uchiha holding a Fuma Shuriken and running at him. The brat leaped impressively high and threw it at him. Zabuza was not impressed. He simply plucked the shuriken from air as if catching a frisbee. "Is that all you can think of, brats?" Suddenly, another shuriken appeared, hidden in the shadow of the first. Zabuza scoffed angrily. "You are underestimating me, brats. Still not good enough." He simply jumped over the shuriken, his other hand still maintaining the water prison. "Got him," Sasuke murmured with a smirk as Naruto beside him disappeared into smoke. Zabuza's eyes widened as he heard a poof behind him, seeing the second shuriken turning into Naruto, who had a kunai in hand. Naruto figured with a tiny smirk that just throwing a kunai won't do the job, so he would let loose the flying thunder god just this once. The kunai he was holding had his jutsu shiki on the handle. Just to maintain the appearance of a kawarimi, he had another kunai ready. He threw the kunai with his formula towards Zabuza, who cursed mentally. "I can't dodge that unless..." He released his hold from the water prison, jumping to the side. Just as the kunai cut Zabuza, Naruto threw the normal kunai a little bit upwards beside him and vanished in a blue flash, holding the handle of the marked kunai in his left hand. Spinning midair once, he landed a clean, open palm thrust into Zabuza's chest, who was too stunned at the fact that Naruto appeared in front of him in an instant. The purpose of the thrust was not to injure, but rather to mark Zabuza, so he would know where he is. Still, Zabuza skid back a few feet from Naruto, who landed on the water. Zabuza glanced to where Naruto had thrown the kunai from. He saw the kunai buried in a rock over there. Was that Kawarimi? No, if it was, the brat wouldn't snatch the kunai midair, but would appear with the kunai. Just what was that? His thoughts were spinning furiously as he gazed at Naruto, who was now holding two kunai in reverse grip, dark blue wind chakra sharpening them into mini swords. He can use Futon and Suetun ninjutsu, has enough chakra to use the shadow clone jutsu without worry. His chakra control is good enough for him to water walk, and he can use wind chakra to sharpen his kunai. Is he a genin for real? He dashed towards Naruto, who prepared to flash step away and, if necessary, defend himself. "That's enough from you, brat." Just as he was about to stab Naruto, he was blocked by none other than Kakashi. He had halted the sword using a reverse-gripped kunai, rage swimming in his eyes. "You've got some nerve." The whisper was deadly enough that even Naruto shivered a bit. He was not only angry at himself for making a rookie mistake and getting himself caught, but the man had the gall to attack his genin. "Your trick won't work twice, Zabuza," he promised the man, slowly. Without turning his gaze away, he spoke to Naruto. "Brilliant plan, Naruto. Distracting Zabuza by getting Sasuke to help you. Excellent job." Zabuza. I lost concentration for a moment and canceled the technique dash. "Don't give yourself too much credit. You were forced to cancel it." Kakashi's sharp voice cut it. Naruto nodded, and seeing his work was done, he put the kunai away and stepped back to Sasuke, who jumped a bit at his suddenness. He observed Kakashi, who had jumped away from Zabuza and was using the power of the Sharingan to its full effect. Immediately, he put his index and middle finger into the water, eyes on Kakashi's hands and senses on his chakra. He carefully sensed how chakra was being molded inside Kakashi. After a chain of 44 hand seals, 2 identical water dragons appeared, taking each other out. Zabuza moved in to engage Kakashi with his blade, while Kakashi parried back. They continued this for 2 minutes, after which Zabuza jumped back, starting a new series of hand signs. Kakashi wasted no time in copying them, and Naruto wasted no time in using his own style to copy Kakashi. Sasuke was in a daze, seeing the power of the Sharingan so close. Did he really copy all the hand seals? My moves. He is... Zabuza thought before they were interrupted. Reading them, Kakashi said, finishing Zabuza's thought. Did he read my mind? He is really pissing me off with that damn eye of his. Kakashi finished, for Zabuza, continuing to copy Zabuza's hand signs. Continuing with his hand seals with Kakashi copying Zabuza, the man yelled, "All you're doing is copying me. You can't beat me with those cheap circus tricks, you monkey bastard." Kakashi, yelling the same thing, continued to copy hand signs. Zabuza came to a slight stop, seeing an image of himself behind Kakashi. What is that, a genjutsu? Zabuza thought. His slight falter cost him the victory as Kakashi finished the jutsu ahead of him. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water style, giant vortex jutsu. Literally, a giant vortex formed around Kakashi, much larger than his body. It approached Zabuza at incredible speeds, who was unable to do anything. It slammed into him, and he was washed away like an insect under the force of the jutsu, slamming roughly into a tree and leaving him dazed. Kakashi approached Zabuza with a kunai in hand, intent on finishing him off. Groaning in pain and bracing himself for his death, Zabuza asked him, "Can you see the future?" Kakashi answered, "Yes, and your future is death." Naruto's sweat dropped. What a corny guy! Just as Kakashi was about to finish the job, 2 Senbon came out of nowhere, hitting Zabuza in the neck. The man fell to the ground with a thud. All of them looked around to spot where the Senbon came from, but Naruto pointed towards a tree, from which came a soft chuckle. A masked person was standing on a branch. "Looks like you were right." The person had long black hair along with a slender frame. The outfit was Kirigakure pinstriped, which stopped at his knees. There was a brown sash around the waist with a tail, wrapped around twice. But the most identifying thing about the person was the mask they wore. It was white with thin, curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth, as well as the Kirigakure symbol etched in the top. The person was a hunter nin. Naruto couldn't quite place the voice as female or male. It was unsettling. He would assume it as a male, though. "I thank you for your help," he said as he jumped down. Kakashi knelt and checked Zabuza's pulse to see if the man was truly dead or not. Finding nothing, he concluded that Zabuza was dead. "I have been hunting him for quite a while," he said. Picking up the body, he prepared to shin away when Naruto's voice rang out. "Wait!" The hunter nin turned to face Naruto's narrowed eyes. "As a hunter nin, isn't it your job to dispose the bodies on the spot?" The hunter nin saw the suspicion in the blonde's eyes and explained, "This body holds many secrets. The village would like to know them before doing that." With that, he was gone. Kakashi pulled his headband down. "Well, that is over with," and promptly fell face first into the ground. Sakura rushed to him. Kakashi-sensei. She turned him over to see that his eye was closed. It's probably chakra exhaustion, Sakura. She turned towards Naruto. He explained, the Sharingan is an Uchiha Kekkai Genkai. It is not meant for him and as such, consumes his chakra faster. He just needs time to recover. Tazuna spoke up. Well, in that case, let's hurry to my house where he can recover safely. Naruto nodded and created 3 shadow clones. One of them hinged into a stretcher while the other 2 put the exhausted Jonin on it and started walking. Sasuke walked beside Naruto. Hey Naruto, the said boy looked at him. How did you know about the demon brothers before they attacked us? And what was that earlier? Putting your fingers in the water. Naruto turned to him, confused. Haven't I told you before that I am a censor? Sasuke's eyes immediately narrowed at him. What? Naruto sighed. This will take a while. XXXXXXX. Meanwhile, back in the village, the Sandaime was sitting in the meeting room with the Shinobi Council on one side and the Civilian Council on the other. The 3 elders, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo stood on his right side. A civilian spoke up. Why have you called this meeting, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen did not reply to this. Eyes closed, an expression of deep thought. At last he spoke. Do you all, especially the Civilian Council, he glared at the mentioned council, know why the Civilian Council was established by my sensei, Naidame-sama? There was no answer from both the sides, but the elders and Shikaku seemed to grasp the true purpose of the meeting from the question. Koharu moved forward. Hokage-sama. You can't dash. She was silenced with a wave of killing intent. It made one thing very clear in everyone's heads. He is in a bad mood today. To assist the Shinobi Council in times of war. Last I checked, Konoha hasn't been at war for the last 15 years. Therefore, your entire existence is debunk. Outraged cries came from the civilian section, but killer intent from the Shinobi side for interrupting the Hokage silenced them. The Hokage glared at them. If anyone interrupts me one more time, I will have that person executed. Understood. He enforced that threat with killing intent. After seeing their urgent nods, he continued. The only reason, and I have checked the records thoroughly, he said, motioning to the big pile of paperwork beside him, that the only reason they exist is because of political mongering and bribing some members of the Shinobi Council. His eyes swept the entire room, intensifying the tension. My hands were tied after the Kyuubi's attack and the Uchiha massacre. The Civilian Council took advantage of this and began to take charge of more important tasks by bribing the Shinobi side, he said while glaring at the 2 elders, who didn't even look into his eyes. Until they finally managed to get their hands on the Shinobi Academy, the most important stage of the Shinobi's career, changing the syllabus and actually lowering the standard of Shinobi, the council gradually became more corrupt. Tell me if I'm wrong, he finished, practically glaring at everyone and daring them to disagree. Danzo grit his teeth. The Civilian Council was easily manipulated and as such was a form of power that he could control, not the Hokage. But it seemed Sarutobi had finally had enough of their bullshit and was going to dissolve the council. The worst about all of this. He could not lift a finger to do anything without resorting to Shirsue's eye, and he would rather die than attempt something that foolish. No one spoke in the council room, which was enough of an answer that the Hokage had hit the bullseye. I will hold a vote now. To dissolve the Civilian Council, he declared. A fat man stood up, face red and red to shout at the Hokage. He didn't even finish the first word that came out of his mouth before his head rolled on the ground. Courtesy of the ANBU. They cleaned up and vanished back into the shadows. Suddenly seeming to remember something, he turned to the elders. Before I commence the vote, the elders will not be voting, seeing that their position only allows them to advise and as such, have no say in any final decision made by the Hokage. Koharu and Hamura had a defeated posture. Heads down, shoulders sagged, an aura of dismay. Danzo simply stared ahead, not showing any emotions. Sarutobi had caught them totally unawares with this maneuver. All against dissolving the Civilian Council on basis of the charges that I have read. The entire civilian side raised their hands, but they knew that they were defeated. All in favor of dissolving the Civilian Council on basis of the charges I have read. The entire Shinobi side raised their hands. Their numbers were equal to that of the civilians, but the air of smugness was unmistakable in the room. A tie-breaking vote was required of the Hokage, who said, "I am in favor of this notion." Straightening up, he declared, "The civilian council is dissolved as of today. I will appoint a shinobi committee to review all the corrupted laws they have passed related in favor of themselves. A separate division will be responsible for reviewing shinobi areas. The civilian council can leave now." All of them slowly got up, an air of defeat around them all. They filed out of the chamber one by one. "The elders, please leave. I have some important things to discuss with the shinobi clan heads." The elders couldn't protest against this as well. Clan business was serious, and no one, even the Hokage, was to interfere unless it concerned the integrity of the village. As soon as they left the room, Hiraishin snapped his fingers. An ANBU appeared with a scroll held in his hand. He put it on the Hokage's desk and went back to his post. A signal from the Hokage caused all the ANBU to leave the room. Hiraishin opened it, revealing it to be a storage scroll. He slapped his hand on the scroll, and in a puff of smoke, a bottle of sake and the same number of cups as the shinobi council appeared. Hiraishin smirked. "Who wants drinks?" Naruto had the others arrange into a formation. Sasuke and Sakura would guard Tazuna from the front while he would protect them from the rear. Sasuke had rudely questioned who had made him the leader. Naruto had coolly responded that if he had a better idea, then speak up. As Naruto suspected, Sasuke didn't exactly have a lot of bright ideas. With a glare hot enough to burn metal, he had growled at Naruto. "Just because I am doing this doesn't mean you can order me around, dope. You will tell me everything about your sensing ability." Naruto had sighed at that. It seemed Sasuke's inferiority complex was acting up, probably because of what happened with Zabuza and the Demon Brothers. Maybe he was also pissed about seeing the Hunter Nin from before. Someone their age and already a part of the Hunter Nin program must set him off. They thankfully made it to Tazuna's house without any more attacks. They all saw it, the lakeside house. They all waited on the porch as Tazuna went and knocked on the front door. After a minute, the door swung open and a slim, pretty woman rushed out and embraced Tazuna. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. Probably must be his daughter. "Tusan, I'm so glad you are safe." She spoke with obvious relief in her voice before she spotted the ninja behind him. She gave them a small bow. "I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I'm Tsunami, please come in." "Is he hurt?" she asked, pointing towards the half-conscious Kakashi on the stretcher. Her eyes widened at the three identical blondes, but she was quick to recover. Naruto spoke up. "He's simply exhausted, Tsunami-san. Is there a room where we can put him?" She smiled and moved aside for them to come. Sasuke and Sakura removed their shinobi sandals and went inside while Naruto first removed Kakashi's sandals and then removed his shoes, going inside. The small gesture of caring brought an unseen smile onto Kakashi's face. Tsunami answered, "I just need to put down a futon. I'm sorry, but I didn't get your names." Sakura smiled. "Haruno Sakura, Tsunami-san." Tsunami smiled tightly at her. Something about the girl just unsettled her. Sasuke was much ruder. "Uchiha Sasuke." He barely glanced at her, dismissing her as unimportant. Naruto threw him a dirty glare for that, which was wholeheartedly reciprocated. Naruto turned around and smiled. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunami-san. Nice to meet you. When you are nice to others, they are nice to you." This was demonstrated when Tsunami returned his easy grin and replied, "Nice to meet you too, Naruto-kun. Follow me upstairs where you can lay your sensei down for rest." After the futon was laid down and Kakashi on it, Naruto just stared at the wall blankly, processing what happened to them so far. A hand on the shoulder snapped him out of trance. He looked up to see Tsunami's face, full of concern. It was a bit strange having someone look at him like that. It gave him a funny feeling in his stomach. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Naruto took some time to respond. "I'm okay." Standing up and putting a small smile on his face, he turned to her and asked, "So, Tsunami-san, how about I help you cook dinner?" XXXXXXX. It took 2 days for Kakashi to regain consciousness. Naruto dutifully changed his bandages, helped Tsunami cook dinner, and kept a watch on Kakashi while Sakura and Sasuke. Well, they really didn't do anything significant. Sasuke trained. Sakura did too, but not as much. She only did a little before sitting on a rock and watching Sasuke with hearts in eyes. What those two didn't know that 20 of Naruto's shadow clones, divided into two groups, were learning the two new jutsu Naruto brought with him, far deep into the forest. Naruto was in Kakashi's room, drawing up ideas for new types of flash tags and explosive tags when he noticed Kakashi's breath hitch. Putting his sealing supplies aside, he walked over and knelt down, removing the wet cloth from Kakashi's forehead, something just in case Kakashi caught a fever. "Sensei," he whispered. He saw as Kakashi attempted to get up while keeping his eyes closed. He placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder, pushing the man back down. "That would be unwise, considering it might set your recovery back." Kakashi opened his eyes with a pained groan, persisting even when the light seemed to burn through his eye. After finally opening his eye, he looked around and assessed that they had safely made it to Tezuna's home. He figured that his genin might have gotten pretty bored, especially Sasuke, if the occasional tremors indicating Sasuke's great fireball to burn off some steam. He looked to his side, seeing a mildly concerned Naruto looking down at him with his azure blues. He was reminded of another blonde who used to give him the same look. He pushed that aside and smiled cheerily. "Oh, hello, Naruto." A small smile came onto his face and he replied back, "About time you woke up. I'll alert the others." He stood up and walked over to the window and saw what he had been seeing for the past 2 days. Sakura sitting on the ground and having hearts in her eyes, and Sasuke blowing off trees. He decided to break their peace. "Hey Sakura, Duckus." He ignored Kakashi's snort at the nickname. "Sensei is awake." With that, he went back to Kakashi's side, not even checking if they were coming or not. 2 minutes later, Sakura and Sasuke walked through the door, coming to stand in front of their sensei. Sakura sat down in a whirl of pink and red, exclaiming in relief, "Sensei, you are awake." Naruto quietly scoffed and looked to the side. She was saying it as if she was the one looking after him for the past 2 days, skipping her training. Quick to claim others' credit, isn't she? Kurama's voice spoke, faintly lined with disgust. Naruto mentally rose an eyebrow. "Quite a long nap you took." Then he shrugged. "Also, she's not taking credit. She's just useless. She just wants to be seen doing something. I'm actually glad Sensei keeps his Sharingan covered. Otherwise, he would hate to accidentally copy her uselessness," he commented, prompting a snort of laughter from the fox. Kakashi decided to find out what he'd missed. "So, what happened after I went down?" Sakura spoke before Naruto could. "Well, after you went down, we carried you to Tezuna-san's house. You've been out of 2 days, Kakashi-sensei. We've just been training and guarding the house." Naruto wanted to say that she has been only fangirling Sasuke, who was the only one who watched the house. He also wanted to say that he has been taking care of Kakashi the whole time, but decided that it would look very petty on his part and opted to keep quiet. Also, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. He decided to speak up. "Sensei, we're gonna have to train to fight Zabuza again," he said with a serious look on his face. Sasuke turned to him, an eyebrow raised as if mocking him. "Zabuza died when that hunter Nin hit him with the senbon. Or did you forget that, Dobe?" Sakura nodded, as always in favor of Sasuke. "Does she even think for herself, or does she just follow him?" he mused. Naruto shook his head. "I never forget, Sasuke. But you probably have forgotten what we read about Hunter Nin in the academy. They are supposed to destroy the body on the spot, not take it away. Also, the senbon hit a very specific spot, in the back of the neck." He trailed off, opting for Kakashi to continue. Sakura scoffed. "Please Naruto." Sensei checked and there was no pulse dash. "I'm afraid that Naruto is right, Sakura. It is very much possible that Zabuza is alive," Kakashi grimly said. Sakura and Sasuke both had disbelieving expressions, letting Kakashi continue. "The back of the neck where the senbon hit. I think that the Nin most likely put Zabuza in a death-like state, which is most likely why I couldn't find a pulse as it was so weak." He further explained, "The weapon that Nin used has a low fatality rate unless it hits a critical spot. The Nin took Zabuza with him, even though Zabuza was much heavier than him. Also, he used a weapon with low fatality rate, With these 2 points, we can conclude that the Nin wanted to help Zabuza. Tazuna looked skeptical. Is it possible that you are overthinking this? Kakashi's reply was swift. No. Once a ninja feels that there's something out of place, they must prepare for it before it's too late. Naruto folded his arms across his chest. So how long do you think we have, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought and said, I'd say about 1 week. He'll need that much time to come back to full strength from a death-like state. That's what I'd need as well. Sakura gave him a look as if he was crazy. Sensei, how are we supposed to train if you're to rest? Kakashi, I smiled. Don't worry, my cute little students. I don't need much to train you. A crutch is all I need. Excuse me, everyone, dinner is ready. A voice came from the door and all of them turned to look at Tsunami, who was wiping her hands of a towel. Kakashi, I smiled and asked her, Hello, you might be? Tsunami smiled. Oh, so you've finally woken up. Naruto-kun took good care of you then. He looked at Naruto, who had a faint blush on his cheeks and was looking away, arms still crossed. Kakashi resisted the urge to ruffle his hair, because the kid looked damned cute right now. Anyway, I'm Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. Pleased to meet you, she bowed. Kakashi bowed as much as he could while sitting. Pleased to meet you too, Tsunami-san. Tsunami turned to Naruto. Please help your sensei down, Naruto-kun, and thank you for your shadow clones' help in the kitchen. Naruto waved his hand. They are an excellent kitchen crew for me too. Don't mention it. With that, Sakura and Sasuke filed out of the room, not bothering to help Kakashi up. Naruto gave a disgusted shake of his head and stood up. Putting Kakashi's left arm over his shoulders, he helped him up, supporting his full weight like it was nothing. Arigato, Naruto, for taking care of me, Kakashi murmured. I smiling. It was quite weird for him. Only 2 cared for him like Naruto did in the last 2 days, and they were both Naruto's parents. Naruto shook his head, smiling. You are my sensei. I didn't do it because it was my duty to take care of you like you do. I did it because I wanted to. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with a wide eye, who ignored it and slowly helped the man downstairs. Using what little strength he had, he pulled Naruto into a one-armed hug. Naruto initially stiffened, but relaxed after a few seconds. No words needed to be spoken. He helped Kakashi sit on the table and sat beside him, close in case he needed to feed him. But he hoped Kakashi had enough pride to not face-fall during eating. The small gesture caused Tsunami to smile. Such a sweet boy. Kakashi couldn't stop the eye smile. He didn't show it, but he was glad there was someone like Naruto to care for him. Kami knows he has no one left close to him now. This feeling made him want to do everything not to disappoint Naruto. Naruto gazed at the small boy who was sitting beside Tazuna. Somehow, he cast a somber atmosphere around him. Half of his face was hidden beneath his hat. Tazuna smiled and spoke up. Inari, greet these nice ninjas. They will make sure I'm safe while building my super bridge. Inari looked up and Naruto immediately understood why the boy felt so sad. He had that look in his eyes. He had lost someone very dear to him. But Gigi, they're all going to die, he cried out, as if he was stating a fact. Naruto suddenly understood the boy's position a whole lot better. So instead of being angry, he just felt a deep sense of empathy and sadness for such a young child hurting. Of course, Sasuke didn't take it too well. You don't know that, brat. His voice had a little bit of scorn added into it along with his usual rudeness. Naruto's head snapped to glare at him. Sasuke, he snapped. That was not how someone talks to a child, particularly a child who has eyes like that. Sasuke returned the glare, but he to turn his eyes away after a few seconds. He didn't speak after that. Dinner went quietly after that, though Naruto got a bit embarrassed when Tsunami thanked him again for his help for cleaning the dishes. They set up their beds in separate rooms. Naruto and Sasuke would take the room with Kakashi while Sakura would share the room with Tsunami. As soon as he went into the bathroom and quickly made a half-ram sign to dispel all the shadow clones. As the memories came into his mind, he sorted through them and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The 2 jutsu needed a lot of work. The futon jutsu was a bit too complicated, so it would require time. He had to first gather air in his lungs, which was the easy part. The hard part was the shape manipulation. It was not easy to compress all of the air into an explosive ball of high density. He also had to be extremely cautious about it. If that ball exploded while inside him, game over. All of his clones practicing this jutsu were dispelled because of this, so Naruto had to discreetly create another batch and have them flash to the other clone's location. It was also taking him too long to do all of this. Well, I can personally work on it tomorrow, now that Kakashi-sensei is awake, he thought. The Suiton Jutsu was not as hard as Wind Jutsu, just tricky. He already knew how to expel water from his mouth. But making that jet of water highly pressurized so it could cut through stones was no piece of cake. Still, his clones managed to make it sharp enough to put a deep scratch on the barks, but not cut through it. Better than nothing. I have to master these jutsu before we confront Zabuza again, he thought resolutely. He walked out of the bathroom and laid down on his bed, closing his eyes and trying to work out theories to master the two jutsus faster. He found himself laying beside Kurama in their mindscape, and it looked like he wanted to talk. "You had quite a fight," he remarked, looking faintly amused. Naruto shot a blank look at him. "Just how long do you sleep in a single stretch anyway?" Kurama gave a graceful shrug as he settled his head on his hands, eyes gazing peacefully at the moon. "Depends. You handled your first actual fight quite well," he commented. Naruto raised his eyebrows, unimpressed. "You were impressed with my fight with the demon brothers?" Kurama returned his own unimpressed stare. "I don't mean those weaklings. I meant Zabuza. You kept your mind calm, analyzed the situation, figured the best way to escape and a way to attack your enemy. Nice touch with the Hiraishin, by the way. Gives you a way to track him now," he said, grinning at the end. Naruto smiled. "Thanks, it means a lot to me." Kurama sat up a little. "I saw that you had some trouble with the two new jutsus." Naruto gave a grunt. The fox glanced at him. "If you want, I can give you advice on how to master them quickly." He got the desired response as Naruto sat up, curiosity almost burning in his eyes. "Really? Thank you so much, Kurama," he smiled, his big blues shining a bit. Kurama made a disgusted face. "Keep your sappiness to yourself, you brat." Naruto laughed. "Sorry, couldn't resist it." He didn't look sorry at all. After he was finished laughing, he gave Kurama his full attention. Kurama began his explanation. "Your futon jutsu is only a bit tough if you look it closely. You are simply overthinking it. What you should do is when you gather the air inside you, gather it in a way that it is spinning and compressed. That way you can control its explosive effect and power. It should be fast enough to catch someone off guard, so build up a lot of pressure simultaneously when you create the air ball by creating a bit of vacuum. Use that pressure to give explosive speed to the ball." Naruto nodded, having made sense of the entire explanation. He would try that tomorrow and hopefully prevent a Sasuke tantrum. If he saw what Naruto was practicing, he would throw a fit. Kurama continued, "Your Suiton Jutsu isn't hard as you think. Think of it this way. If you have a pipeline with water blowing out of it onto a wall, you would only get a wet wall. But if that pipeline's opening was as made a whole lot smaller." He left it to Naruto to finish his line of thinking, and he wasn't disappointed. Then the pressure would be considerably high if the speed were to be kept the same. The high pressure would make the water sharp enough to cut through rocks. "You are brilliant, Kurama," he exclaimed with wide eyes. Kurama looked considerably smug. "Of course I am. The jutsus of you humans are laughably easy to us demons. There are only a few of them we can't do." Naruto shook his head, smiling softly. Kurama was entirely too proud of himself. But Naruto bit his lip, not wanting to offend the demon by pointing out that he got sealed for a total of 3 times. "All right, Kurama. Thanks for your tips. I'll master them in no time." He flashed a monstrous grin, which was returned by the demon in front of him. With that, he finally entered REM sleep. XXXXXXX. Naruto's eyes opened at his regular time of 5, but he stayed in bed, thinking things over. He suspected that Kakashi might know about his use of Hiraishin against Zabuza. He hadn't exactly hidden himself with smoke bombs, after all. And Zabuza might have been surprised by his trick, but Kakashi had already seen it in the bell test. Even though it was Kawarimi, but this time Kakashi had seen it with his own eyes. With him watching with the Sharingan, there was no way he would dismiss it as a simple replacement. He sighed heavily. He was not looking forward to the talk. There was so much to explain. Realizing his thoughts were leading him into nothing but distress, he got up, hoping to get some morning air. Keeping his steps quiet so as to not disturb Kakashi and Sasuke, he dressed up and headed outside, hoping to put Kurama's theories to test. He got outside, getting some relief from the slight chill of the morning air. He allowed his senses to spread, and a tiny frown made its way onto his face when he sensed someone making their way from behind him. Noiseless steps, probably hoping to catch him off guard. "I didn't know you were awake, Kakashi-sensei." "Well, I wasn't until I heard you move out." He came up beside him. I scrunched up in a smile. Naruto returned a small smile. The two of them sat in silence for a while, lost in their own thoughts. Kakashi finally broke the silence with a question. "What jutsu was that on the bridge, Naruto?" Even though he had prepared for that question to be asked, Naruto was still caught off guard. Kakashi noticed the minute flinch that Naruto couldn't hide, accompanied by a slightly fearful glint in his eyes. Realizing he had probably scared the boy, he backtracked. "I was just curious, Naruto. It was something like what you tried in the bell test." He trailed off, silently asking Naruto to elaborate. Naruto hated when Kakashi got like this, demanding answers from him. And the worst thing was that Naruto had no reason to hide anything from him. Steeling himself, he looked into Kakashi's single eye. "Before I say anything, Kakashi-sensei, can you promise me that you will keep this to yourself and only yourself?" If Kakashi looked surprised by his request, he didn't show it. He wondered just what Naruto was hiding that was so important as to not tell his team members. He was also requesting total secrecy, but Kakashi drew the line there. He narrowed his eye. "If Hokage-sama asks me, then it's my duty to tell him, Naruto." Naruto relaxed a bit at that. The old man already knows of this. Kakashi too relaxed at that. Keeping secrets from his leader, then having the said leader interrogate you was not fun at all. "So, you will show me?" The slight hope in his voice made Naruto smile, if only a little. Naruto gestured to his hand, where his sleeve was folded, exposing his wrist before the metal-plated gloves. Kakashi shrugged, offering his wrist. "Sure." Naruto wrapped his hand around Kakashi's wrist for a moment, then let go, turning back to watch the sunrise. Kakashi examined his wrist curiously, wanting to find out just what Naruto did. His eyes widened and he almost choked on his spit upon seeing a seal formula that looked remarkably similar to what his sensei used. His neck snapped towards Naruto, who was looking back at him with a smirk. Is this?" "Yup, sure is," Naruto claimed proudly. "But unlike his, the flash is blue. Since my chakra is a deep blue, you know?" Kakashi tried to recover from the surprise that Naruto had figured out the technique that made the Yondaime the most feared shinobi across all lands. Trying to keep his voice steady, he asked, "Can you demonstrate?" Naruto frowned but nodded. He flash-stepped to a tree about 100 meters away, missing Kakashi's look of surprise at the use. Without wasting any time, he flashed behind Kakashi, the Jonin's neck turning so fast Naruto sworn he heard it crack. Kakashi's mind was blown out of proportions when he saw the blue flash of Naruto's Hiraishin. The fact that Naruto had mastered one of the most complex techniques he had ever seen, hell, even his sensei had ever seen, was nothing short of stupefying. He recovered and looked at Naruto, who was watching him carefully. "I can see why you want to keep this a secret. Sasuke would throw a fit if he saw you using something that," Kakashi admitted. He could already imagine the scene. Naruto hummed, not at all bothered. He will keep it a secret until the Chunin exams, and if Sasuke finds out before that, it's not like he could do anything. Sasuke could throw all the tantrum he wants. He would never be able to learn the Flying Thunder God. Ever. It's not like Sasuke can do anything. The amount of understanding of Fuinjutsu, chakra theory along with the dimension of space-time was just unreal. He won't be able to make it beyond just level 7 Fuinjutsu. Also, space-time is a very rarely studied branch of ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu. I very much doubt the Uchiha library has any research materials related to that. I was lucky my father had done his research so thoroughly, he shrugged. Kakashi nodded. He would hate to see, even though it was inherently and incredibly selfish of him, his sensei's legacy fall into someone else's hands other than his son. He got up, using the crutches Tazuna was able to find him last night. Come on, let's get some breakfast. They arrived inside to find Sasuke and Sakura already at the table, surprise in their eyes when they saw Naruto and Kakashi entering together. Sasuke narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but thankfully kept silent. Tsunami was mildly surprised. I was just coming to see if you two were out there, Kakashi-san, Naruto-kun. Kakashi smiled. We were just enjoying the morning air outside. Tsunami-san. It's quite peaceful. Tsunami smiled and gestured to the table. Please sit. Breakfast is ready. After everyone's breakfast was over, Kakashi took his squad outside, into the forest to train. Okay, training will begin now. You will learn chakra control exercises so you don't waste chakra in excess while performing jutsus. This exercise is one of the basics, so you have to master it no matter what. He observed their reactions closely. Sasuke had a predictably disappointed expression on his face. He was hoping that Kakashi would teach them powerful jutsus, but he conceded the fact that basics were important to master. There was undeniably a small amount of curiosity on his face. Sakura was also curious, but she was more confused than she was disappointed. She didn't exactly know what Kakashi-sensei was trying to teach here, so she just waited until he explained. Naruto. Well, he looked supremely bored of Kakashi. The one-eyed Cyclops found his right eye twitching at the distinctly unimpressed look Naruto was giving him. Sasuke was looking faintly amused at the looks Naruto was sending to Kakashi. You're going to teach us tree walking, aren't you? The deadpan in his voice was unmistakable. Kakashi's sweat dropped. This could be trouble. Naruto already knows how to walk on vertical surfaces. I could get him started on water walking, but then Sasuke and Sakura might get the impression that I am favoring Naruto, he thought as he tried to figure a way out. But Naruto and Sasuke were starting to get impatient. Naruto spoke up. I already know tree walking, sensei. This revelation caused Sakura and Sasuke to stare at him, one with confusion and the other with a twinge of jealousy. Kakashi mentally sighed. No use hiding now. And before you ask, I know water walking as well. Remember where I was standing after pushing Zabuza back? Kakashi's memory was jolted as he suddenly remembered jumping in between Naruto, who had his kunai out coated in wind chakra, and Zabuza, who was just a moment away from beheading his student. Naruto was standing on water. Is he deliberately making this worse for me? Kakashi thought. Sasuke walked up to Naruto with a scowl on his face. When did you learn all this? Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. What will you do if I tell you? Fortunately for Naruto, Sasuke didn't have an answer for this question and with a deeper scowl than before, walked back to his place. Kakashi, to avoid any further trouble, immediately explained the exercise. What you have to do, he said while walking up to a tree, is to direct your chakra to the soles of your feet. He put a foot onto the bark and stick to the surface. He was now walking perpendicular to the ground until he turned onto a branch and looked up or down to them. Sakura looked up at him with awe in her eyes, while looked at him with narrowed eyes. Probably thinking about how this will make him stronger, Naruto mused. Kakashi threw 2 kunai in front of Sasuke and Sakura. Get to it. Then, as Sakura and Sasuke picked up the kunai and walked away to a tree, Kakashi slowly walked down to Naruto, who was simply looking at him. What do you plan on doing? Naruto said, I'm currently working on 2 jutsus that I took from the shinobi library. I'm planning on mastering them before tomorrow night. Kakashi rose an eyebrow. Nobody can master 2 elemental jutsu in span of a day, you know? Naruto shrugged. This nobody that you speak of can't use shadow clones like I can, sensei. Kakashi's visible eye widened. You know the secret of Kage Bunshin? Naruto smirked. Figured it out a long time ago, sensei. Now if you don't mind, I'll be training. Try to keep Sasuke away from me if you can. With that, he flash-stepped away, leaving a gaping Kakashi. XXXXXXX. Naruto found out that Kurama had hit bullseye on the analysis of both the jutsus. He created 40 clones, dividing them into two groups to practice while he tested the memories of last night himself. He was able to reduce the time required to form the compressed, explosive ball of air, but it took the clones the better part of 4 hours to reduce the time required to form the high pressure inside him to launch the ball off at high speeds. At the end of 5 hours, he was panting, sweating flowing down like waterfall on his naked upper body. All his clones were dispelled, including the ones practicing the Suetun Jutsu, just to return him the chakra needed for one last try at the jutsu, before he fell to chakra exhaustion. Naruto had his hands on his knees, trying to get his breathing to get normal. Once he wasted no more time in thinking. Speeding through the hand seals, he mentally shouted, "Futon! Kaze Jirai no Jutsu!" He expelled a compressed ball of air from his mouth at great force at a tree. His satisfaction knew no bounds when the ball exploded on the bark, blowing away a large section of it and making the tree fall. He chuckled tiredly, falling on his back. "Man, these elemental jutsu sure are tiring. Hey Kurama, would you mind replenishing my reserves just enough so I can walk? I would rather not eat the soldier pill I have." Kurama's chakra rushed into his system, though not so much that he went into a rage or was full of energy again. He groaned as he sat up, putting on his t-shirt and jacket. He walked back to the house, thoughts of tasty food filling his mind. He walked across a clearing when he heard the sound of bark exploding. Curious, he walked towards it and had to suppress the chuckles in him. Sasuke was tree climbing and falling off. Naruto could see with the many slashes on the bark that showed Sasuke had improved much in just one day, but he was nowhere near the top. Naruto would have moved away if it wasn't for Sasuke discovering him and calling out, "Naruto? Is that you?" Naruto turned around. "Yep." Awkward silence descended upon them as Naruto waited for Sasuke to speak, while Sasuke did not know what to speak. Naruto, tired of the silence, made to walk away when Sasuke called him out. And dare he think that he was hesitating and nervous? Well. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's rare for him to come to talk to me, especially that he's hesitating. Sasuke glanced away, a faint blush on his cheeks and voice hesitating. "You said you have mastered this exercise before, right? See, can you give any tips?" Naruto was inwardly laughing with Kurama at how awkward Sasuke looked while asking him. As much as I hate to say this, he looks more normal in his usual arrogant self. On the outside, he smiled and walked to Sasuke, putting a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke looked surprised by this, even when he heard Naruto speak. "You know, you could save a lot of trouble for yourself if you just asked instead of demanding." Amusingly, the faint blush on his face was instantly replaced by his regular scowl. Naruto spoke up before Sasuke. "But I will help you. You know, out of the goodness of my heart," he added sarcastically. Sasuke reminded himself to calm down. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to master this exercise. Hell, even Sakura mastered it before him. He was never in this position of being last. Ever. Naruto spoke, holding up a finger. "First, chakra uses your spiritual energy, so don't be tense or angry. Basically, don't allow your emotions to reach an extreme point. Second, relax and concentrate on your energy, and collect a constant amount of chakra at the bottom of your feet. That's all I will tell you." Sasuke nodded, and for the first time in his life, he thanked someone other than his family. Thank you." Naruto simply smiled and turned around. "Though you should save it for tomorrow. Dinner is ready, and it's no use training on an empty stomach." Sasuke looked like he wanted to train more, but ultimately agreed on dinner and they walked away. Dinner was a quiet affair. After eating, Naruto helped Tsunami wash the dishes as the others relaxed. Sakura was inspecting a picture on the wall, which had a piece torn off from it. When she inquired about it and how Inari was gazing at it, Tazuna replied that the person whose face was torn off was the hero of this town. The atmosphere in the room was very somber, Naruto noted. Inari had walked off after that, his mother going after him to console him. Tazuna told them the story of Inari's stepfather, how he was considered a hero by everyone and how Gato killed him. Inari had began to rely on the man to the point where he wouldn't stand up for himself. Gato had him killed to destroy any form of hop in the land and succeeded, traumatizing Inari in the process. Naruto digested this and slowly got up from his seat. He had enough of this depressing atmosphere. Sakura spoke up, "Where are you going, Naruto?" Naruto didn't turn back as he answered, "I've got some unfinished training to do." That was all he said before the door was gently shut. Sakura turned towards Kakashi. "What's up with him?" Kakashi shrugged. XXXXXXX. "Sorry for not putting up this part earlier. The timeline is same though." Zabuza wakes up after a few hours of the fight. The mysterious Nin had taken Zabuza to a small house far away and took him inside, placing him onto a bed. "I will have to remove the bandages so he can freely cough up the blood, if he has any to cough," he mused, his hand reaching to pull down the bandages. A rough hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "I can do that myself, Haku." Zabuza opened his eyes, which were quite bloodshot. He sat up, painfully groaning. He reached behind him to take out the senbon in his neck, small squirts of blood coming out as he pulled them roughly. "Please don't pull them out like that, Zabuza-sama, or you will really die," Haku commented with a light voice, which failed to convey his seriousness. Zabuza grunted as he laid on his back. "You're as vicious as ever, Haku." Haku watched his master lay on the ground. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke up, "How will we face them next time, Zabuza-sama?" Zabuza got a murderous look in his eyes. "Next time," he growled out, more to himself than Haku. "I'm taking away that Sharingan from that damned monkey."